All right. Who is this guy writing the bad words? Let me...
Why are you writing bad words, son?
He got past
This is a family event.
Yeah, man, I'm all about the ban.
About time to take a nap, son.
All right, slow mode is on its way.
This is
Oh, is it already in slow mode? How many people are here? Goodness gracious.
Jesus Christ, that is fast. I got a quick question for you guys. Out there in Justin TV land. And I want your honest opinions. Don't just say yeah because I'm suggesting it. Some people will do that. Like, I'll be like, what do you guys think about getting raped in the ass? And like 50 of you are like, woo! But no, seriously, how would you feel about having a guest at some point down the line who was working for like a big gun company that actually works with the Call of Duty franchise? The guys who so they're already saying yes. I haven't even finished.
Dude, yeah, they're going to say yes to anything. Keep in mind, now a lot of you guys are repeat stream visitors. Do you really like it when Kyle and Wings start going back and forth about how many clips, about how much a 45 versus a 9mm is going to put an exit hole and this and that? And if you want a video filled with this Remington R&D guy who, who's going to be like, oh yeah, we just updated the magazine to have a slight curve in it for better feed. Now our misfire rate is going to go to 0.001%.
There's a gentleman who works for Remington. The Remington makes the ACR, and they're actually working with Sledgehammer to make Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And so he's got some information about Modern Warfare 3 and about.
So, pretty sure the ACR will be in Modern Warfare 3 with that information you just bestowed us.
You never know. I mean, I was just mentioning that the company makes the ACR. Just so that everybody has a standpoint on what the company does. Seems like everybody likes Kyle.
To me,
it seems like it's all right. Everybody who agrees, just say "fuck Woody," and we'll understand. It'll be a clear-cut message. We'll know.
It looks like there's about 50%.
Maybe we should link NasaOne to this.
Yeah, let me get there.
Yeah, you gotta get in here and watch the stream. That's half the fun. All right, stop. Please stop.
All right, okay, I'm going to pick a random F Woody and ban him.
No, please stop.
There it is.
Stop.
There it is. Wait. It's Josh. Who is it going to be? No, Danger Close. You're gone. Fuck you.
Some people's trying to flip you out and go fun, Woody.
All right. Okay, we get it. We'll think it over a little bit more. And okay, just no more. No, stop the fuck, Woody. Stop. Please stop. It went super fast.
Dude, I'm still banning people.
Stop.
I want to point this out, Woody. We have almost doubled the outturn to that night. We really got to get that porn star.
I think it's just the fact that I did a promo vid. Like, we might have had 4,000 people if I said NASA was coming.
Yep, I got bad news, guys. For those of you who don't know, our porn star actually called in. She had something. She had something pop up that she had to take care of.
What the hell popped up, by the way? Her turkey timer? Like, what the hell?
No, I sent the thing to you.
I think everybody knows what popped up.
I don't know what popped up.
I copy pasted it into the chat.
Into the chat, the same one that we're looking at with NASA.
No, it's like, hey Jordy, I'm looking forward to being on your podcast, and please don't take it another way, but I'm not ready tonight. I thought I was, unfortunately, I'm not. As you can see, I haven't been on Twitter as much, and I got personal things going on. I hope you understand and will still be willing to interview me, maybe in the upcoming weeks. I'll be online this evening if you'd like to Skype me.
My apologies for any convenience. Much love.
Sent me
BlackBerry from T-Mobile.
For those of you who think that we should forgive the porn star and have her on another week, don't say anything.
Fuck Kyle.
And the rest of you, that think we should say fuck her and get a different porn star, say fuck her. All right, not fuck Kyle.
I'm gonna have a seizure looking at all this.
God, that's bad. That's a lot of fun.
How you like me now, Kyle?
Jesus. I've never been so insulted in my life.
I think for the most part, guys want her back. I wonder
Holy
if we
fucking
should.
shit, guys! We'll get a hotter porn star. Honestly, she was kind of rough.
She was a little
I
BBW.
say this. Maybe we should give her name out at this point.
No, don't say her name.
No, her name's out. You
They're
put it
gonna
out in Twitter.
Yeah, I've been doing it in Twitter, but I only got 8,000 followers on Twitter.
No, dude. Everyone put it in the comment section of my video. It's out. Look at it. It's in the stream now. Michelle Hayes. Michelle Hayes. It was Michelle Hayes.
No, I'll say this about Michelle Hayes, and like, no offense, but like, she's got a very nice body, as you would expect from a porn star, but she just wasn't that attractive to me. I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I'm not saying that I would pass up Michelle Hayes after having her tested. I'm just saying that there are more attractive stars out there.
Yeah, does Sasha Grey have a Twitter
I did
account?
Say she had a very nice body.
What if we sent her 25,000 Twitters on how she should be here? Tweets, I should say.
Don't give them ideas, Woody. I do not want to get lawsuited.
I don't. How do you spell her name? Grey.
SASHAGREY.
One of your moderators is telling me, can you ask Woody to remove these 3 mods, BMEHIS Cake, Kiweek Victory, and Z Finster. They're the ones that keep turning off slow mode and clearing the chat.
Yep. Thank you.
What, slow-mo's not on?
Yep. For some reason, they are being silly about it. Things.
All right. The May is Cake, was that one of them?
Yep, the May is Cake, and KI Wick, and then the number 2 Victory.
Oh, Joe's in the chat tonight.
All right, name another one.
Z Finster. The letter Z, Finster.
Done. Thank you, mods, for the power of good.
You know, I actually have an intro for NASA this time. Since the Discovery Shuttle launched today.
Yeah,
Why
I watched it,
still
actually.
saying fuck Kyle? Like, I was in Skype and I come back to visit, it's like, fuck Kyle. Really? You're that mad at me? Like, I'm just trying to be helpful here. Like, I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers. And here we go again. It is Kyle, number 1 asshole. Everybody say fuck Kyle.
I heard a rumor FPS Russia was Mafia.
So we'll start recording the actual podcast in 11 minutes.
FPS Russia, actually, Russia Mafia. He got tattoos.
So
say so.
Dude, we got a lot of feedback saying that guys wanted my buddy Dan to be on the podcast.
Brokeback Mountain.
You know, since we're using the power of Twitter here, I still want Les Stroud to be on the podcast.
Man, Les Stroud would be a good one, honestly. Like, after watching his, watching a whole season of his show, man, it's really good.
Yeah, Les Stroud does have a Twitter. Just putting that out there.
So Les Stroud
has the
and
word
Sasha
real
Grey both have Twitter. I'm just, I wouldn't suggest tweet bombing her and saying go down Painkiller Already, but here's a couple links.
Who we linking? Sasha Grey? Guys, stop turning the slow mode off, or we're gonna have to eliminate
It's
all
actually on.
moderators.
There's just 4,000 people in here.
Oh, that is insanity.
Yeah,
We now have 4 times the amount that showed up to a $25,000 Call of Duty game.
It's
wow, what will I do with 4,000 people at my fingertips?
I have an idea. Sasha Grey.
Do you guys want to crash somebody's website? Say yeah!
Look at that guy.
Oh, wait.
Now you can't talk for a whole minute, fuckers.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You 4,371 people here. Those of you who I have not blocked.
Here's Westboro Baptist Church, GodHatesFags.com. I just linked it. Here's another one. Feel free to crash that site. It's
If they see it, Woody. I mean, this is slow mode on right here.
yeah, this is slow mode on. I'm sorry, I was slow to answer your question.
That's insanity. All
You
right,
seeing
could
this,
you,
NASA?
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
yeah. If you
NASA,
guys could
you hit
stop.
jackpot night, man. Like usually
right,
it's
man.
half this size.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. They probably knew I was coming on.
That's what it was.
That's my
what we're
theory.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
It was on Twitter. People talking about it. What do you mean? Don't be racist, Woody? See, that's the kind of shit you people who are emotional retards.
Half the people here are probably like, NASA who?
Dude, go to godhatesfags.com. You can't even get there. The site is down.
Yeah. Oh, did we just crash it?
It's down.
Damn. All right. All right. We've taken down. All right. For those of you who don't know, I know there will be confusion among some of you. The GodHatesFags.com, that website, is run by this, Westboro Baptist Church, this crazy guy. And they go, regardless of how you feel about homosexuals, this guy actually has protests at dead soldiers' funerals. Like, their family's there around this dead soldier. And these people come and, like, hold up signs like, your son's burning in hell and shit. These people are fucked up.
Yeah,
these people probably catch an ass whooping.
Seriously, imagine if that's your son. Somebody's going down.
I'd probably go to the truck, grab my fucking 4D mag light, and knock me some teeth out.
That's one of those situations where a truck might end up crashing through a crowd full of those sign-holding assholes. Those guys are some real,
I'd follow a couple of them motherfuckers home when they get done protesting.
Whenever I see them talked about on the news, it always makes me mad. I'm like, man, that would just, that makes me mad, and it's not even anybody I know. It's just a kid that died in Iraq, and I'm thinking to myself, man, if that was my brother or my son or my dad.
Shit, that's a realistic idea for me.
You know what that happened once?
What's that?
They went to protest a soldier's funeral, and the Hells Angels showed up and drowned them out with the sound of their exhaust.
I saw that. That was pretty cool.
I've heard that the Hells Angels just beat them down and just drag them off.
I didn't hear that.
No, that's what I would rather have seen.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't want the motorcycles to blaring either.
You'd rather have motorcycles than the...
Yeah,
than these
see, me personally, what I would personally do is I'd go up there and find the pack leader. The one when you walk into the group and you're going to confront them, and the one guy that steps forward, I'd shake that motherfucker's hand, and then when he goes done with his fucking faggot ass protesting, I'd beat the living shit out of him on the front doorstep.
I saw an interview today with Anonymous. For those of you that don't know, Anonymous is this big group of internet hacktivists, and when they see something they don't like the Church of Scientology or Westboro Baptist Church, they do damage to them over the internet. So someone claiming to be anonymous talked to the Westboro Baptist Church people and said, hey, we're going to take you down. You're next. And the anonymous guys, the actual anonymous, said, we didn't do that. It wasn't us. We don't really want anything to do with you guys, and we have other things to do. And but as the Westboro Baptist Church representative was hostile and pissy, and she wouldn't let him talk, and she was just dreadful to get along with. So and she said, you couldn't hack our site anyway. There's, God will prevent it from happening. You can't stop our message from getting out. And he's like, all right. And then 30 seconds later, it's hacked, and there's a message up there from Anonymous on he changed their homepage, and he's like, go check it now. Go ahead and take a look. And then they flashed it up there. It was awesome. They just freaking pwned her. Why are all these timeouts happening? Is there an out of control? Oh, it's Mubot doing it. People writing in caps.
Does this Westboro Baptist Church have a Twitter?
Ooh, let's find out. Let's find out.
Because I want them to know why their site's down now.
Actually, no. They could probably construe that as some form of terrorism.
Why?
His daughter is a lawyer, and
4,000 people decided to visit her site.
His daughter's a no. Well, why we did what we did. His daughter's a lawyer, and they aggressively go after anybody that fucks with him. So
screw them. They're not going anywhere.
Seriously, we did nothing illegal. 4,000 people decided to visit their site. They didn't pay enough money for their fucking servers.
I said, does anybody want to crash a website? Oh, man. I don't know. I've always been that's why.
But seriously, we did not use a bot or anything to do this.
Oh my goodness! Someone just tweeted at me. They say, "Hey guys, I'm friends with Vicky Vett. Might be able to get her on the podcast one day. Would that be cool?" Tweet back.
Somebody tweeted me the Twitter for God Hates Fags USA.
Yeah, I see it too.
Dude, Vicky Vett's much hotter.
This can't be right. This got 220 followers. 220 people wouldn't follow these faggots.
Yeah, they would. Vicky Vett's got 90,000 followers, and she's fucking smoking hot.
Look at this shit. Blame the fags. They made the plane crash. The influential pandemic will not hurt those faithful to God. What kind of shit is this?
Dude, check out the link I just put in. There are tons of people writing to Sasha Grey to come on Painkiller Already. Not enough, I'll say, though.
Yeah, we need more people writing to Sasha Grey on Twitter. It's just like it's spelled. SASHAGREY.
This Twitter can't be right. I mean, they can't be this conceited. Like for example, the plane crashed in the Hudson River because there were a ton of fags on board, but God missed, and he really wanted to kill some faggots that day in New York. What?
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff they tweet, man.
You have to see him. Yeah, if you watch him get interviewed, that's the sort of thing that they do. All right, is it 10? No, it's almost 10. Wings, think about what you're going to say.
You think you got a lot of people in the stream from New York?
Who's up? Who's from New York in the stream? I bet there's a few.
Yeah, it takes about 10.
I know there's one guy from Boston that probably doesn't like New York in the stream.
Oh, man. I'll be coming out. For those of you in Boston, I'll be there in a couple weeks.
Wow, that's still a nice amount.
There's a bunch of people from New York, yeah.
That's cool, man. Next guy, Mello.
I hope Joe Lozon's training, because I'm coming up there in a few weeks in March.
I'm coming with him. I'm going to hold you down.
I might go with you, Woody.
Dude, it might take 3 of us.
Seconds.
It might take 3.
Oh, no, Leslie Simone, she's fucking my ass up with that walking home shit.
Did he say that he's hurt? Oh, he says, I'm fucked up, but bring it. That's not good. That's not good. I was hoping he lost an arm or something.
Yeah, I'm going to go low. I'm going low.
I was hoping
I'm just going to wrap around.
Kind of scare him. And
I'm going to wrap around one of his legs like a little kid. With my arms, both my arms and both my legs, and I'm just going to let Woody go up top.
We're going to videotape FPS Rush in action.
My theory is I'm going to drop straight to fetal position and see what kind of submission he works from there. It's my 15-second lasting theory.
He's like, what the fuck, man? What are you doing? He's down there like 8, 9, 10. He gets to 15, he jumps up, he's like, woo, get on, yo.
I got no strategy in a fight.
We said no striking! We said no striking! We said no striking!
You guys want to hear my strategy for beating Joe Lozon?
It's going to involve firearms, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get him to dash at me and then throw my weight on his back.
I like your original strategy against him would really work. Like, tell him to meet you in a field and then just be there with a sniper rifle in the bushes. I think you can actually get him that way. Outside of that, I don't see you, winning hand-to-hand combat with Joe Lozon. He says, Wings, I say we do it. I won't hurt you.
No, when someone who knows how to fight fights someone who doesn't know how to fight, it's always very embarrassing for the person who doesn't know how to fight.
Oh, yeah, man. Imagine playing dueling banjos where one guy's never played guitar.
Or imagine trying to dance the tango with someone who's a tango expert and you don't know how to dance. That's what it would be. One person's making all the right moves and you're just like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? And they're just dragging you around. That's what it's
we got to get better tweets here. I'm looking at the Sasha Grey thing, and it's like 4,000 fans. We got more than 4,000 people to watch this.
Yeah, let's mention it in the recording, like right at the beginning, and they will bomb the fuck out of her when this goes up on the YouTube.
I can put it in the description as well.
Yeah.
Of the
video. Fuck her world up.
We should probably put GodHatesFags.com in the description as well.
I want to know where Sasha Grey lives right now. We're going.
I can make that happen for you, Kyle.
Someone's in the area and they're a bag of dog shit at it and tell her to come on Painkiller Already. Make it happen.
There'll be another bag every weekend.
There's more where this came from, lady.
Fresh brew, Rottweiler.
Someone wrote she lives in Pornhub.
Oh, no. Oh man,
All
okay,
right.
let's get this stuff started. We're a minute
Wings,
over
you got
already.
your intro yet?
Yeah.
All right. No 1, 4, 3, 2.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and we're back with Painkiller Already, episode 34. We got your boy NasaOne in the house. Phasers are full effect. Rockets are detaching. Bring it on, NASA.
Yo, what's good, everybody? It's NasaOne, representing
All
from
right.
New York, baby.
Okay, first of all, episode 44, not 34. But
You got
NASA,
34 up here.
What's
All
going
right,
on?
you got one number right.
it says 43. I think it's, I don't know what the hell. Anyway, we're in
Who
our
gives
40s.
a fuck?
NASA. Here's the question we're kicking off each podcast with. So here it is. Hypothetical situation. You
Yeah.
and your wife are married, right? As husband
Yep.
and wife tend to be. And you switch bodies. Now that you've switched bodies, do you have sex just to see what it's like?
Wow. That's kind of crazy.
Here we go. Think it through. Now, you know,
Well,
I'm going to influence this a little bit. Yeah, it's not gay, right? Because you're the girl.
I guess, because if she's with me, then I guess it got to be something good, though.
I like the way you're thinking. All right, so we got a yes out of it.
All right. I got a topic to kick us off.
Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to butcher this guy's name, but in the news, Jorge Barrona basically had two twins, a son and a daughter, and to punish them, he poured citric acid on them. Well, some sort of acid. I don't know what kind of acid it is that he got from his exterminator business. His daughter ended up dying, and his son had third-degree burns. What is your opinion of this?
So wait, before I answer this, I need to know, in what way did they misbehave? Did they talk back? Because I hate that.
What they didn't explain.
Well,
But he has a rabid history of child abuse though. He'd always been he's been called more times than one for abusing children.
Well, my next question
he's an
is-
adopted father. They're not his actual kids. He adopted them.
Okay, well, my next question is, did his children have a history of acting out and being assholes? Because, I mean, one leads to the other.
There's a difference between
Pouring
Darren,
citric
go ahead
acid
and get
on
your damn
somebody?
switch, son. And then
I don't know.
get in the bathtub. I'm gonna pour fucking.
I mean,
Some
that's like
kids are
saying
pretty
this guy
sassy.
had a history of beating up his brother, and somebody's like, yeah, his brother had a history of throwing acid on him. Of course he kept beating him up. It's cause and effect. We don't know how
and
how
a 10-year-old
bad these kids
kid
were.
do possibly. To
Have
make
you
the
seen
acid on them.
Children of the Corn?
Yes, I have.
There you go.
But see,
There you
he never got to that point because they killed everybody in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah. I guess the better question is, what do you think should be done to the guy who decides it's a good idea to burn his children with acid?
I think Woody needs to go with the first on this one.
What do we do with the guy that burns his children with acid? Yeah. All right, so
It's gotta
more
involve acid,
seriously,
right?
I don't know. Because, you see, if we burn him with acid, just straight up like that, that's eye for an eye. But we might be able to do better than that. If we just put him in prison for the rest of his life and
It's
let
costing
them...
me money now.
Right?
I'll donate.
I'll donate. Yeah, of course you would. But here's what I'm thinking. If you go in there and you're in prison for hurting children, if I understand this right, the other prisoners are extra harsh on you. Especially if you molest them. So maybe that would be a suitable punishment. A lifetime of what he dished out.
Tattooed his forehead, child molester.
Yeah,
He's not a molester. He's an abuser.
Nah, but
Tattooed to his forehead, I burnt my children with acid. That'll do.
Child molester will do just fine. I don't care that it's factually inaccurate. We're going for a desired effect.
What's he going to say? It's not true. I really burned him with acid. And they're going to look at each other like, get him!
See, I was going for something a little more permanent. I was going to break the guillotine back out. And just
dude.
have his head lop off and show it on public TV.
Dude, are you serious? You think that's an adequate punishment? If I had to choose a way to die, it's the guillotine. Seriously, it's like...
How would you kill him, Kyle?
I think his punishment should be some... I'm all for some kind of public humiliation-style punishments. They need to broadcast that stuff on the internet, on
How about
television.
drop a little bit of acid in his eye on public?
How about spray him down with some water hoses with acid? high pressure fire hose.
That just end up killing him. You want to publicly humiliate him.
I'd be basically like the guillotine.
Yeah, we're gonna roll him up in flour when it's done. Let him heal up.
Did you see Kimmy J? Best punishment: make it have sex with my wife.
Number one punishment: make have sex with Kenny J wife.
Number one punishment: all of the punishments are assholes.
Yeah, that's a fucked up story. You hear about that shit all the time, and it's usually a combination of a lot of things. He probably wasn't a monster. He's probably just got some kind of serious mental disorder. Like there are very few people out there who are truly just like cruel and evil people who are just like, yeah, I'm gonna burn me some kids today. You know, I mean, they're out there, but this guy probably was just like stressed to the max. He's got a mental imbalance.
No. I probably left the key part of the story out here. He didn't do them at the same time.
Oh.
No,
that guy's
the daughter got killed by it, and he threw her in the back of his exterminator truck, and she was there for like 2 weeks. They found her badly decomposing. And his son, he started to do him 2 weeks later for doing something, and he got out the house and ran from him.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
I probably left the key part of the story here out.
Yeah. It's been a depressing week across the world. You guys hear about those tourists that were, taken hostage by the Somali pirates?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
What?
So, I wonder what happened. Let me
what I
tell you.
understand.
Go ahead. Do you want to give the summary? Most guys won't know the background.
Okay, all right. So these two couples, these older couples from I want to say Washington State, were sailing around the Horn of Africa, and these Somali pirates took their boat over.
There. So picture like a 32-foot sailboat, right? Older couple, kind of in their golden years, decide to travel and see the world in a kind of adventurous way. They're going around the Horn of Africa, and Somali pirates come after them. So go on.
Yep. They take them hostage, and I guess they were holding them for ransom, and somewhere along the way it went bad. From what I understand, there was a standoff between these pirates and the Navy, and the pirates fired an RPG at the Navy, at which point Navy SEALs stormed onto the boat, killed 2 or 3 of them, and took the other 13 of them prisoner. And the thing that I'm not clear about yet is whether the two couples were dead before the RPG was fired or after it was fired and the gunfire broke out. But either way, all 4 Americans were killed, 2 Somalis were killed, the rest were taken prisoner.
So the Navy was trying to defuse the situation. So they're still hostage on their own boat. The pirates are there, and the Navy was trying to defuse the situation. And then, if I have the story right, somehow...
Then they shot an RPG at them?
Things got... Not the Navy, things...
No, I know, the pirates.
Yeah.
Things on the sailboat got crazy. Guns started going off, whatever. Like, some people theorize that the older couple had a gun on board, and while they were distracted, they tried to, get some business done, and hell broke out. But no one knows, right? Because all the people there are dead, I guess, and they don't really know how it started. They do know, so these Somali pirates apparently are off and on drugs when they do these raids, and they're not reasonable. They're aggressive and they're crazy. So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, they chew this plant called COT, like COT, and it kind of makes them crazy. They're like fucking cranked out, and they don't really feel pain. They don't really feel too much fear. It's like they're in go mode. And what do you think is the solution to that? It's international waters there. Do you think there needs to be a heavy naval, force there from the United States or maybe internationally to deal with this shit? Because it's pretty awful that those people were, enjoying what was probably the trip of their lives, and then that shit happened.
It's weird, when they were taking over larger ships, I thought to myself, well, defending yourself should just be a cost of business. These pirates are not really a super impressive force. If you were to put a dozen semi-trained guys on a freighter and just, consider it the cost, add that cost of shipping. So now instead of, shipping your stuff, instead of it costing $10 million for this whole freaking ship of cars coming across the world, now it costs $10 million, 15,000, whatever. That was my original idea. But if they're going after, little 30-foot sailing yachts with old couples from Washington State on them, I guess I don't even know how military presence works. Like, can they really be that effective at preventing this sort of thing from happening? I don't think they can. And
I think you could set a destroyer in front of the port of Somalia, and as soon as one looks crazy, you hit it with the big guns.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be easy to pick out. They're going to be all over there with peg legs and fucking birds on their shoulders going, "Yar!" Those are the ones you shoot. Those are the ones you shoot.
Get this.
No, you just stop and you do a gun check.
I've been watching Whale Wars lately. Are you guys familiar with the show Whale Wars?
That guy's a cocksucker.
No. He is. Dude, Whale Wars, first of all, let me go off on Whale Wars. If I was a whaler, I would just do laps around that Shepherd of the Sea thing and let them all kill themselves. These are the most incompetent pirates in the world. Every time they go after the whalers, they like fall in the water. And this is like the Arctic Ocean, by the way. The water temperature is like 33. There's icebergs all over the place, and these jackasses fall in the water constantly. If you watch what is the crabbing one? World's Most Dangerous Catch, right? If you watch that, these guys aren't falling in the water every freaking episode. Like, and the seas are a lot rougher. Yet these guys on Whale Wars.
You know why?
Because they're idiots. They're complete morons.
All right. The difference is the guy on Deadliest Catch. Those guys are like, I hate to use the word seamen, but they are. You know what I'm trying to say here.
The captain of Deadliest Catch died today, right?
Not today.
Well, that kind of sucks. But
he died 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
The heavy one with the brown hair?
The one with the beard.
Yep. Yeah, he's been dead.
Oh. Yeah. But the guys who are manning the Sea Shepherd or whatever and like trying to like deal with these Japanese whalers, it's just a bunch of hippies on a big boat, man. That's all it is.
Absolutely, man. So and their like big tactic is throwing bottles of stinky stuff at a 300-foot long whaling ship. Like, really? Yeah. You know that's your big idea? And but I swear, if I was a whaler, I would just freaking get them to engage me all the time and let them kill themselves until the problem was solved. Because every time they fall in the water, they miss. They're throwing. I watched today. They were throwing these bottles at the ship, and they're missing by like 150 feet. Like,
these guys can't throw.
Some of them, like, they could earlier in the first season, but now I'm looking at this and dude, I have never missed anything by 150 feet. If I'm gonna fall 150 feet short, I know that in advance. Like, you don't see me throwing shit, being like, all right, I got a football in my hand, it's 120 yards away, I'll give it a go.
That was nowhere near it. Oh, yeah.
I'll be like, you're gonna have to get me closer because I can't throw a football all that far.
And the interesting thing about it is, they go out in the middle of the Arctic or whatever, and they only bring like one box of that shit. They're like, "Oh, we're out."
Oh, I know.
I'm like,
where can you see this at?
It's
Animal
on Netflix.
Planet or on Netflix.
It's on Netflix, man. Yeah, they bring like a dozen bottles of stinky stuff. They miss with half of them. The other half, whatever, lands on the side of a wall. And by the way, they're trying to make outdoors stink. I'm no expert.
You're in the Arctic on the deck of a ship where they slaughter fucking whales. You really gonna hurt those guys?
What kind of ship do they have?
They've got butyric acid, which is like rancid butter.
No, I'm saying, what kind of ship are they using?
What kind of ship?
They've got a nice ship.
It breaks. It breaks constantly. Every other episode, they're like, "Oh, motor turned off again. What the hell's wrong now?"
I was wondering, these Japanese harpooners, they could just put a harpoon in the side of you, sink your ass in the Arctic Ocean. Nobody's gonna care.
They typically stay non-violent, but
yeah, so the Japanese don't fuck with them. The Japanese.
I'm just saying, but it's a possibility. Who's going to go out there
have it perfect? These guys are going to kill themselves.
The Japanese look over at the Sea Shepherd and they're like, "Sea Shepherd, number one asshole. They don't know what they're doing." They're like, they're not worried about him at all, man. Seriously. Somebody asked me in the chat box, what is my solution to whaling? What the fuck you need a solution for whaling for? They're allowed by international law to kill so many a year. Let them kill them. It's not like they're people. They're
it's not
whales.
like we're using them like candles anymore.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The Industrial Revolution never would have kicked off without whale oil. All right? We wouldn't be where we are today without slaughtering the fuck out of those whales to almost extinction. So, be happy for dead whales. Dead whales equal good times for us.
So, I'm not actually in favor of killing whales. I kind of disagree
no, neither am I.
With your philosophy.
Speaking of whaling, I bet that would have been something fun to do back in the day.
This has come from the guy who wants to go slaughter a fucking lion in Africa.
No, I'm not talking about like doing it as an everyday job, go 6-7 months. But just think about that, being in that little ass fucking rowboat. You got this spear in your hand, and you see this 60-ton creature in front of you, big as the boat you just got off of, and you got to stick something in it. It's like,
I wouldn't want any part of that. I've always wanted to make a good Moby Dick movie because the book's so good.
They did make a good Moby Dick movie.
Hold on. We were talking about how to handle the pirates, around Cape Horn. After watching the Sea Shepherd, naval hot pursuit is hilarious. They're like, all right, they're 14 miles away. So one boat's going like 16 knots, the other boat's going like 15 and a half knots, and he's like, we're making ground on them. We should catch them in like 17 hours. It's just
and they play the really dramatic music, like dun 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 dun,
and the guy looking out at the sea with his hair blowing.
Yeah, exactly. But if you stop and think, you're like, dude, they're not even gonna get near that boat till tomorrow.
That's totally what happens. Like this naval version of, I'm used to cars chasing each other, where one's going 90, the other's going like 120. Things are crazy. They're going around corners. Pedestrians are diving toward the sidewalks. The naval version of the same thing is a total snooze fest. They're chasing each other in 300 feet long ships, and they don't go anywhere. And they all go the same speed, and they're like, oh, this one's incredibly mobile. It can turn in like 9 football fields. I'm like, really? It's cracking me up. But with all I've learned about whale wars, and by the way, I am as good a naval admiral as I am like a doctor from watching ER. But from what I've learned on whale wars, you can't really patrol a giant area. It's actually still difficult to find these ships, to locate them, and you can't get from one place to another very quickly. So it seems like a little pirate that's just striking out at any random boat going across is actually a pretty difficult and expensive thing to police. So I don't know what the answer is there.
Yeah. I think, and somebody just said it in the chat box, use satellites. It seems like they should be able to use satellites to do that. I know I've got a friend I was talking to the other day.
They use these little fishing boats, though. They use these little fishing boats. So what happens is these identical fishing boats are sitting there doing legit business all day long. And then one fishing boat goes outside where you'd expect someone to normally fish, but they're not necessarily doing anything wrong quite yet. Like, that happens too. But then one of these guys outside the normal fishing area suddenly becomes a pirate, and now you've got a situation on your hands. It would be difficult to use your Star Wars system to kill every fishing boat because it's just really hard to police. It's a tough problem to solve.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll tell you what.
Why can't we just put trackers on all boats?
What?
Well, you can't put on their boats?
No, I'm
You're
just
talking
saying.
about putting trackers on every Somalian fishing boat?
Yes.
Oh, that's retarded, man.
How's that retarded? Putting tags on a fucking bear's ear to keep track of them in a major fucking wildlife reserve. You can't make a pirate or a fisherman buy a fucking $10 tracker and put it on his boat.
They're going to take it off when they go to pirate a ship, man.
Guess what? When the shit comes off, red flag goes up.
How do you know it's off? They'll just tear the console out of the boat. That's not the solution. I'll tell you what they are doing now. A lot of people who are going out there, and it's what you mentioned earlier, Woody. They're hiring basically mercenaries to go with them, and it's $1,000 a day. I know someone who was offered $1,000 a day to go on a trip to there and back for the boat, and it was going to be several weeks. But he didn't go. I don't know why he didn't go because he's the kind of guy that would love to shoot him some people.
I'd invest in the fucking machine gun. Just go right there and bolt one up.
This guy doesn't need to invest.
Oh man, I got another topic.
Go ahead.
All right. It seems that revolutionaries in Israel are using Muslim dating sites to influence men to become revolutionaries. They're pretending to be women, and the reason they can get away with this is because Muslim dating sites have a category of how much of your face you show, like cloth-wise.
So let me get this
sometimes
picture straight.
I like to do? I go to these Muslim dating sites, and of course they're all dressed like ninjas, right? You can only see their eyes. And then I pick the one that I would want, just based on their eyes alone. I'm like, all right, so I've got like a dozen ninjas in here. She looks like she'd get down. Go ahead.
It's kind of a good look, though. Sometimes you see their eyes. Here's the thing. When all you can show your eyes, they really accentuate their eyes. They'd be like, la 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 la, and blinking, and you're like, damn, that's nice. Them some nice eyes she got.
Yeah. For all I know, she looks like a hippopotamus.
Any of you think it's easier? Any of you think it's easier to get fooled by some eyes that look sexy or a voice that sounds sexy?
Oh, the eyes could fool you easy.
You think more than the voice?
Usually, good voice, good looking chick. Like I would say about. I could say you could usually tell by the voice. It's usually on par. You usually don't hear like a nice voice and you get there and it's like.
You don't think that's happened to a few guys?
Oh, I know it's happened. Not from personal experience, but I'm sure. I'm just saying. That's a lot more commonplace for like, I'm sure there's been plenty of situations where like somebody shows up and is like, "Sir, I'd like to date your daughter." And he's like, "This is Esmeralda." And she's like blinking over there. He's like, "Esmeralda looking nice." Esmeralda like takes that thing off and it's just, yeah, she's like snaggle-toothed and like...
So help me understand this. So guys are dressing like girls on these dating sites, and they're doing what? They're trying to turn them somewhere?
Trying to turn them into revolutionaries. Like, they're like, if you really like me, you'll do this for me, so on and so forth.
Oh, so they do have to pull off the voice as well.
Well, it's basically a text-based. I don't know if you ever used a dating site. It's all text-based.
No, I haven't. I
just got to post a picture of your face, and then you got to put a profile, and then you go
What would
text each
the
other back
picture
and
of the
forth.
face look like, though? It needs to be just a ninja.
Just like Woody said, it looked like a bunch of ninjas lined up.
Like they got searched by just eye color. That's the only search they got.
Yeah. Eye color.
Just eye color, right? It gives them all this detail, like hazel.
Oh, I like
brown.
that one there. It's light brown. No, the one with the dark. Nah, man, the one with the dark brown eyes. Go with her.
They got like 10 different shades of brown to choose
Yeah.
from.
You got to get the big box of crayons to understand the difference.
Oh, wait, we're sitting there making fun of Muslim women. Muslim women, we love you. I was trying to get my brother to get one.
You're trying to get your brother to get a Muslim woman?
Yeah,
what's the appeal?
I'm like, Kenna, you get these American girls, they think they're hot shit watching TV and drinking water and Coke and all this shit. Get a Muslim girl. She wash your feet and be happy about it.
Dude, all women have issues, man.
I don't like where it's going at all.
So here's the deal. Like, not that I'm the greatest world traveler, but a little bit, right? So, like, American women, here's my general thought on this. They've got a little bit of sass in them, right? You know, that they want to be treated as equals. I get that. But they're also freaking one of the hardest working women on the planet. You know, American women will sit there, they outwork men oftentimes. They have their own full-time job. They come home, they do more than their share around the house. They do more than their share raising kids. This is like a really common American woman life that they've got going on. So when you sit there and say, look at this, you know, they don't rub my feet. Well, dude, she probably kicked your ass in terms of workload that day. So you chill a little bit.
I don't know what women you find in Woody.
My wife works hard, man. She doesn't actually have like a paying job outside the house, but she homeschools, she cleans, she cooks, she's my support system. She earns, you know, her keep. And then like Dominican Republic, I've been there a lot. The knock on Dominican Republic women is that like the minute they hook you, they get heavy and they want to be treated like a total queen. Like they're the opposite of what you're looking for. They want to be praised.
But see, Muslim women are used to being dirt. If you treat them a little bit better than dirt,
I knew it was going here.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, we're talking
Woody's
about
gamer tag and FPS Kyle in no way support the views of Wings of Redemption. he is in and unto himself a separate entity, as are his opinions.
All right,
Please
NASA.
continue.
Go ahead, Wings. NASA. Let's talk about women of the world. What do you think? American women, are they the bomb?
Well, as far as looks?
No. As far as, you know, the whole package, the partnership material. So I've often heard Japanese women being, you know, the sort of cream of the crop there, right? Like, how do you say adventurous sexually without sounding
promiscuous?
All dirty? Nah, I'm not
dirty,
going for that.
Wars.
I'm just going for being down.
Kimmy J, help me out here. Kimmy J.
Right? So anyway, Japanese women are known for having, like, you know, a full-on sex drive and an adventurous spirit, right? So they've got that part on lockdown. They're hard workers. They're beautiful. And they treat their man well. Like that, I've often heard them described as the cream of the crop in terms of, like, the full partnership material thing. But no one outworks American women. I guess it just depends on what you're looking for.
Well, you can get
Talk
your
to me,
Russian
NASA.
girl that will
Why don't you just stay at home?
Russian
Stay at
girl.
home and just go American.
I hear you. That you could do a lot worse than American
I
Women.
mean, remember, I'm
Good
from New
stuff
York,
right there.
man. So it's like I'm used to women, making things happen around here.
Yeah, you definitely,
What was
you
I gonna
definitely don't want
say?
a British women one because most of them can't drive.
Russian women. The thing with Russian women, I know a handful of them, born to fight. You know, they're just freaking born to fight. If you want that, you can get that. Like, there are guys who are just totally equipped.
We had this.
That's how they want to be. I think that you even said that was what you were looking for one time, right?
We had this Russian girl where I used to work at. She was like an intern. And she's one that told me that if you get a Russian girl to like you, she's going to like you to the day she dies. They're like loyal dogs. I mean, that's the way she put it. That's the exact word she used.
Yeah, I had a Russian girl that liked me once. And I was actually dating my wife at the time, but I was going to night school, and she was in my class with me. And she would always give me this, like unwanted attention. Like, she'd compliment my calves and stuff like that when we were walking down the stairs. But while we got along and talked in class, never touched her, I swear to God. I would see her like fight with every other student in class and sit there and like if the professor said anything that was like remotely off target or even grammar was wrong, she was freaking on him. She was on him, just like fighting was her modus operandi. And I was like, my goodness, imagine a life with a girl like this. That it wouldn't be for me, but it might be for someone else. Maybe someone else is just really comfort with that level.
And
of
Muslims,
conflict.
the other end of the spectrum, they're very submissive.
Oh, wait. Someone ban Mr. Bully for me. Thank you.
Ban anybody that says fuck wings or even uses the word fat.
That guy said F Woody's wife. That's unacceptable.
Oh yeah, that's not nice.
So, I lost my train of thought. But anyway, so the women around the world, my observation has been they all have pros and cons, and pick the ones that have the strengths that you're looking for.
This is going to be the rated R. I gotta say it though.
I knew a Bosnian girl one time, and she was a really mean cunt, but goddamn, she was hot.
I don't think a Muslim one would ever be mean.
What's your rated R thing, Wings? You've got.
Oh, I was going to say Muslim women. They'll do anything in the world for you, but they got a hairy bush.
It's my expectation that the whole grooming thing is a joint decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're allowed to groom, just like men are not allowed to shave their beards.
Well, I don't think there is a strict of an inspection process with that, though. So,
yeah, I'm that seems like the sort of thing that if she's at all reasonable, could be worked out between man and wife there. But yeah, the whole landscaping issue you've got going on down there, that's a joint decision. What does he want? What does she want? What can you live with?
But like you're talking about a place where they come from, where if a man, they literally as punishment, they'll shave your beard off to shame you.
But they're not looking at my sack. So here I'm gonna share.
we need a new topic. Badly.
No. This topic's about to get good. My wife would be like, hey, let's go bald. Let's shave it all off. And I'm like, baby, I'm in the middle of hockey season. Can't we wait till 3 weeks from now? And yeah, can. So that's the kind of negotiation that you can do.
All right,
because I'd feel awkward in the locker room looking like an 8-year-old. Well, an 8-year-old that hangs down to his knee.
Yeah.
I knew this was going somewhere I didn't want to go.
All right, let's stay in the same train of thought of revolutionaries.
No!
Egypt has turned off internet and cell phone access to the whole country.
I think Egypt's old news. It's on Libya now.
What the hell? This just happened, though.
They turned off their internet weeks ago, man. Libya's the place. Libya's where they're like massacring the people.
I'm looking at the wrong news sites then. All right, Amazon and Netflix are competing now since Amazon is releasing their own line of stream movies online. They offer 6,000 right now compared to what Netflix is. I don't know, huge number. But Amazon is freer, and they give it free of charge with a premium membership.
It's Amazon Prime, right? So if you guys aren't familiar with Amazon Prime, you get like free overnight shipping, or maybe it's free 2-day shipping on anything. So right now, if you buy something for like more than $25, Amazon ships it free. With Prime, you can sit there and pick up like tubes of toothpaste and get free shipping. They just drop that stuff to your house. And so they're going to start throwing in movies. Now, the library selection is just getting started. But it's interesting. I'm on the lookout. Like, my house, we don't even have like cable or anything. But I've told this story before. But what the deal was is my daughter started acting like Hannah Montana. If you guys have ever seen that show, she's like sassy. She does a neck wag or something. And I'm like, freaking Hannah got the band hammer blocked. And we canceled the cable to my house. Like, that just can't happen. So now we have Netflix, and it's kind of cool. It's a little more planned. It's not like the steady background noise that is on in a house all the time. And if Amazon starts being a competitor, we'll look at it.
Now here's a question. If Amazon starts being a competitor to Netflix, I've already heard concerns that Netflix is using so much bandwidth up in the United States that other countries won't allow it in there because other countries put gig bans on how much you can use a month and such. What do you think that would do to the internet as a whole?
It would be, if they were to start putting bandwidth limits on like how we use stuff, it would stifle innovation. It'd be a really, really bad idea. Like, it's a smarter idea to improve our infrastructure than to start stifling our innovation. Imagine them just crippling the highway system and then hoping that, commerce and transit actually happens in the same way it did before. It would be ridiculous and it would be stupid. I don't think they're going to do it. The
guy said Canada just integrated a 75 gig a month on the basic packages.
That lasted like 3 days before the protests were so crazy that they undid it.
How did countries like Australia get away with it, though?
I don't know.
I couldn't fathom having a certain amount I could use a month. I would use it up in 2 days, and then
that'd be no good.
All right, let's see. I actually got one more topic. Well, two more topics.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one's kind of null and void. Let's just go into the last one. They're doing a YouTube film called The Chronicles of Rickroll, and they're getting a bunch of YouTube celebrities such as Antonio Dotson, the Double Rainbow guy, Mr. Guitar Man, to be in the film. Do you think we should be in the film?
I don't think so, no.
I could maybe make when you say we, I'm talking about the podcast. Maybe Russia, and especially if the film was like next year and not already. But I could see Russia getting there. The other question is, should there be anyone from like our community in there? And I wonder, like a C. Nanners or a Hutch. I could see that.
If they did one of those things where it was like, they showed up. It depends how long the film is. If they're doing a 1 minute thing, then yeah. If they're doing a 10-second thing, then no.
Doing a documentary film is an hour and a half.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I thought you were talking about like a video.
No. This is a film that you'll probably see on Netflix.
Oh yeah, somebody from Machinima should be on there, man. It's the second most viewed channel on all of YouTube. For those of you who don't know, number 1 is Vivo, number 2 is Machinima. So somebody should represent Machinima in that thing.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Put Mr. Sark in there, and everybody will be happy.
Oh, that's a good choice, and he would do a good job too.
Now put my ass in there. I'm gonna pay for my house this year off of YouTube. The hell. Oh man. All right. Anybody else got anything? I'm fresh out here.
You did great though. NASA, have you tried 3D gaming yet?
No, I don't even want to try it, to be honest with you.
What are you thinking about it? Why not?
I don't know. I don't really want to. I'm not trying to feel like I'm really in 3D in my house like that. Like, there's sometimes you should just want to go outside to experience that. Like,
you're afraid of
I don't want my TV. I don't want my TV to try to take over real life.
They have 3D
like,
outside.
I don't want my TV to feel like it's somebody with me in the living room. Like the commercials, they always got like the athlete sitting next to them, like 3D TV. It's like they're right with you. I'm like, you could just go outside.
That's what I always say about like Madden football. People are like, yeah, man, you can play. The new Madden's about to come out. Don't you want to play? I'm like, dude, I went to Walmart last week. I got a football. Guess what? It's like the real thing. Like, I don't get it. Like, I guess, you get to control Peyton Manning or whoever you want to play as, but seriously, go out back with your buddy and throw a football. Not only we get some exercise, but it's fun.
You know what's funny? I just thought about. I don't even know why this even popped up to my head. Would you go to a like a paintball range that it had the maps from like the Call of Duty series?
Oh yeah, that'd be badass.
You think you'd be good at it if since it was based on? The
oh yeah, they'd be so fucked. They'd be so fucked. I'd be the rock.
Like,
I'm like, oh, I'm doing the rock glitch. I'm doing the rock glitch.
But you would only be able to do like search and destroy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How would you spawn? You can't kill a guy and be like, all right, go back somewhere and hide, and then come back out.
Well, I mean, it's funny you mentioned that because there's a place called CPX Sports in just outside of Chicago, and they're remaking Bog from COD 4 there.
Oh wow!
Bog?
But that's pretty basic. That's a pretty basic map.
Yeah. They're gonna have Bog there, and it's gonna be. I don't know if the spawn traps will be as good, but it's gonna be fun either way.
Hey, you guys want to hear my?
They tried to recreate that carnival map.
Oh, that'd be. Oh, not that. No, I don't ever want
Carnival. They're going to put Carnival on Black Ops? Is that what you just said?
No, I said if they had a paintball field.
I was
same
like...
as the maps.
That is one of the worst maps in Call of Duty history. I'm like, they picked that?
That map first came out. It'd go to the score limit, and the score would be like 1,800 to 1,900.
It's so campy. It was awful.
And then once they found that little missile house or that little rocket house, we like ended the whole match.
Yeah,
you guys want to hear my perk ideas for Modern Warfare 3?
No.
No? How about the stream? You want to hear the perk ideas?
Say no.
I'm looking at the stream. Get in the mix. All right, they said yes.
You fucking assholes.
What do you like about my perk ideas, Kyle? Come on now.
All right, come on. They're not going to work, but I'll listen to them.
They're not going to work.
First of all, I think you're going to hit up with the Juggernaut suit. If you go back to one of our dual commentaries from over a year ago, that was my idea. Just saying.
Oh. Yeah, Juggernaut suit is an idea. Second tier perks. Juggernaut, stopping power, cold-blooded, hardline, and flak jacket. All right, here's the way it works. Flak jacket pro no longer is the napalm crap. It's attack mass pro. Makes you immune to all secondary grenades and explosives. All right, it gives us a second tier perk. Stopping power pro will be danger close pro for Modern Warfare 2. Kill streaks will basically do more damage. Juggernaut will make you immune to 2 knife hits, but the Juggernaut suit will be on you. So if like a sniper sees you, he knows to aim high. Flak jacket, I just explained it, and hardline. Hardline is what it usually is, but the pro version is stackable kill streaks. It allows you to stack them, and cold blood is just like it always is. Cold blooded. So that makes people choose: do they want stronger bullets and stronger kill streaks, quicker kill streaks that can stack? Do they want to be protected from grenades or any kind of bullshit? Do they want to be protected from air support? Or do they just want extra health and be protected in close range engagements?
So
if those were the perks, after a week, everybody would be using the Hardline Pro. Because
I don't think so.
As it is now, everybody just goes into ground war to get their streaks. So if they could just get stackable streaks, you could get them kill streaks like 15 times over.
Yeah, but you'd be playing at a disadvantage still. Even if everybody runs hardline,
somebody stopping power will beat you straight up. If you had like a napalm 5 kill streak, ground war that could get you 3 kills. So you wouldn't run the stackable kill streak, take you right to your 8th to the Blackbird, and then or not Blackbird, get the Rolling Thunder and use that in the ground war. You go from Rolling Thunder to whatever's the highest kill streak.
Yeah, but that's an idea. But you still got to get there, and to get there, you got to go through all the people with stopping power.
Oh, but people in ground war, when you got everything covered up the way it is,
yeah, a good player can do this. Yes, a good player can do this, but a good player can do this on Modern Warfare 2, and it didn't happen that often with stopping power.
Oh, but the noobs would hate playing ground war now.
All right, and here's the idea for the other perks. Like I had some idea for some other perks. Like the reconnaissance perk should come back. Here's what the reconnaissance perk should do. It should show like where everything drops, such as care packages, artilleries, airstrikes, all the kill streaks where they would drop on the map. That would be the regular version of it. The pro version of it would be like when somebody shot their gun, their red dot would stay on the mini-map longer. What do you think about that?
I'd use that. Well, no, I probably wouldn't use that.
Because that's a third tier perk, and I figured I'd put sit rep on the first tier, and that would give you, the regular bomb squad thing, louder footsteps, and the ability to hack care packages.
I think I think I'm still stuck on the Hardline Pro thing. I think it's too powerful. I think it's the only thing that people will want to run.
Yeah, in Ground War, yeah.
Dude, here's
However,
the fact.
I could see this. I could see having a playlist where kill streaks stacked and where they didn't.
Here, let me go ahead and defend Hardline Pro. First off, stopping power is going to be the number one perk. I don't care regardless because one, you can get that Rolling Thunder, which is an 8 kill streak, and go right up the gunship. I'm just using these as examples. Or you could get that same 8 kill streak with stopping power over here, and have a Rolling Thunder that does twice as much damage, and have the ability to beat the cold blooded guy and the hardline guy in every gunfight you walk into.
I've got to say, if I were making the next Call of Duty, I would, instead of continually complicating things and making things, tearing off over and over, because we keep like making these new categories, and then that category breaks into 2 subcategories, and each of those categories break into the way we've got the equipment and the secondaries and the secondary attachments. I think we need to take a couple steps back. Now, I know I've said this a ton of times, and a bunch of people have, and a lot of people feel this way, but Call of Duty 4 was pretty close to perfect, besides for a few things with the grenades and things like martyrdom. Other than that, it was about as close to perfect as we've been.
There's a challenge there. Like, I don't know what Wings was about to say, but I'm thinking this. COD 4 was really good. Everyone sort of used it as the peak. But if you were to release COD 4 again, then by November people would be saying this.
Yeah, people would be like, "Wow, this game has no."
I'm saying it would be boring as shit. I mean, literally, if COD 4 came out right now, I would play it maybe a month.
Yeah, and everyone would say that it's repetitive and boring.
I've done this before.
A lot of times people want to bring back an old game and then they get it back and it's like, it's all right.
I love the customizable kill streaks. I love that addition to the game. I love the addition of pro perks. I pretty much loved almost everything Modern Warfare brought into the game except for the grenade launchers.
Yep. Yeah, the fact that you can replenish the grenade launcher ruined that game. If in COD 4, if you ran a noob tube, it took your first perk slot, and that meant there was no scavenger, there was no bandolier, I guess scavenger wasn't in COD 4, was it? But there was no bandolier, and you couldn't replenish those things. If it took the first perk slot in Modern Warfare 2, that would mean no scavenger, and it would have fixed that game. And it would have meant no one-man army if it took the first perk slot.
And that's the reason you're considering Hardline Pros overpowered, but you got to think back in Modern Warfare 2, you could have stopping power and stackable kill streaks. I wanted the idea of having non-stackable kill streaks in the game, but only one perk gave them to you. And the reason I've given this one perk is such a big pro advantage is to compensate so stopping power doesn't dominate the second tier like it's did in every other game.
I have another idea. It's not actually my idea. It came from the stream. Instead of Hardline Pro stacking the kill streaks, how about it cycles the kill streaks? So you could theoretically run like UAV counter napalm.
That would probably make more sense. That way, even if you keep getting it over, because you could easily just kill yourself. So you would use that just to avoid having to die, where you could just keep on going.
Yep.
But then at the same time, like somebody like me, if I had on hardline and then I was running 3, 4, 5. And potentially in one life, I get like 4 UAVs and like 3 counter UAVs.
How about we make a compromise? We'll do that, but
that'd be kind of overpowered in one life to get 4 UAVs.
Yeah, like 4 UAVs, it'd be pretty sweet.
It's like I got a Blackbird for 2 minutes.
It also implies, you're getting probably a napalm or a care package or something like that in that loop as well. That'd be pretty neat, Hardline Pro, but you'd still be earning it. Like. It wouldn't be that rich gets richer situation that.
Yeah, I think I had a machinima post before, or not, or no, I think it might have been on my page. I said the smart thing to do if you're trying to help your team win, would be to just always kill yourself after your last kill streak. Like if you was really playing like competitive, unless you were trying to like hold down positions on the map. But let's say if you finish getting your last UAV and you're still killing guys from your spot. Or you could just use tactical insertion and then kill yourself. That way you'd be able to keep getting your team more UAVs, more counters, more whatever you're using. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you said, the only hard part is you give up map position. Like, you think to yourself, dying doesn't matter, who cares? Except that it takes like 30 seconds to get back where you were, and that can be pretty critical.
No, that's why I said if you use it like with a tactical insertion.
Oh, yeah, I get that. I didn't even think of that.
Well, here's the thing. The reason I want stackable kill streaks back is because of the launchers. I say we get rid of the on your back launchers and have the Sam Turk kill streak the only way to get air support down.
I have a different idea. See that I agree the launchers, there's so many launchers in the new game. I've started running sentry gun because a chopper gunner or like a gunship, a 9 kill streak, it's become worth about 3 kills to me. Like I can get that with a sentry gun.
3 kills? You getting good ones.
You know, every now and then you get one of those super gunships, but for the most part they stink. What would be a better idea to get rid of all the launchers would be to bring back shotgun secondaries, bring back machine pistols. If you have alternatives to, like, right now, I think the best secondary other than
I don't like the idea.
You know
of
what?
shotgun
Though?
secondary.
Yeah, that's like saying
Black Ops.
people
You could run shotgun secondaries in Black Ops
You can?
with I don't know if you've seen it. The video I had just posted with the Scout Pro, because one of my subs had mentioned this. If you just start off your first life with, let's say, the Spaz, the first guy did you even hear about the Scout Pro, what I was talking about or explaining before?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, basically, Scout Pro, it lets you pick up guns, equip them,
Super
equip
fast.
the equipment. Yeah, it's like basically like sleight of hand, and switch guns also. Like if it's like every gun, like if you pick up a Galil, you'll be able to pull it out like as fast as a pistol. So, one of my subs said if you run Scout Pro, all you got to do is spawn with a Spaz, get 1 kill, and then pick up, let's say, like a Galil. And now you got a Galil with a shotgun secondary that comes out as fast as a pistol.
Yeah, Holiday Doc did a video too saying Scout Pro was kind of underappreciated. People think of it as a sniper's thing, but it can be a little bit like sleight of hand. You know, of course.
Yeah,
like
because
so,
you never
so
have
let's
to.
say,
Sleight of hand, but you got to switch guns.
right, but since you often have 2 primaries because you pick them up so nicely, that you know you can if you empty your clip, you can just switch guns.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, let's say if you're
you
somebody
can
who
reload.
uses a long range, or let's say if you're somebody who uses let's say you want to fight long range, you could start off with a Spaz, get that 1 kill, and then always have that backup, and not necessarily always be worried about moving since you have, let's say, a sniper or an assault rifle, or M16 or something.
But what I was getting at before, though, is I think the reason so many people run launchers is they find pistols are so hard to aim. There's like your sensitivity is like 10 when you have a pistol. I have a hard time killing a guy unless I'm like in the same room panicking him down. So so people run like a Lol or a Strela. Is it Strela? Instead. So if there were better secondaries, like a shotgun secondary, something that could actually compete with the usefulness of the launchers, then maybe not everyone will be running launchers all the time.
I'm going to sound like a greedy fuck here. I don't think a person that's going 2-16 should have access to anything that kills my kill streak.
Of course, right? I don't think people whose gamer tags that don't start with W should be doing well in this game.
No, I'm serious. You should be able to put together a 4 kill streak to take something down.
I
Maybe
kind of agree.
have Strela as like a kill streak itself.
I kind of want to.
You would have to make Strela like a 1 kill streak.
No, it could be like a 3 or 4.
I kind of feel
No,
the
because
same
nobody
way.
would use that. People are too selfish.
I'd use that. You don't want anybody.
People don't use
your-
Strela now, and it's Sam Turret now, and it's unlimited. It's like unlimited Strelas, and nobody uses it now. So who would
I
use
like to
a
run
kill
it.
streak? Who would use a kill streak to get 1 Strela?
NASA's good at this, man. Like, he's
I'm
not
just
really
saying,
good at talking
how-
about being gay, but you bring up COD, and he's like, oh no, he's freaking Dr. COD.
Yeah, well, it's all I do really is like Call of Duty, my girl, and sports. But you guys don't watch sports, so
But I just don't agree. A guy going 2-16 should not be able to shoot my shit down. He should have to put together a kill streak.
I agree. Like, I feel bad when somebody who's 2-16, like you said, like shoots down when I've rushed around and gotten my chopper gun or whatever. It doesn't seem like it's right. I'm sorry.
Another thing, kill streak should not.
But just give them a hell of a lot of flares. Just give everything like a 3 or 4.
Another thing,
flares.
when you shoot kill streaks down, you shouldn't get rewarded points. You should get rewarded. It's not there no more.
I agree with that. No, there shouldn't be points for shooting.
Or
down
you should get
choppers.
as much flares as enemies are on the other team. So like if you're playing ground war, it's 9 players, you get 4 flares. If you're playing a team deathmatch of 6 people, you only get 3 flares.
Yeah, you know what? They keep upping, like I said, the tiers of customization. How about I customize my kill streaks? How about my chopper gunner gets a bigger cannon than yours? Or I can have
like
more
how they got
flares.
attachments, you would attach more flares or more fire on the rockets or something.
And you know what, like whiteboard
You can get
is with like
you can
8
put an
guns on it.
attachment to extend the length of the kill streak.
I don't know about a lot of y'all, but I play Call of Duty to pound motherfuckers with the kill streaks. That's what I find fun. And the fact is, like, good example, I was in a TDM today with Jeff. It was just me and him playing. It was a blow. I was like 6,800 to like 2,000. I go into the chopper gunner.
Jeff? Which Jeff?
No, Jeff. I DJ Jazzy Jeff. He's a guy on my friends list.
All right.
But we're blowing them out. It's like 6,800 to 2,000 or something. I go in a chopper gunner at 6,800 kills, and they shoot it down. It's like, why?
Yeah, I started to just expect that. You know, when I get a chopper gunner, I think, all right, this is probably 3 free kills.
I'm the same thing. I clench my butt cheeks together, and I wait for it. Dee, 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 dee.
The thing is, when I remember Modern Warfare 2, that game was so much about the air power. It was more about the air power than map control, than objectives and whatever. You could sit there and have a team sort of locked down. But one camper in the corner would turn the thing around because he sat in his own spawn looking out a window and made his way to 5 kills, which got him to 7, which got him to 11. And now all of a sudden, the guy has a thing up there, and all he did was shoot 5 people from a window, camping.
But guess what? That also made the games more competitive. When's the last time you've had a competitive game on Black Ops? I know it's going to take you a while.
One of the problems with that is, for some reason, Black Ops doesn't fill empty lobbies like Modern Warfare 2 did.
Well, even if they fill empty lobbies, like, I go through 4 or 5 teams a game. If I got a win for every team I beat in game before the game ended, I'd have like 6,000 wins.
Yeah, and that's how it is sometimes. Like, there's not. They need to make a system where they punish those people for leaving.
Yeah, I gave the idea for the system.
Dude, I've got the other side of that, Kyle. It wasn't actually my idea. I read it on Reddit, but they should reward people for sticking in games. So here's a hypothetical. I join a domination game by myself. My team is losing 160 to 15, and there's air power up and all that kind of nonsense. Here's what I want. I want this loss to not count on my record. If my KD is below my current KD, I want it to not impact my KD. I want some sort of 5,000 XP bonus. Go ahead. All that stuff is free. Who the heck cares? Reward people for not quitting in these games.
I can deal with that.
You can't do that because if they don't connect players to the match, you'd be in a ground war against one guy for like 12 minutes.
But
he's saying let's say the players that don't leave.
Yeah,
because people will still quit anyway. People will be like, I'm out of here. They're not going to keep getting beat for just XP.
But do this, right?
And the one guy who does, it'll just be that one guy against the whole team.
Hear it out, right? Let's say that the things get totally lopsided. All of a sudden, it's 9-on-3 in ground war. They drop 3 more people in, 5 more people in. Those guys get a reward for sticking around. Hook them up. Make them want to stay.
So basically, if you come
you mean for the connecting players?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you join a hopeless game, instead of those guys
the players
leaving,
already in the game.
Nah, if they're already in the game, they earn their loss. But the ones that join the hopeless game, give them someone called it the Trooper Challenge.
I guess that makes sense.
5,000 XP for being the Trooper. Hook them up. Just make it so that the guys on the winning team aren't like triple capping, wishing their domination game would end faster.
I think they should incorporate a forfeit button for the other team.
Mercy rule.
Yeah, mercy rule. I've said that before. I said that going into World at War.
Yep.
There needs to be a mercy rule in Call of Duty. If you beat a team so badly, the game forfeits automatically for
And the game should and Ice Cube should be like, y'all fucked up. And that should be the end of the game.
I mean, if you jump out on domination and you hit 100 before they hit like 40, that game's done. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, for real. It'd be funny if like they stuck in there and you just kept fucking them up over and over, and they're like, damn.
Unless they had like a game mode like Mercenary Ground War or something like that, where if you get to a high enough limit of beating them down, you just get the win.
Yeah. You need to do, because they need to do something on the other end of it to keep people from like I seen a Marka J video recently where he was just spawn trapping somebody that couldn't move. Yeah. That doesn't need to happen. It needs to get to a point where these guys can't do nothing. Their back is straight. They got to tap out.
Yeah, I've been playing. Well, I haven't been playing, but the other day I played with some guys that Socrates hooked me up with, and we went into demolition with the the whole goal was to spawn trap. And I'm not talking about spawn trapping where you sit in buildings and wait on them to come down an alley. I'm talking about we let them take one of the bomb sites to extend it to the maximum amount of time. Then we threw down tactical insertions surrounding their spawn, and we all aimed at a spawn point. And we insta-killed them as they spawned. I'm talking, like, guys were getting 150, 200 kills, like, just destroying them. There's, like, air support raining down, mortars, napalm, and these guys are spawning into it. One guy was standing next to the spawn point, stabbing them. Every time they spawn in, stab, 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 stab. It got, like, an 8 stab streak.
On Havana, right?
Oh, like they had it figured out for like most of the maps, but yeah, Havana is the one I was thinking about. Havana, you can really do it.
Yeah, like people accuse me for spawn trapping when I play Demolition. I do it to an extent. Like I'll go right into their spawn, but I never let them capture bombs. I never let them get to the point where everybody's aimed down sighted at a certain point. Mm-hmm. They have more of a chance to break out of it when me playing than somebody like Mark of J. I don't agree with that kind of mentality at all. I mean, when you just can't let the other player play, the game should end right there.
Yeah, there's a problem with the spawns. Nuketown's another one where you can do that. Like if you on demo in Nuketown, you can sit there and watch like 2 or 3, probably about 3 spawns, and they come to life, and you can just stab them. You can insta stab them. They're not even like at the keyboard yet, the virtual keyboard, it's console. Yeah. And yeah, I don't remember that happening in Modern Warfare 2. It seemed like they'd bounce you somewhere else.
But here's the other thing. The reason I play Demolition is because Ghost is really not effective in it at all, because I know where they're coming from. And I pretty much don't have to watch for like my back. And, you know, some people are like, it might make TDM more challenging. It doesn't make it more challenging. It just makes it longer. Like, do you think if me and NASA walks into a TDM, you think that one ghost guy camping in the corner is going to make that kills us 2 or 3 extra times are going to add to the challenge? No, he's just going to piss us off. It's going to make the match that was going to last 4 minutes last 8 minutes. That's why
I guess.
That's why I always fought tooth and nail for Ghost.
I mean, my goal in games has always been like if you just forget it, you know, the kind of videos you put up are going to be different than how you actually feel about the game, because you know how people feel about spawn trapping. But me, man, I love to get them in a spawn trap. I want them to the point where they're just where we're like, oh, they're joining. More people are joining. Oh, they're so fucked.
I just got a full scavenger pack.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's like, all right, they're spawning in now, and everybody drops air support, and it's just like mortars landing on you. They just spawned in. Somebody got stabbed in the neck.
Pack of dogs fully fed.
Yeah. Like that's what's funny to me. I don't care that it's fair or if the other people are enjoying it or if they're never going to play Call of Duty again. I mean, I'm there to have fun, and that's what's fun for me.
Did you have fun doing that? Because I get bored doing that. Like I got into a room before playing demo, and I think we picked Havana like 3 times in a row, and I had like 3 straight games with like 125 kills, and that must have been the most boring like 3 games I've played in a long time.
See, that's
I wasn't doing anything. It was just like aiming. That's it, the whole game.
Yeah, that's all I want anyway. I've said before, my perfect game is me standing, peeking, head glitching over an impenetrable wall, aiming into a box made out of cardboard that they're spawning into with an extended mag M60 and just letting them have it. And they're just like, and they can't leave.
God just wants to see the numbers come up.
I want to see the numbers come up. I want to see 50, 100, 150, 200, 200, and just keep going up.
Ludicrous kill.
Yeah, I want the ludicrous kill. And I want them to not be able to leave. Like they try to press start up A, and it's like, don't be a bitch. And they're like, what the fuck? And then I just keep killing them, and they're like, start up A. Nope, you're going nowhere. God damn it! And they just keep getting mowed down. That's what I want. Like that's what I like. I like spawn killing them. I like pushing them into a spawn. And
I'd like to see some Kyle FFAs again on Modern Warfare 2.
Oh God, don't even say that. I know people want to see that. That shit pisses me off so much. God, Modern Warfare 2's bad.
Those are some good videos.
You think one-on-ones in COD even mean anything?
No, they don't.
You know, I've said this before. To me, a one-on-one in COD,
it's not even, because I would say Halo maybe one-on-one matters.
But hold on, it means just as much as a one-on-one in basketball means. Like, you know, there's certain skills that translate into an actual game, you know, some dribbling skills, some rebounding, whatever. But it's not quite the same as a full team game. Like, it's not to say that it means nothing, because nothing means nothing, absolutely nothing. You know, but, you know, generally the better player will win. But
so you don't think a player, somebody way worse than you, can't just hide behind one wall and never move and have a chance of beating you, even though you're way better than him?
Seriously, now in COD 4, no, they can't. Modern Warfare 2, yeah, they can. Because I've lost maybe a handful of 1v1s in COD 4. I like to play cage match on there. And like I know the map so well, I sound horse so hard, and I just know the ins and outs of the gun. Like I hear the guy reload, and I can tell the difference between a reload on an AK and a fucking like MP5. I'm like, oh, he's got an MP5 over there. Like I've played it that much. Like so, at that point, I know like when we're spawning in on COD 4, I'm like, all right, I'm looking at this brick wall. That means he's in that spawn point. There's a stun flying through the air at him as soon as we spawn in. Like there's just no chance.
Yeah, I was gonna make that point. You could be a great 1v1 player, but Call of Duty, for the most part, is a team-based game, and the guy that might not be as strong a shot as you can beat you every time if he knows where you're going to spawn at just from prior experience.
Yep. I've beaten much better players than I am in COD 4 1v1s just because I played so many COD 4 1v1s. Like, there's one of them I've got uploaded where I shoot the guy with my gun, and then I quickly turn to my left and throw a grenade, and 3 seconds later, he walks to where the grenade is and dies. Because I knew he was going to spawn over there and we have to walk through that doorway.
But the thing is, like, I still think the basketball analogy holds up, Like, if you were to play someone who wasn't good at COD, you'd beat him almost every time, if the skill difference is big enough. Having said that,
but
there's some guys who might be one-on-one specialists.
In basketball, somebody way worse than you, they would never beat you, ever. Like, if you're significantly better than somebody on the court, they'll never beat you, ever.
But you could be a parallel to a guy.
One I'm talking about.
Just freaking let me finish. You could be parallel to a guy in basketball and, trade games one-on-one, but you might be a much better guy in a full-team game.
I don't know, man.
Really?
I'm with you, Woody. I mean, 1v1 skill means little to nothing. I go so far as say aiming in Call of Duty means little to nothing. It matters, but for the most part, it doesn't. Generally, if you have a better position on the guy, you have more time to aim.
So if that's the case, why do you think so many players use sleight of hand? If it's all about just aiming ahead of time, you wouldn't even need to use sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand basically for a lot of people is because they, like me, if I take sleight of hand off, I feel like ADHD kicks and it's like, reload so slow. I mean, but that's for the most part. I asked Onslaught about it. Onslaught said he uses sleight of hand because he can't stand reloading slow. And a lot of sleight of hand does for me is like it helps me out with my bad connection. I have a bad connection. The aim down sight helps me kind of make up for it.
I like sleight of hand. I use pretty much nothing but sleight of hand. I liked it better when it was a red perk.
But here's the thing. If I made a Call of Duty game, that fast aim down sight wouldn't exist. It'd be Scout Pro. Faster reloads, faster weapon switch.
I like faster aim down sights.
Yeah, I bet you do. But if you run to somebody like Sandy Ravage with faster aim down sights, you're fucked every time. It doesn't matter. I mean, it helps a bad connection deal with a little bit better connection, but if a guy's got a fantastic connection, it fucks everybody in the game. You see, like, the game 360 and Sandy Ravage do it on ground war all the time. They go into these ground war games where they might be connected to a New York server with 7 millisecond ping, and they run around like they're the king of the crop, destroying these kids that are on 90 to 130 ping, don't even see the guy shoot on the kill cam. Like, the guy will unload on Sandy, but that don't matter. It ain't going to register on Sandy's console until he's around the corner killing the next guy.
So Sandy's a beast of a player. There's no getting around that, right? He does so well. I saw him go 99-3 on Jungle. I think it was 99. It was 99-3.
Yeah, I'm not doubting Sandy's a fantastic player. I'm just
one
saying.
of the deaths was while he was in the chopper, right? So it was like effectively 99-2. It was amazingly good. But as I watched, it seemed like almost all the people he killed hadn't even turned to shoot him, and it seemed like he had a connection advantage in that game because. I don't know. Like, how often do people not even look toward you, when they're shooting? This guy's sprinting all around. I think that playstyle would be hard to manage on my connection. I want
to go so far as I bet you Sandy has never shot at a guy and then look at the kill cam and never seen his gun go off.
Yeah, now he's a beast of a player. Like, I don't mean to take that away from him. If he was on my connection, he'd be better than me. Like, that's, lay that out there. But if I was on his connection, I'd be better than me too.
I'm gonna say it like this: if Sandy came to my house, sat in this chair, there would be no 99 and 3s on ground war running around.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm headed.
I mean, connection is probably not that well.
Remember when I first started playing with you, and you were watching me play? I think it was like a headquarters.
Yeah.
And I jumped on that guy with the Galil. I put 3 shots into him.
He shot at a guy, right?
And killed me instantly.
I died first, and I was spectating Wings, and he's watching this guy. He's waiting for him. The guy runs across him, so he puts like 3-4 shots into him with a Galil right on him, and I thought he got knifed from somebody at the side, and then I'm like, damn, somebody knifed you? He's like, nah, man, that dude killed me. I was like, nah, he didn't even move. The guy in the sights never moved, and it showed him just straight up shoot Wings.
And when I looked at the kill cam, I never fired a shot at him. It's like, I'm pretty sure he's been in that ballpark a couple
times. If
times.
your connection's that bad, you really can't do much at all.
How did we get on connection anyway?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Sleight of hand pro. Sleight of hand pro.
I was in so Hutch is doing Road to Commander, and I sat there and played on like 2 and 3 bars all the time. I'm regretting some of the videos coming up. Like,
oh yeah,
oh man. Like I played with Juicer one time. I couldn't do that.
I ran Whiner Pro, which makes it so that all my deaths aren't my fault. And I just I just not looking forward to these videos going up. And
but you're known as like the unexceptional gamer, so that's not a problem.
I hope
it's just like filling in. It's like it's helping like the image, you know.
Hey, that doesn't matter. I played on some I can't play on Hutch's connection. Can't do it. Can't play on Juicer's connection.
I did my best to keep my cool. Inside, I was like fuming. I was like, this is just such craziness. And then the fact that it's in Hutch's Road to Commander makes it that much more intense for me because I know,
Now, do you try harder than knowing that he's recording that?
I try hard every game. Well, that's not true. I don't try hard every game. But yeah, I was trying to get good scores in those games. I think I went negative in one of them. If I didn't go negative, I had like a 9 and 7 or something. Like I had a bad one. And but I really was on like a 2 bar, like half the time I checked it. And those connections were crushing me. You know, I would sit
What's
there
the greatest game you've had so far?
I don't even know.
Like in your history on Black Ops, you don't remember?
In Black Ops?
Yeah, in Black Ops.
Nothing that special. Yeah, probably like a 50 and 2 or something like that. I've had some where I camped so hard that I didn't want to upload them. But
I've done 250 kills, but it was spawn trapping.
250 kills?
Yeah, spawn trapping.
Yeah, I've been in the 50s a couple times. I don't even know if I've had a 60 kill game. Like I don't have anything that lopsided.
Do you aim for that, or you just be like, whatever?
No. I'm the guy that runs the low kill streaks.
Oh man, I got a gameplay on my computer. Ronaldinho going 138-1 on a regular domination.
Wow.
I don't think I've ever ran a gunship and dogs at the same time.
Well, it'd be hard to.
Oh, I said it wrong. Streaks. Well, what's the 9?
Yeah, you got it fucking owned, Woody. Yeah. How do you like it? Yeah, you got me earlier about February 28th. How do you like that? Yeah, that's right.
I forget. You don't use hackers.
I
forget. We had this conversation where Kyle assured me that things were going to happen for him on February 31st. And I'm like, no way. And he's like, yeah, it is. Want to bet? And he and X-Jaws were just like, dude, you're getting senile. You think it's March. And I'm like, no way, man. February 31st. It will never happen. And, yeah.
He's like, there is no February 31st. And me and Jaws are like, ah.
You're totally face palming. But, what was I going to say? And I lost my train of thought. But, oh yeah, I don't usually run the big kill streaks. So if I ran those all the time, like I see some guys run SR-71, SR-71. What is the first chopper gunner called? Chopper gunner, right?
Chopper gunner.
Yeah, SR-71 chopper gunner dogs, right? Some guys run that every game, so they get these bust out games. Like all you have to do is make it once or twice would be great, then you get these great games. With me, I'm running like a lot of times UAV, napalm, and then like the cockblocker chopper. So I get lots of fair games, but I don't get 60 kills very often.
I like to run the Thunderstruck kill streaks. I roll with my counter UAV, and all that, and my Blackbird, and the Napalm. I hate the fucking ghosts, and I want to make their job as hard as possible. So I'm just calling it. I'm running hardline counter UAV, and my goal is to call one in every life. Just gotta get it in. Just take their radar away. I love it. Like I can play all night and just have a ball doing that. I don't need a chopper gunner to have fun.
I've been running UAV counter UAV a lot lately.
It's great.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I don't know. Sometimes I wish I posted 60 kill games. And I would get them if I ran chopper gunner dog.
I'm going to say this. It doesn't matter, Woody.
Have you?
I will trade you 60 kill games for your 110,000 views every video.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know.
It does. It matters very little. I mean, like...
New topic!
Okay, bring it.
Oh, do I have to come up with it?
Yeah.
Hey, have you guys seen that? There's a Minecraft. What's it called? Someone help me. It's coming to Xbox. Like
Fortress Craft?
Fortress Craft?
Yeah.
What's the deal with that? Like, does Notch have anything to do with it? It's just like Minecraft.
With the Xbox Live characters.
Do you know anything about it, NASA?
No, not much. But I guess it's pretty much going to be more or less the same idea.
It's some kind of ripoff. I'm being told on Skype right now.
So, if you were in a burning house and your spouse had nailed your dick to the counter and gave you a butcher's knife, what would you do?
Toss the knife at the butcher.
Tomahawk him across the map.
Across the map. Ricochet off the wall and the butcher table. Be good to go.
Oh, man.
Ooh, man. I always thought about a scenario. Every time I go on a long trip, that's the first thing I think about because I can sit there and think about that for at least 45 minutes. That's the first thing
you think about?
Yes.
What would I do if my penis was fastened to a butcher's table and I had a knife and why should you need to leave? Fire. Oh, the house is on fire.
You think, or along those lines, you think any of you would be able to survive the, what those movies called with Jigsaw?
Those Saw movies.
Yeah, Saw.
It all depends. If you put me in there where I got to fuck somebody else over, I'm good.
You would have been able to, even the first basic one, you would have been able to cut your foot off to get out that shackle?
All right, now, first of all, let me say that's complete bullshit. I don't care how bad that saw is, it'll saw through that chain. Yeah, all he had to do was hold that blade in his hand, wrap a shirt around it, and saw slowly. I'd have went through that chain in that 2-hour movie.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it depends on what kind of chain it is, how strong it is.
Dude, that better be a fucking Superman chain.
If that's fucking like ingot chain, no, it's not going to happen.
Here's a hypothetical,
I'm not cutting
If I gave you a hacksaw and asked you to cut the head of a hammer off it, you wouldn't do it. The saw would go dull before it got through tool steel.
And now I have to do this in real life, don't I?
No, If you do this, I want ingot chain. I don't want regular fucking chain you buy at the fucking Tractor Supply store.
Cut the hammer.
Fucking $200 piece of ingot chain.
He's not going to do that. But he has a hammer around. Right? He'll have tool steel, and you won't be able to cut through a hammer.
I can cut the head off a hammer with a hacksaw in 2 hours.
He's not talking about the wood handle now. Going through the steel.
That'd be funny if I left it at that. Then made a video. Done.
This is 30 seconds.
What do you see now? He don't know what he's talking about. Look at this shit.
Yeah, he's a professional Russian, so I'm starting to doubt myself.
Absolutely, I can saw through that thing, man. I'm pretty sure. Now, let me just say this: if it's
here's what he's gonna do. He's gonna heat treat that motherfucker.
I'm not gonna see. Now you're going into
you're gonna heat that bitch up, put it in water, and then you're gonna saw through it to weaken the steel.
Oh God, Wings! I'm not insane like you. Okay, I didn't even think of something like that. That's ridiculous. Next thing you're gonna say is he forged a hammer out of chocolate. It's not a real hammer. What are you talking about?
That's what I would do if I was in your position. I would heat treat that bitch 3 or 4 times and to the point where it's brittle.
All right, fair enough. All I'm saying is, you remember the movie? He saws on the chain for literally 5 seconds. The blade falls out of the saw, and he gives up and never goes back to it again. And I'm like, bro, dude, whoa. You're telling me you're chained up in a room, guys on the floor, head blown off, some guy was waking up next to you, people telling you to shoot people, you got to cut your foot off, and you haven't attempted to saw on that chain anymore? You haven't even attempted to bend the blade and pick the lock? Really? Really?
Hey, did you guys ever hear that story about that guy? What was he, a hiker? That he fell, he got like into an accident, and a boulder fell on his arm.
Yeah,
and he had to cut off his arm with a pocket knife.
That was on TV. They did a I can't
they
believe
did
it's
a movie
still alive type story.
You think you'd be able to go through that?
Well, here's the thing: if you have a boulder crushing your hand, the nerves are gone.
But you'd be able to like watch that and do that until it's over.
I think he even said that.
I would be throwing up nonstop the whole time.
Well, you can't throw up. I mean, he was dehydrated. He hadn't to throw up.
So would you just be gagging the whole time?
It's 127 hours, Woody. But
okay.
the fact is, first off, he was stuck there almost 3-4 days. He had a canteen full of water, so I think he made it 4 or 5 days. But the fact is, you get hungry, you're weak, you get to the point where you realize nobody's coming for you. You either got to cut your hand off, or you got to die. If it comes to that, yeah, I can do it. I could do it.
Yeah, I think so too. It'd be easier for me to cut a hand off than a foot, though, man.
Yeah, I could do a hand. Yeah, they had those little replacement hands and shit. I'd be thinking about that mess. Like,
yeah, they look
one of those nice, good hands.
I'd be thinking that, man, I get a couple vibrators stuck on the fingers of this bad boy. This may be a step up for me in life. Like, you know? I'll be go gadget.
But what about the crushing? I always wonder about this. I don't know about this. Anybody... there's like a crushing injury. I think they went over it on like the first season of Lost. So Woody probably knows about it. Like if you get crushed, like bones in your hands get crushed, it actually get into your bloodstream or something like that. Why didn't that happen to him?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I've seen a lot of ER, and there was that one episode where they only stayed alive because the bus was still pushing against him. So I think that when the bus moves, the blood is able to escape and everything falls out of place. I don't know.
Yeah, like in Signs with his wife.
I'm an ER MD. Yeah, like in Signs, exactly.
Wings doesn't like that movie, do you?
I don't.
Yeah, I was talking to him about that the other day when we was gaming. I mean, I was like, because it was on cable. I was like, Signs was a pretty good movie. He's like, nah, I ain't like it.
And so's my intelligence. I've told you about this, Kyle.
I love Signs.
Let me tell you Signs.
I like Signs a lot too, man.
Let me tell you Signs right here. You have a movie that is an hour and a half long. Aliens are cutting fucking crop circles. They're scouting out birthday parties. They're doing all this shit. They're telecommunicating. And when they fucking attack, they fail to realize they're attacking a planet that's 70% water, that has water in the fucking atmosphere, and they're allergic to it.
Uh-huh.
You don't see the problem here?
So what movie would scare you then if that's the case?
The fact is, if they even took
like anything else,
a rainstorm would fuck them
serial
up.
Killer.
So wait, you're saying the movie wasn't realistic enough?
I'm saying
That's your...
if I was
alien movie
was like my kryptonite, Earth would be the last place I'd want to take over. A fucking stormy day would beat my race's ass.
I'll just say this about Signs. I think you're focusing on the aliens too much and not focusing on the relationship between the Mel Gibson's character, his family, and his faith, because that was the whole point of the movie.
Exactly. And the
last
like 2 minutes.
The last 2
minutes, everything wrapped up into like, wow, this was a hour and 28 minutes of lead up to this moment.
Yeah. If you can watch that last scene and not tear up just a little bit, something's wrong with you. Because I'm watching that.
I didn't tear up the first time I seen it.
Dude, I teared up. I was
as soon as I seen him knock that glass of fucking water over and it looked like citric acid on that motherfucker's foot, I turned the shit off.
And there are a lot of situations I'm a fairly tough-hardened guy. I cry at movies like a baby. I cried at, I think, Toy Story 3. Like, oh, he's playing with the toys this last time.
What did we die?
I mean, I wish I could
tag #1 asshole to his name character.
I wish I could swing away at the ratings on this movie and knock that bitch down to a 1 star that it deserves.
Dude, that's an excellent movie. It's one of
Toy Story 3, no doubt, dude. When he played with played with that little girl and all the toys, they got a chance to be with him. And Woody was in the box. He was afraid of getting taken to college.
Did you remember Toy Story 2 when they brung the puppy in the house?
Yes, I do. In Toy Story 3, like he was all like, "Oh my god, I have to get there." What was the puppy's name? Wasn't Bullseye Buster or something like that?
I'm 25 fucking years old. We can't be talking about Toy Story.
So he hops on Buster and he's like ready to like catch up to a car.
Yeah, because it's
but
not
Buster's
like you seen Toy Story 3 when you were
years
grown.
old and he can't go anywhere.
It's not like we're talking about The Lion King or something. Like, yeah, man, Lion King was a good movie. We're talking about Toy Story. That shit came out last year.
You were like, how old were you when you watched that and cried?
37.
I was 73. Hey, don't you watch that channel?
Oh man.
I remember back when I was 37. Like,
we were talking about the that same night that NASA brought up science. We were talking about how all life form is based on water, and there's no such thing as like an arsenic-based or life form on another planet that would not be of water. And I was calling bullshit. And I used the example was the monsters from Signs. If they were made of water, why the fuck was it burning them?
Yeah.
Well, they did. Isn't all life come from carbon? Not necessarily water.
Yeah, but
and
water's
isn't there
needed
silicon-based life that they discovered like 3 months ago?
Arsenic.
Yep, it lives on arsenic.
Yeah. So where's your god now, Wings?
No, what god? I was talking to a guy that was like what was that guy? What was he, NASA? Like an It's like an astrology major.
I was just throwing stuff out there. Like, man, it'd be crazy if they did this on the moon, and then out of nowhere he'd be like, "Well, actually, 3 years ago they did that on the moon," and they'll give you like the whole history and everything. And I was like, "What do you study this?" He's like, "Yeah, I do this in college."
Oh man.
All right.
Signs sucks, and I don't like it.
Signs is literally, in my top 25 best movies I've ever seen, man. Because you've got Gibson.
You've actually not seen many movies.
I've seen pretty much all the good ones. I've seen Gibson and what's his name? Somebody help me with the Joaquin Phoenix.
Now let me ask you this: where's Apocalypto rate up in your movies?
Apocalypto? That's a damn good movie too, man. I
need to nail your hands to a table.
I always said that was like a shitty movie. I didn't want to watch it because it was it was in that weird Mayan language and shit, and I don't really care for
that doesn't bother me about a movie. Stupid shit like aliens attacking a planet made of water that has water in its atmosphere at all times and have it affect them like citric acid. That's what bothers me. What bothers me is motherfuckers buried underground with a fucking smartphone that has a GPS working on it, and he's trying to find a way out of the underground.
Let me ask you a question, Wings, and this is a serious question. Would it have fixed that movie for you 100% if instead of water, the little girl liked orange juice and there were glasses of orange juice everywhere?
Yes, it would.
So you're telling me that all they had to do to make that movie a great movie in your eyes is make the girl like orange juice instead of water?
Yes, and then they'd have to explain why there's orange juice hanging all around the house in empty glasses.
Because the little girl has a thing about her drinks.
Yeah, but Daddy slapped the shit out of her.
Orange juice is expensive. Mel Gibson's in enough trouble as it is without slapping little kids. Trust me. All right.
Like Woody, what would you do if your son or daughter just started pouring orange juice and sitting it on the TV and go pouring another glass?
They do that. We don't make a big deal.
Did you see that last scene though? There was like 56 glasses of water.
Yeah, there was like 56.
I don't know who has that many cups in their house. Period.
I got like max.
Like why do you own 56 cups with 4 people in the house?
And they're not even cups; they're glasses too.
Yeah. How much cabinets do they allow that to happen in that house?
NASA, I got a question.
You need like every room to have cabinets.
What's the last movie that made you cry, NASA?
Well, Kyle had mentioned it. Probably Lion King.
What? Lion King was like the freaking 1980s or something.
Yeah, but that's when I was little. I haven't cried again. I haven't cried grown at any movie recently. Or at all since I was a kid.
Well, shit, mine's pretty fucking pathetic. I cried on the NASA live stream today.
I cried the other day watching the documentary.
It wasn't long, but like a tear came out.
From watching the space shuttle launch?
Yeah, because I was sitting there thinking about everything mankind has achieved and watching, the pinnacle of their achievements. And it's something you don't get to... I've only seen it twice.
They built that thing before the internet.
Yeah, they did.
what?
But
I
I've
don't
only
know.
seen two rockets launch in my lifetime, and one of them blew up.
That's
You were
the
watching when the
that's
Challenger blew up?
Yeah, that was back in, what, 93?
87,
You say so.
right?
Or 87, was it?
I don't know. I'm going to check.
I don't know if you were watching or not, Wings. This may have been a dream you had.
I was pretty sure I was in about 7th grade when Challenger blew up, because I remember it
That's
being on TV.
impossible.
I remember that shit being on TV in school, because we had
Let's-
TVs.
You probably were watching a documentary.
86. My mistake.
Never mind,
Yeah,
I was
dude.
watching a documentary because I was bored.
Yeah. I just imagine Wings sitting in the classroom watching this educational film and being like, no! Thinking it's happening
Well, that was
live.
the first rocket I've ever seen go off. It was
We
like,
watched
wow.
it live. We watched it live in school.
Hey, well, you know what I was wondering? Because, I live in New York. How was it when 9/11 happened for you guys, being that you wasn't from anywhere, near everything that was
It was
going
a
on?
big. It was a big deal. We didn't know. I remember exactly what I was doing. We were in driver's ed, and we were actually in a car, doing our driving or whatever. And we just had gotten back to school, and we heard that a plane had hit one of the towers. And,
I remember watching the second plane hit in English class. We were just changing classes.
But did you
Yeah,
really
it was-
feel it? Like, did you really, or was it just like, oh wow, look what's happening?
Oh, it was a
No,
big deal
man.
because like it was funny because
It was like Japan attacking us on Pearl Harbor. It's like, who do we fuck up now?
yeah,
So
everybody
here's-
knew what was going on. And I remember my teacher even said like, I bet it's that Osama bin Laden guy, and
Wow.
like everybody was talking about it.
Here's how it was for me. So I'm headed to work, and one of the World Trade Centers is on fire because a plane crashed into it. And I'm like, I thought it was an accident. Like, I didn't realize that we were being attacked. And just as I'm, like, leaving the parking lot, I hear that a second plane crashed into the other tower. And I'm like, oh, that's messed up. But I just figured, they'd put the fire out, everything would be fine. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, I knew that it was a big deal, and people are crashing planes. I also knew that the World Trade Center, in particular, was designed to sustain plane crashes. I didn't know planes were smaller at the time, but I figured everything will be fine, because I had heard so many times the thing was like specifically built to handle planes crashing into it. And then I was in this great big meeting at work, and they sort of like announced, like, hey guys, this meeting is over. The country's under attack, whatever. So we go back to our cubes and we all start watching CNN, like live stream. And we're just watching the fires come out and out and out. And CNN's website was overloaded, so I didn't get to see it like my wife did, who was on TV. And she said the tower collapsed. And I look back with some regret because I was rude to her. I'm like, it didn't collapse. And she's like, yeah, it did. I'm like, no, it didn't. Like, explain to me, how much did it actually fall? I'm expecting, like, the top 2 floors to have fallen off to the side. And she's like, it totally collapsed. I said, how tall is it now? And she's like, I don't know, maybe like 10 feet. And that was when it sunk into me that the tower really turned into nothing. That the tower, like, it collapsed. Like, that was the big deal for me. And we started making plans. I'm like, there's a nuclear power plant, like, I don't know, 40 miles from my house. And I was like, if that's the next target, here's what you do. Head north. That's where I am. We'll get in the car together, and we'll go to someplace less populated. I didn't know.
You really thought there was going to be a secondary attack off some planes?
I didn't know what was
Dude,
going
a
to go
lot of
on.
people did. Nobody knew what was going on.
Yeah, they
My
attacked
mom
the
had
Pentagon
water in
that
the
same
basement.
day. And then a 4th plane went down in Pennsylvania. Like, and there's still planes in the air. There's all this wild stuff going on. Like, we didn't know what was next. And I think, maybe not you, but I think anyone who lived like in a populated area was wondering, like, oh, where are the other intended targets? And it may be
we got
anyone-
Dolphina sitting here. I didn't never think it was like a target. Like, do they even know
what is
Conway exists?
Dolphina?
It's a nuclear power plant that runs from Santee Cooper.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, and in retrospect, I realized, like, my little area of North Carolina, there's much sweeter targets. Like all of Chicago, for example. But
Sears Tower.
Yeah, Sears Tower. Like, I think of L.A., but does L.A. have super tall buildings like Chicago and New York do? I don't know.
Pretty sure
But,
they do.
I think of them as more spread out, like, But anyway, yeah. So it was a big deal, and then the aftermath of that, I was just like, it seemed like it wasn't okay to laugh. Like, something so dramatic had happened. It did feel like Pearl Harbor. I started comparing death counts. We thought the death count was going to be like 20,000 something, and much bigger than Pearl Harbor. And sports would come on or something. Maybe they were delayed for a while, actually, but it didn't seem okay to watch sports. It didn't seem like it was okay to watch SNL. It did, like I was bad if I wasn't in this national funk that everybody else was in. It really hit home with me. Like,
see, I had the complete opposite reaction. My reaction wasn't that we were in a sorrow point. I'm like, somebody just fucked their country up.
Yeah, no, I had that too. I was on Slashdot, right? So all the major news sites like CNN, MSNBC, or whatever was major at the time, maybe NBC, they could barely handle the traffic they were getting. But Slashdot.org, which is like the Reddit of its day, it was doing the traffic fine. And while they normally cover what they call news for nerds, in this case they were covering lots of they were covering the current events because no one else could handle the traffic and they could. And one guy was a Marine, and he's like, I'm a U.S. Marine. Just freaking tell me where to shoot, and we will handle this with extreme prejudice. And that line got me, like, inspired. Like, I had the same sort of, oh, my gosh, I hope that we can do something about this. I can't wait to get into a fight.
Somebody just slapped the bulldog in his face, and it's time to go.
Exactly. There was this picture circulating, and I guess they took out Boeing planes, right? Those were the ones that they used. They were all 747s, if I remember right. And there was this picture. It was like, hey, this is Boeing. We see that you got acquainted with our 747s. We'd like to introduce you to some of our other fine products. And there's like Apaches and stealth fighters and like what all the other like warplanes that they make. And I'm like, yes, absolutely. Let's start introducing them to our other fine products. I will say, though, that even in the beginning, even when 98% of the country was ready to invade Iraq, I wasn't. I was like, whoa. They didn't do this. You guys are all being fooled. Like, what? Saudi Arabia is more responsible for this attack than Iraq was. Iraq and Al Qaeda were enemies. Saddam Hussein wanted to rule his country, and he viewed Al Qaeda as like a competitive dictatorship. Someone that he needed to keep squashed down. And while Saddam may have been a bastard, he was our bastard. That guy was under our thumb. He wasn't doing anything he wasn't allowed to do. And I could see that. I could see that they were cherry picking intelligence. That there was no truth. Hans Blick was there for years and years and years and couldn't find any evidence of mass destruction. And I would walk around telling people, why is the penalty for, or better yet, why is the burden of proof having to do with Iraq lower than the burden of proof for capital punishment? Like, it should be higher. We should absolutely have some proof going into this thing. But, so I was not pro-Iraq war, even though everyone else seemed to be bamboozled at the time.
But I'm going to go sound really American here. We kicked their ass in less than a week, and Iran couldn't do it in 3 years. When you got your army running in Baghdad from fucking Abrams tanks, you're winning.
The thing is, we were on Iraq's side when they were fighting Iran, right? I mean, we fueled them with all their stuff. That was a proxy war.
Yeah.
But, what was it? Oh, NASA. What was it like for you? You were in New York.
Yeah, I was going to say it was crazy because I was in high school at the time. And once, because I seen it, because I used to, I didn't go to all my classes, right? So basically, I'm walking around in the hallway, and I hear somebody saying, I pass by like where the teachers hang out, their lobby or lounge or whatever, and I hear one of them saying like, oh, a helicopter just hit one of the planes. And I'm just walking around like, oh, that's crazy. And then a few minutes later, I walk by again, and they're like, oh, another plane hit it. It was a plane or whatever. And then another plane hit, and then I'm watching in the room, and that's when they were showing the replays like every 10 seconds. And I'm just watching it, and I was just like, what? So immediately I left. And it's like everywhere you went, it's like everybody thought wherever they were at, something was going to happen. Like, you didn't feel safe anywhere that, like, you wasn't in 100% control of. Like, you just was like, the only place you felt safe was, like, in your house, and that's it.
Well, you didn't know because how many planes are in the air at one time? They were throwing that number around a lot that day. There were, there's 175 planes up there. How many of them are under our control? You don't know. You could be in St. Louis. You could be in Orlando. You could be in L.A. You don't know if one of that jet, you could look up way in the air and see a jet, and you'd be like, well, but it's not coming down here.
Yeah,
it was crazy. My neighbor at the time, his wife worked in one of the towers, and he actually spoke to her, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm making my way out the building now," and she never made it home that day.
Ever?
That sucks.
Yeah, so it was really crazy because when you have somebody like, especially like your neighbor, and they tell you about it, and it's like, that's when you really think of how crazy it actually was. And for example, my girlfriend, her mother, she actually was working there, but she got out of the buildings, and she came home covered in all that dust and concrete and everything.
Wow. The coworkers. So I was there was only 2 programmers on the project I was on at the time, and my coworker's husband was in the tower when the planes hit it. I didn't even know, but the tower apparently was like a major train station underneath it, and he was there when like the plane shook the place when it crashed it, and he was like, I don't know what to do, but the whole crowd was rushing out of the building because of the shaking, and so he just kind of walked in the middle of this like sea of traffic, and they went all the way to a ferry, and he just like followed like a lemming, hopped on a ferry and got out of the city.
Now you, Woody, you're like a real like hard worker and stuff like that, right? Now, if you worked in there when the planes hit and your boss was like, "Oh no, it's all right, don't even sweat it, stay at your desk," would you have stayed or would you have left?
If I stayed,
like, do you have a cutoff point of where work stops and like real life just takes over there?
I think a plane hitting the building would be a good cutoff point.
Yeah, if I wouldn't. No,
because I'm saying because a lot of people didn't leave, you know.
Yeah, if I didn't leave, it would be because I thought that I was safe. You know, like it, and at the time, maybe I wouldn't have, because I had this notion that big skyscrapers like that didn't go down. Like I couldn't fathom that they would act. How many skyscraper fires do you see? They happen all the time. They're not usually, you don't usually pour jet fuel on them. I guess that's the difference. But I didn't think that skyscrapers toppled like that. I'd never seen it or heard of it.
I got to make a comment before something. The Restrepo is a full of shit film. I just want to say that.
Here's the new topic.
No, I just say everybody's like, Restrepo is a great ass film. Dude, my brother did his first tour in the Cornhall Valley, and they played that shit up so bad, like it was the worst place in the world. Their firefights is nowhere near as bad as that documentary made it out to be. 2 people died in a 15-month tour there. That's a good tour. I mean, Restrepo is full of shit.
Yeah,
my brother was a medic.
What you're saying makes sense. Well, so 2 people died, that's it?
Two
there were a
people
bunch
died.
more shot, right? I
don't
remember
know,
one was
shot.
Restrepo
Only
himself, and
yeah.
one was that guy towards the end of the film, right? It was like was he a medic or something at the very end?
I don't know what it was, but only 2 of them died in the film in that whole platoon. And dude, last week my brother had to treat 2 people that hit an IED in Baghdad. That equaled the 15-month tour of that film. Restrepo is a full of shit film. It was played up with the dramatic music and shit to make it sound like it was worse than it actually was.
On a different note, Sasha Gray's really fucking hot. I just went to her profile here. What does she do?
What she does with enthusiasm.
I see. Well, that's good to know.
Hey, you know what? I seen some people in the chat talking about Battlefield 3. I was talking to Wings about this when I was gaming with him, because he was a heavy Battlefield 2 player, he said, as well, because I was real into that. What about you guys? You guys looking forward to that, or were you never into not Bad Company, into the Battlefield series itself?
You know, I wasn't into it, but what does have me interested is the fact that they're positioning it as the COD killer. Like, these guys are going all out. They're aiming at COD, and there's kind of a, drama there that catches my attention. Like, they're going to support the thing really well, and they're going to do everything they can to get COD people to transition. And I think more than we've seen in the past 4 or 5 years, COD guys are sort of thirsting for a new game.
But do you think people who play COD, especially with like the high scores and kill streaks, do you think they'd want to make that transition to a game
Battlefield
where you only get like 20 kills a game, 25 kills a game?
I don't know.
Because those matches go like 15 minutes sometimes. Like, you only get like 20 kills, 30 kills.
Mark this day right here. Battlefield 3 will fail. You know why it will fail? It's designed for the PC. It's mainly going to get sold on the console. Console is going to have 12v12 on maps designed for 64 people, and it's going to fail in every aspect of that. The game's going to be too slow. It's going to run on 30 frames per second. It's not going to have any kind of things that motivates bad players, such as kill streaks, easy to use guns, nice smooth fluid movements, and higher sensitivity. It will fail its fucking ass off. It will sell probably 2, maybe 3 million units. And they don't have fucking 20,000 people on 6 months later, just like Bad Company 2.
But I love Bad Company. I mean, not Bad Company. I love Battlefield 2. That was my
Yeah,
favorite
I mean,
game.
we're not saying they're bad games. We're just talking about as far as the public goes and how it's going
So
to
you
go
think
over.
the transition has already gone full blown? Like nobody like a game like that with a large scale maps.
Oh, I'm buying it.
That would never. But you think that time of those games being successful is over?
Yes, it is. They pretty much need to. The Call of Duty didn't get where it is by a fucking mistake. It's not like they won a lottery and like, here, you're the greatest game ever. They won. They're where they're at because they made the game that was easy to pick up, easy to learn from your mistakes, easy to get on and do well anytime. For Battlefield to be successful, to meet up with COD standards, they need to do away with the skill system. They need to make games randomly. I mean, they need to be able to let a party beat up on noobs. That's a lot. That's a big deal in Call of Duty to keep people to play in it, to make them feel like they're better than they actually are. And you might think that, well, my team's the greatest ever, but it does. People need to be able to do good every now and then. Even these people like me, Woody, and you beat up on, they have their moments too when we're not in the room. And Battlefield lacks that. Battlefield has way too much diversity, kind of like Black Ops. A good player in Black Ops is always going to be the better player in the game. Battlefield's to the extreme to that point.
What still has me cooking is this. There are Call of Duty players who are thirsting for a new game. And they're thirsting for a new game earlier in the Call of Duty life cycle than ever before. Like when COD 4 was out, I wasn't really so psyched about Modern Warfare 2 until August. When Modern Warfare 2 was out, I was psyched about a new game come June. When Black Ops is out, I'm sitting here popping my head out of my foxhole, in February, wondering what else is out there on the horizon. I'm waiting for Portal 2. I know Portal 2 is not a COD killer, but it's one I'm excited about. So, Battlefield 3 comes out. I think there's a COD army who's interested in what's new.
To me, what made the Battlefield great to me, or made it so competitive as well, is because of the clan. They had a built-in clan match system where you can make a clan and invite people.
You're talking about Modern Combat, not Battlefield 2.
No, yeah, I'm talking about Modern Combat. So you can make a team, like let's say like you, Wings, Kyle, you guys could actually make a clan and invite people, and they had a server for clan matches and then they had a clan leaderboard and everything. So
I agree.
Something like that was great.
Battlefield 2 Modern Combat, greatest shooter ever made. Period.
Yes.
Period.
And it's like if you ever wanted to talk about somebody else in that game, it was like, well, let's play a clan match, and it's like 9-on-9, and it was way more satisfying to win a match, in like clan match servers than like any other game I've ever played.
Like Game Battles has a ranking system. Well, Battlefield 2 Modern Combat had it built into the game.
Yeah,
They had a level up system that rewarded good players and it was almost unboostable on, because you had to upkeep it the entire time you played. If you had 2 or 3 off days, your rank dropped. You went from a level 55-star general to a level 34.
Yeah, major. You had to keep a what was it, an overall score and then a point per minute. Yeah.
You had to get a certain number of medals each week, and you had to hold an overall points per minute. So you had to always be on your game. If somebody came in your game and was a 5-star general, that motherfucker could play. It's not like running into a 10th prestige on COD 4. This motherfucker could play, and he could play well, and you were in trouble.
So I hear you, and Halo has that too, but it's not, to me, the hallmark of a good game. Like, all right, yeah, ranks go down, whatever.
That is.
No, that game was probably the most satisfying game to play.
Because imagine this, Woody. Imagine if you go into Call of Duty Black Ops right now, and when you see 315 prestiges on the other team, instead of them being 1.3 players with like 20,000 days played, they're fucking 5 KD players that play the objective because they have to hold their score per minute up. And you see the 15th prestige symbol, and you automatically think, "Oh no, here comes a game." That's the kind of stuff it brings to you, because when you see the 15th prestige, it automatically brings thoughts of, man, this has.
And then they had the rooms, the lobbies, the public matches. They had it separated. They had like one set of rooms if you were up to a certain rank.
It says my mic is messed up, Woody.
It'd be noobs up to a certain level.
What can I do for that?
Nothing. It's your upload's just getting. Stop watching Sasha Grey during the podcast.
I'm not doing nothing. I'm looking at the screen. But Battlefield 3, I'm buying it. That's a lot more I could say for like Homefront or Killzone 3 or anything like that. And Homefront, that shit's gonna fucking flop. Killzone 3 is going to sell more than Homefront.
Yeah, I don't think Homefront is gonna sell at all.
That's just going to be Medal of Honor times.
It's gonna be one of them games that you're only gonna play with the only people that like that.
Crysis 2 will sell though. Crysis 2 will sell.
They probably won't have no casual audience.
I haven't checked out that Bullet Time game. All I hear about it is from Fox News. Is
Bulletstorm.
that game any good? Oh, is that what it is? Bulletstorm? Is that any good?
Yeah, to me, I can't play games like that. To me, they're too like a.
It looks like
I don't want to say kiddie, but it's just like, I don't want to be kicking people into spikes and stuff like that. To me, that's not. I can't have fun playing. I'm into more like military shooters.
It looks like a kid's shooter game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Crysis 2 is not a COD killer either, but the fact is, it doesn't have to be a COD killer. All I'm looking for is a game to come out in March that can hold me to the next Call of Duty. That way in November, I can get my Call of Duty. By the time March rolls around, I'm ready for a new game. I can play that until the next Call of Duty comes out. Are anybody else in that same boat with me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really into the Battlefield, to be honest. I mean, I'm not.
Battlefield 3 made a mistake not releasing in March like Bad Company 2. They're releasing the same day as Call of Duty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. When is Gears 3? I think got pushed back, so I guess that's not it. I think they got pushed back to next year. It didn't.
I don't know.
Or is it this year?
I can give two shits and fuck about Gears 3.
Whenever Gears 3 comes out, I'm excited about that. Just because I want to finish the campaign. I like the campaign.
I do too. I'm curious about the next phase of the story, and that's not true for most stories.
No, it's not. Halo was like that for me. I remember finishing Halo 2, and he's like, I don't remember what the black character's name is, the sergeant or whatever. He's like, "What are you doing on that ship?" He's like, "I'm finishing the fight, sir." And it's like, and then the game ends. You're like, "Fuck! I want to finish the fight. What is this?"
So you're in the same boat I'm in with Dragon Age. I wanted to see the rest of the story, but it seems like they fucked that up too.
Oh, Cole. Oh, someone just mentioned Cole from Gears of War in the chat. That's one of my favorite video game characters in any video game ever. Do you guys remember?
Yeah, I like
bringing the pain train.
Like
he had the best trash talk. And
it's the pain train, baby.
Yeah. Ain't nobody does this like I do. There was a.
He kind of reminds me of what's that guy, the Office linebacker, something Tate.
Yeah. There is a moment in Gears of War 2 where you're like hopeless. You're getting surrounded. You're fighting. You're just trying to stay alive. You don't know how you're going to come out of this. And all of a sudden, Cole takes that freaking Lancer, the machine gun with the chainsaw on it, sticks it in some guy's belly, and then pulls it up through his face. And he's like, "Ain't nobody does this like I do." And you're like, "Oh, Cole, so glad to see you." It was awesome. It was. I love that, man. So, you guys ready to wrap the podcast?
Yeah, wrap it up. So, the conclusion is there's no COD killers this year. Skyrim's probably going to be a good game. Dragon Age 2 is probably going to be a good game.
Portal
Call
2
of
is going to
Duty
be a great
8000
game.
is going to be a good game. Portal 2 will be a good game.
Yep.
Crysis will probably sell, but it'll probably outsell all the other FPS shooters, but it's not going to touch COD. Until people start mimicking what Call of Duty is, it's never going to beat it. But that's Painkiller Already, episode 43 with your boy NasaOne. Woo woo.
Good looking, man.
All right. So now the podcast is not being recorded, but you're still being streamed.
Maybe they'll stop crying. That was a long one this week.
Yeah, the guys fuss when the podcast is an hour long, but to me an hour it's a pretty good amount of time for a podcast.
Sasha's got like 400 tweets right now.
Yeah,
awesome.
she should have noticed. I'm going to search.
You should try to get Mike Tyson on here.
Mike Tyson probably do it, but he probably want money. I'd be beat up by Mike Tyson by the end of Painkiller Already.
Did you record? Let yourself get punched by Mike Tyson and put it up on YouTube?
Hell yeah, I would. I'd let him hit me right in the face.
Really?
Yeah.
He might break you.
He breaks my jaw. The shit
With or
gets
without a
3 million
glove?
views.
Without a glove.
Nah, fuck
care.
that shit.
Look here. All right, if the video goes, Wings gets knocked out by Mike Tyson, that's a 10 million view minimum video.
Would you rather get punched by Mike
Right, look
Tyson
here,
or
the
like
fans
body slammed
watch-
by like The Rock or something?
The
Oh,
fans
much
watch-
rather have the body slam, man. That body slam you get right back up from.
Yeah.
Now, all you gotta do is
back
have somebody.
up, but you get back up.
Yeah, you get back up. Mike Tyson hit. All right, keep in mind the guy hasn't been at the top of his game for quite some time, but it wasn't that long ago when he's the hardest punching boxer of all time. All right, you don't want that man hitting you today. You don't want that man hitting you 15 years from now. He's gonna fuck your world up.
But look,
Have you guys ever seen the Tony Jaa movies?
yeah.
Now,
You know who could beat up
how
Mike
much of
Tyson?
your buddies you think it would take for you to beat that guy?
One, me.
That guy Tony Jaa?
Yeah,
Who's
son.
Tony Jaa? Who is that?
45
He's like-
caliber handgun.
He like he could do some crazy stuff, but it's like
Dodge bullets.
Dude, one friend could kick his ass. That's all it would take. Because I'm considering Joe my friend now. Joe Lozon.
I don't think Joe could take Tony Jaa in a fight.
What? No, Joe's a real fighter. Who is this
Tony
Jaa
Jaa's a
guy?
real fighter too.
What does he do?
He was a kickboxer. Now he's a movie star.
That's bullshit. No way.
What's the smallest black belt you think will be able to beat you up? Like, what's the smallest size black belt you think?
Beat me up?
Yeah,
Ooh.
like you think a 120-pound black belt be able to beat you up?
Yes. yeah. I because I'm not going for like a karate black belt. Well, those things just come naturally. But if the guy's like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt, they're like crazy hard to earn. It takes at least 10 years.
Let's see what Tony Jaa has on his resume.
Yeah, is it spelled
I can
Tony
just imagine that,
J-A-W?
because you probably
J-A-A.
feel like you got that fight right in your pocket as soon as you see him.
Let's see. Tony Jaa. Blah, blah. Stunt work, acting, early life. Tony Jaa was raised in a rural area, watched many Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan films. Also
He's a
inspired
fake
by
fighter. He's an acrobat that does movie fights.
He's highly skilled in Muay Thai.
I'm guessing Joe can take him with one hand. I would put my money on Joe with one hand.
But Joe's also a lot younger than him, too. So I didn't know he was that damn old.
Wait, I have to look because I think he's
Wait,
younger
how old
than
is
me.
Tony Jaa?
35.
Oh, he'll be dead soon.
I mean, in a fight, that's a big disadvantage.
Yeah, fighters actually last longer than they do in some other sports, right? Like if he was a football player, 35 would be pretty damn old. But as a fighter, 35 is maybe peakish. I don't know. Maybe a little old. Maybe towards the end.
I was gonna say, what's the oldest black belt you think will be able to
I
beat
could have
him?
sworn he had a kickboxing career. I didn't know if he had any like black belts or anything.
Because they should be like some of the most healthiest people, right? Or most like in shape.
Yeah, I don't know how old. Old though, 50s, I bet.
But when you should watch a Tony Jaa movie though, that shit kicks ass.
Yeah, I can't believe he's never seen a Tony Jaa movie. That's kind of amazing.
Go watch The Protector with it one time.
Ong Bak or
Really?
The
Do I
Protector?
have to? I'm not really
Yes.
into stupid movies.
No. It's not. It's a movie. If you like just seeing
I mean-
anything eye pleasure, you'd like it.
Really? Because I'm not really into Jet Li movies, for example.
Oh, he's
No,
way
this
better
way-
Jet Li.
Way
He's
better.
like Jackie Chan to like the 18th extreme.
Really? I'm not really into Jackie Chan. Like,
Well,
what does
no,
he do?
like
Jump
even a
through
person who's
ladders?
not movies will like that movie.
He'll jump over cars.
He jumped on like a guy's shoulder from a standstill.
No, the most impressive thing I've ever seen him do is when he jumps off the bridge and the guy pulls the knife on him. He kicks the knife out the guy's hand, and instead of beating him up, he like does a flying jump kick and knocks the like street light out, and the guy just runs away.
He usually like flies across. Like he'll jump from like across a room with a knee, or it's crazy. Or he'll double elbow you right in your two temples at the same time.
I'm trying to find a good Tony Jaa Protector fight here.
Yeah. You can probably get all the fight scenes on YouTube.
Some guy was like, Woody's 39. Everyone shut up. It's like, I'm not 39.
Oh, that's funny. They said, yeah, Woody's 73.
Yeah, I get 73 a lot. 69, that's one of my favorites.
Oh man. How long you plan on continuing doing this for? Do you have an idea, or you've never even really thought of it?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Here's my theory. My theory is that I've said this before, I think, in the stream. I think YouTube channels are a little bit like TV shows. So how long does a TV show last? Like
if it's
3
good?
years? Yeah.
Oh.
Like, if it's good, I think it lasts 5 years. If it's really extraordinary, the rare ones last like 10 years, like a Friends. But most of them, I don't know, 2 to 4 years, something like that. So I'm in year 2 now.
Are there any YouTube channels that's been out since for like over 5 years that's still popular? Or
I don't even know.
Video Game Nerd.
So, but my theory is, like, I'm looking to TV to be a guide as to what we can expect on YouTube. And, let's say this is year 1.5 at this point, right? It's a little less than that. Come year 3 or 4, the whole world is going to be like, Woody, I've heard your stupid lifeguard stories. And that one about the guy on the boat, it's getting old. And they move on to someone else. And at that point, it will be time to hang it up. That's my theory.
I'm playing.
It's funny. You think it'd be like a professional athlete where you stop and you feel like an emptiness?
Yes.
Or you think you'd be able to stop and just be like, all right, now I'm regular.
I don't think I could ever stop.
Yeah, I wonder
like sometimes people take a break. Like, I don't feel like posting videos. I'm going to take a break. But do you think just stopping cold turkey, like, nah, I'm not going to post videos no more?
You lose the ability, the exposure. Like, you lose. I like having, thousands of people wanting to know what I do. Like, I like the ability to go on Twitter and ask somebody something, and they can tell me right away. I put that fight scene in the thing for you, Woody, and look at it.
Okay. Did someone say Beyond is back again?
Did Brett Favre come out of retirement again?
Like, Beyond... So Beyond used to be like Hutch, right? He was always kind of trailing him a little bit. But Beyond, Hutch... Blame Truth, X-Cal, they were the cream of the crop. They were the top guys. But Beyond, he wasn't really cut out for the kind of hate that you get on a YouTube channel. So while his commentaries were good and his gameplay, he might be better than X-Cal. And so, he had that locked down. But he just really wasn't designed to handle all the negative feedback that you get on a YouTube video. One time he doesn't capture enough flags, and all of a sudden the world turns on him, and you sort of have to roll with the punches when you have a YouTube channel, and he wasn't built for that. So he would, like, in a what seemed like a not really well thought out rage, would take his channel. He would cancel his channel. He'd just delete the whole thing. Then he'd come back with the new username. And he went through that process at least 3 times. So somebody just asked me what his channel name is. I don't know. They keep changing. The thing is like Atlantis or something. Like they pop up. So he went from Beyond to The Cake is May to something else that I don't remember. And I don't know if he's back. Thunder Toro would know if he's back and where he is. But there you go. Oh, and
if you stop, would you go back like if you looking through a photo album? Would you always leave your account open though, just to look at it like 20 years later, 30 years later?
I think so. Yeah, I think I'll leave
close
it. Yeah, you don't want to shut that door. But when I stop, I think it will be because I see the thing on a decline. People aren't watching my stuff anymore. I think that YouTube channels are just getting better and better and better. And at some point, it's going to be people with 12 KDs who are stand-up comedians, and who and it's just like, all right, this is the new wave.
And editing skills.
Yeah, right. Right. They're going to be stand-up comedians with 12 KDs that do Michael Bay films, and it'll be like, great. Like, I tip my hat. These people have raised the bar, and I hope you remember me fondly. I did the best I could. So yeah, someone wrote Woody's first Christmas was the first Christmas. That's hilarious.
Oh. You get a lot of old jokes?
Do I have old jokes?
No, I mean, do you get a lot of old, like, age jokes?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Matter of fact, is there a troll joke that you remember that was probably the funniest one? Like, even though you knew it was a troll, you were like, that was legitimately, like, hilarious?
I don't know if I remember them. I did like the Christmas.
Or any
one,
of you
just
remember
read.
like the best troll joke somebody got you with?
Oh man,
I remember mine.
What's that?
George Bush is a beast at Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, that's
I
pretty
try not to even respond. Like when I see something that's just like off the wall and stupid, I'm just like, that guy's either just fucking with me or he's retarded. Either way, I don't want him hanging around. Like,
Yeah.
I try not to read comments though; it gets depressing.
I started blocking a lot more aggressively. Yeah, like yeah. In my last video, people mentioned my wife, because I mentioned the porn star thing, and I probably blocked a dozen people today.
You ain't
Is it
on
gonna be
raid
Mrs.
blocking?
Woody's gamer tag? Block, 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 block. You know, that temporary lapse in judgment, it just tells me you're not the kind of guy I want on my channel. You know, like who the heck would ask about my wife? You know, in the porn star context, that's ridiculous. You're gone. During that whole sarcasm thing, I probably... Oh, so if you don't know, I uploaded a video where this kid was kind of sarcastic and snarky to me.
Oh,
and a lot
yeah,
of my
yeah.
subs, they didn't get that. You know, they didn't understand what was going on. And then El Presador made up all these lies about it and fanned the flames, and they thought that was true. And then I did a dual comm with the guy, and he's like... The kid didn't actually know who I was. He had a friend who knew who I was. If you look at his game in theater mode... You'll see he's like standing still for the first 5 minutes or something because he's watching YouTube videos, figuring out who I am and making comments about it. So he certainly didn't know who El Presador was, and he certainly I think El Presador's story was that the kid's parents had El Presador's Skype ID and contacted him. It was like not even remotely believable. But that led to a whole bunch of heartache for me, and I just started blocking people like crazy. Some of them would write me like via Reddit and stuff, and say, "Hey, I'm kind of hot-headed. I really take it back. I didn't realize what was going on." Nope, perma-blocked, gone. Oh, are you kind of hot-headed? I don't want you around anymore. I don't need you. So yeah, I've just started dropping the ban hammer much more aggressively than I ever did before.
Yeah, I got about 2,400 blocked.
Do you? Yeah,
I got upset when YouTube changed to make it block harder.
Right. Well, how it used
Wait,
to
it
be.
became 2 clicks?
Yeah, it became 2 clicks instead of 1.
Yeah.
So 60 clicks all of a sudden became 120.
This guy says PJ blocked him because he said WWE was fake. I believe that, dude. Like seriously, how you gonna go in there and like be making fun of PJ's fucking religion like that?
Like right now,
Oh,
I'm about to block this kid that says Wing seems like a moaner. Fuck
Look,
him.
I remember one of the funny troll jokes I seen. I did a machinima video and I said, I'm doing a random class generator series. So I said, what guns don't you guys want me to use, right? And somebody put, well, don't use a taco. And I just found it because everybody always say the Spanish jokes or black jokes or whatever. And it's like, see, it's funny because you don't guys have to ever, you guys probably never get that. But
taco jokes? No.
no,
I get old jokes, though.
Spanish or black jokes, I mean,
Man,
nobody's-
I get 1,000 old jokes a day. I probably had 500 old jokes in this chat stream flow by. It doesn't bother me really, but
What he's getting more aggressive is block. I block you for anything. If you say something nice and I take it the wrong way, I'll block your ass. You'd be like, Wings, you're pretty good looking for a fat guy. Blocked.
So if it's a compliment with a diss, it's still a block.
Damn straight. I like the motherfuckers that try to compliment me before.
Or the guys who say just saying. It'd be like, man, you this and that. I'm just saying though.
I don't want you to block me, Wings, but your fingers are kind of fat.
They'll set up their comment with, please don't block me, but.
Yeah, dude, if your comment begins with, hey, don't block me, but you're getting blocked, 90% of the time. Now, I've had people go, hey, Kyle, don't block me, but I like your shirt. And I'm like, what? Why would I block you for that? Do you really think I'm that hardcore with it?
dude, XCal used to block people like crazy. And it was really good. He trained me not to say mean things. This is before I even made the Woody's Gamertag channel. When I was before I made my channel, I was a subscriber like everybody else, you know, and I watched his stuff. And people would fuss at him for maybe like kill whoring or something like that. And I'm telling you, XCal's a pretty objective player. But, you know, for whatever reasons, you know, there'd be moments in some of his games back in the COD 4 Dazzle days when I thought a flag cap was appropriate and he thought kills were appropriate. And you know what I'd say? Nothing. Not a darn thing. Because he blocks people. So he
Have you ever got blocked by somebody? Like a big name YouTuber? Or not even big name, but just anybody like notice, like, you know?
No, I don't think I've ever been blocked by anyone. Community? I don't really start crap.
I've been blocked by CNNers and Optic Nation, blocked by Doggy Treats. I've been blocked by that guy who camps. I got blocked by White Boy one time.
Yeah, no one's ever blocked me as far as I know.
Because I'm trying to think what would be the dude that would block you.
I blocked a few, I don't know what major, but I blocked other YouTubers from my channel. I blocked Hard 8
it's funny, like
recently.
The guy you block from, like, leave a comment, then they go and they block you in return.
I worked hard to like win over Hard 8 times, right? I would go to his videos. He didn't know how to do dual comms. I'd give him like technical advice, and I'd go along. His other subs would be like, "Look, you know, say what you want about Woody, but he's here helping out Hard 8s." And Hard 8s would be cursing me out in videos, and I'd be like, you know, "Hey man, I don't understand why you have an issue." And then it was during the El Presidor Spreads Lies thing, which he still has up on his channel, by the way. And he went and he started, like, you know, reveling in all the hard times I was having. And it's like, all right, Hard 8, that's enough. You're blocked. You're gone. He is, I don't know, maybe 10,000 subs. He might be one of the bigger guys I blocked.
No, he got 3.
Oh, does he have 3? Maybe he's not the biggest.
I remember one time I blocked Hutch.
Did you? Oh, yeah, that's right. You and Hutch had that feud.
Yeah, because we had this little back and forth. And, see, I used to tell Wings, too. Hutch is probably the hardest person in the world to argue with because he always has a comeback no matter what you say. Like, you could think it out ahead of time, like, all right, let me make sure everything's covered so there's nothing. And he'll still come back with something else. And I remember I blocked him one time.
I remember you commented on it too, didn't you, Nasa?
Huh?
When I punked Hutch on Twitter. Like, I actually went so far over the top.
Oh, yeah, I was like, damn, Wings, I've never seen him just stop. Because I'm so used to him just going nonstop. Like when I was going on with him, he at some points I was like, yeah, he's not gonna say nothing after I say this. And like within 30 seconds there'll be like a reply like boom, and I'm like, damn. Like I couldn't figure out a way to get rid of him, so I just gave up and blocked him.
So Hutch put up "Stupid People Are Stupid," right? Fair enough. And then he got a lot of harsh feedback from that, and he didn't edit his comments. I probably would have cut off all my comments, but he has a different philosophy. Like it's this free speech type issue. Like he would be an Egyptian dictator if he were to earn people commenting. I don't have that same thought, right? Like if I see things going wrong, I'll just cut it off. But he has
my comments are run like I'm Gaddafi himself. All right, so we can with my comments.
Let me keep going. Let me keep going, though. Yeah. So then Hutch did what I thought was one of the greatest reply videos ever on YouTube. Where he talked about his sister, where he talked about his coworkers growing up, where he kind of explained, that racism wasn't in his heart when he posted that video. What was your take on that reply? Like, it didn't win you over? NASA?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I didn't even know how I took it. I think that I probably felt the same way. It's like once you feel a certain way, sometimes no matter what anybody does, you're just gonna stick your ground and be like, whatever, and just like I don't care what they do, I'm still gonna feel that way. But I didn't really see what the problem was. A lot of people thought I said Hutch is racist, and I even put the comments like, I'm not saying in this video Hutch is racist. I'm just saying that people might take the video in a racist, context. And then even Hutch came through and it was like, yeah, you going to call me racist? and I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Then all the subs came, you calling them racist, you calling them racist. And I was like, wait, what? When did I call? I said I'm not. I even put in the comments, I'm not calling them racist. And everybody was like, yeah, you're implying he's racist then. And I was just like, forget it. I'm not getting out of this.
I never understood that double standard in life. Like, for example, if a black guy
hang on one second,
beats up
please.
A white guy...
Hang on 1 second. I'm going to step out of the room at this point, so I cannot be associated with what Wings of Redemption's about to say. Be right back. I'm going to grab a snack.
If a black guy beats up a white guy, he just lost the fight. A white guy beats up a black guy, it's a hate crime. Y'all never see that happening?
Nope.
That happens all the time down here.
Not in New York.
Well, it's
Only ones that really pop up a lot are like if they being up on like gay people or something like
Nasa,
that.
you're so racist. Are you saying that white guys never beat up black guys? Are you saying they can't?
No, anybody could beat up anybody.
I'm just goofing with you.
No,
I'm just saying that double standard's like retarded down here because maybe it's from the area I'm in because the area I'm in is like a lot of black. I mean,
yeah,
I
but
think it's
double
more like
negative. I mean,
80%.
but stuff like that is the same with negative stuff and positive stuff. The double standard. Like if you see two guys go for an interview, they're probably gonna think one guy's smarter than the other, even if they got the same credentials. You know. So with negative and positive, it still goes both ways.
Our nature to destroy ourselves. Hutch don't believe in that. I like Hutch. You full of shit. If you don't think humans want to kill each other, why do all these wars happen?
Yeah, I don't know. You think you'd be able to live in a world though? Is like everybody's happy with each other?
I couldn't.
You don't think it'd be too good?
I think it'd be boring as fuck.
Like you think you'd be able to live in them TV show neighborhoods where like everybody's like, "Hey, good morning."
I just answered it 3 times. No. Reason is, I like it when I turn on the news and I see gunmen gunned down 35 people in a fit of rage because his drunk teenage daughter's having her 3rd child and she decided to throw 3 of them in the garbage. You know, I love seeing shit like that. And that's what makes life exciting. I think it's good. I think it's crazy, but like you've never looked at the news and like, man, that's fucked up, and I'm glad I'm hearing this. Like, for example, I had a video today where a man was hugging a lion, and the first thing I thought of is I'd love to see the video where, you know, the hugging the lion doesn't work.
You know what? In general, like I wasn't agreeing with you. Like I think a perfect world would be a nice place to live. But when lions bite people, I like those videos. Like that's pretty entertaining to me.
Have you ever seen the 1,000 Ways to Die TV show?
I hate that. I think so. Yeah, it's like
that
one of those
all
screaming
made up.
announcers where, yeah, like on man show type stuff,
Like
Spike TV.
Like, for one thing, they had somebody like put a beer keg on a fire, and the beer keg had enough pressure to blow the top of it off, like cut a guy in half. It doesn't happen that way.
They had a guy who he replaced the shells in a shotgun, I think it was, with cigarettes, and shot it at his friend while he was sleeping, and the cigarettes like penetrated his skull.
Won't happen. Not enough ass behind them.
They said with the power behind the
Won't happen.
cigarettes, they'd be able to go through a skull, and they did.
Think what does a cigarette weigh? An ounce, maybe?
I have no idea.
How much does a bullet weigh?
Bullet weigh about 3 ounces. A pellet, shotgun pellet.
Shotgun pellet weighs 3 ounces?
Yeah.
Huh. Wait, I'm going to Google how much does a cigarette weigh.
Well, is that even possible then? Because I see some people saying they did it and it worked.
First off, you have wind resistance. A bullet has got a circular pellet will break air better than a rectangular cigarette with paper. You're going to have wind resistance. That's going to slow it down. The most that thing will probably get up to, maybe 250 feet per second. Maybe. And that won't break the skin, dude.
Cigarette weighs 1.2 grams. The hell does that mean?
That's that metric.
Google weight converter.
I'm working on it. Oh my gosh. So I think Wings is right. It's 0.04 ounces. So,
Yeah.
Wait, a cigarette is 0.04 ounces?
Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't weigh enough, man.
And it has it also has wind resistance going through the air because it has paper and it isn't aerodynamic. It's designed to be smoked, not shot.
So why don't you should do a video of you getting shot with cigarettes.
I could do a video of rock salt. Ice cream salt. Morton's ice cream salt. It weighs more than that. Let's see how much ice cream salt weighs.
Do you remember Kyle was going to do that video where he used Cosmopolitan magazine as a bulletproof vest? And then he practiced it, and the bullet kept going through.
Yeah, until he did what I told him to do it at an angle.
Dude, that's a horrible idea.
Now, if you did a stunt video like that and you actually got injured, would you still post it on YouTube?
Yeah,
I know he would. But dude, Kyle was cracking me up. It was the best Skype call ever, right? He's like, dude, you can't shoot through a Cosmo? And I'm like, yes, you can. And I'm bringing him like websites and stuff where, like, look, here's where a 9mm penetrates like 6 inches of books. 45 penetrates like 7 inches of books. 22 does this. And he's like, no way. So he's like leaning out his window in his mansion, shooting through Cosmo magazines. And he's like, oh, went right through. And he's like trying different angles to see what it takes to shoot through a Cosmo or how many magazines. And Kyle there just freaking shooting away. And Kyle claims that he doesn't need protective ear protection because he can close his ears. And sounds crazy, right? Like
kind of like when you yawn and you can't hear for a second?
So that's the thing. Oh, it's funny that you went there. So Kyle says that he can close his ears, and I'm like, wow, close your ears. That, like, it seems kind of crazy. And then it was tonight, a few hours before the show, I yawned and noticed how I went like nearly deaf, and I'm like, I wonder if he can like harness that involuntary thing. Yeah, and like close his ears. And he says that he does that before he fires the gun. But man, his he put up a video once where he wore like Turtle Beaches as hearing protection.
Somebody put that's earwax.
He used Turtle Beaches as ear protection, and the comments filled up with comments like, oh, Turtle Beaches don't provide adequate protection. So he comes back with Astro A40s.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
That was awesome.
Any headset would provide you adequate ear protection.
Nuh-uh. That's not true. Dude, if I wear Astros, I can hear you whispering. It's not adequate hearing protection.
The fact is, what damages your hearing is the sound waves, and they cover your ears from the sound waves. The little hairs inside your ears.
No, according to that theory, a piece of paper would give me all the hearing protection that I needed.
If it's around your ear, maybe.
I don't think that's how it works.
But a piece of paper has holes in them. Headsets do not.
So construction paper. You put construction paper over your ears, you be good?
Just because, I don't know. It might still be loud as shit.
Wait a minute, Wings, come on, just tell us.
The whole idea, the way you lose your hearing is the sound wave goes in at such a force that it damages the small internal ears inside, just behind your eardrum. And the way I'm thinking about it is when the sound wave hits this headphone, it's going to hit the side of the headphone and dissipate elsewhere. It's going to be directed somewhere else. With a piece of paper, it can still slip through because there's like little holes all the way in pieces of paper just through the process of it. They're real small, you can barely see them, but they're there. But it's still going to be loud as shit, probably leave your ears ringing, but it probably sends you deaf.
Has Kyle ever threw a flashbang or a stun grenade?
I've never seen one of those. Those are loud.
I would love to see him get stun grenaded.
Those are a lot louder than a gun.
I could work on that.
Well, at least get flashbanged and then try to shoot a target or something.
Yeah,
now, were you here for this hearing protection conversation?
I just got back with my pimento cheese with jalapeno sandwich and my baked cheddar ruffles.
A shotgun pellet.
So, even if Wings is right, that it's the sound waves that, that vibrate something inside your ear and cause the damage, I think he's neglecting the fact that the paper would vibrate and then it would just push the sound wave on the other side. Like, hypothetically, let's say we used
I just said the paper wouldn't work because of holes.
Wait a minute. Let's say we used like Titan
plastic
leather,
bag.
Like if I were to put a small bongo drum on my ear, right? it would fit that same requirement. Like, all right, it covers it. It stops.
No, that reverberate.
It reverberates.
There's a difference between a bongo drum and a piece of plastic.
Well, I grabbed an extreme example, right? Like, that's why the paper would fail. It would also vibrate and then pass that vibration.
But we're not trying paper. We're saying Astro A40s here.
I'm sorry, what is the question?
Wings maintains that
Wings said anything.
Let me spit my case before they spit it. The reason Astro A40s will protect Kyle's hearing is because the actual sound is not what damages your ear, but the waves of the sound itself. There's small hairs in the side, but just behind your eardrum, that actually picks up all the sound from your eardrum. And when these get damaged or burned, that's when your hearing starts to deteriorate. the fact that Astros are made of steel, plastic, and have a coating around the ear would protect you from the sound waves because it would deflect them.
Here's the problem about that. Sound waves go right through that shit. That's how like seismographs work for earthquakes. And let me go and tell you, it's loud as fuck even when you're wearing Astro 840s when you shoot a gun and then you shoot.
I didn't say it would help you. I didn't say it to help you dissipate the sound. I said it help you for not going deaf.
I doubt it. I'll go deaf.
But wait, you can.
Hey, have you ever fired an LMG in one of your videos?
Mm-hmm.
I shot a saw.
Damn,
I mean, I just wear earplugs myself. I mean, I don't know why Kyle just don't go get a fucking $5 pair of earplugs from Walmart.
But I'm a fucking bad.
Dude, I paid $18 for like a 250 pack of earplugs. Like you can get, and now I just drop them in like when I do woodworking, and I don't even think about cost or they're just always there. You know, anyone needs a set.
I worked in a steel mill where if somebody fucking dropped something, you were aware of it.
Yeah.
So
I can imagine.
I think about ear protection all the time when I'm doing stuff. I wear ear protection cutting the grass. Because a lawnmower gets up to 140 decibels. That can damage your hearing.
I'm with you, man. Like I rarely use hearing protection when I mow the yard, but sometimes, like especially if I like skip it and I know that I'm going to be out there for a while, it's just more comfortable, man. I just toss in not the headset kind, not the earmuffs, but the little kinds that go inside your ears. You squish them and they expand.
Yeah,
I use those things anytime I want to. Or if I'm woodworking, in woodworking, the first thing I do is prepare the wood. You know, so that means jointing and planing. It's a long process and it's louder than most of woodworking. I'll double up. I'll put the little earplugs under my earmuffs, and it's just comfortable. This Skype conversation is awesome. Someone wrote, "Can I share it?"
Go for it.
So for you guys, I think you all know, right? We do this thing over Skype, and sometimes we send messages to each other, right? Sometimes the messages are like, "We need to change the topic. This is getting slow," or whatever. And Kyle asked Wings, "Can you unban this guy on YouTube? He's a friend." And Wings is like, "Nope, called me a fat ass." How do you even know? Do you remember his name?
Yeah, I just banned him just like 10 minutes ago from the live stream here.
I had a guy recently, beg to be unbanned, and he's like, "I didn't do anything," and I'm thinking to myself, he actually said, "I didn't do fuck all," and I'm like, well, I don't know. If I banned you because of a comment you left on my channel, then that's a no. If I banned you because it was like a community thing, like a Kyle or an Onslaught or Wings, didn't like him either, that's enough too. I know I didn't just randomly go through comments and ban people.
But you know what's funny? Did you ever go to ban somebody and by accident you slipped to the name like right under and you blocked the wrong person?
Yeah, I've done that.
I think it's unlikely. Yeah, I'm pretty careful about it. Like it's a deliberate act for me.
I've tried to reply to somebody in comments and block them by accident, like on personal messages.
I have too, and I felt bad because immediately their name disappears. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, and then you don't know what the name was.
I was like, he's gonna be mad, and then I think he was probably gonna say something anyway.
And it could be somebody who's like your biggest fan, and they just go on one day to be like, "Great video," and it's like you're blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Like what?
I've met people in game where they had this like saintly, perception of me, and then they pulled out their Storella missile and their ghost shit, trying to give me a challenge, and then they get cussed out at the end of the game. And
Wings,
like,
man, you're wrong when you do that. You're
Fuck
wrong,
that.
but you're like, hey, you can't shoot down my air support. Yes, they can. Welcome to Call of Duty. That's
hey, look here.
Was you in the room that day? I think it was either with was it with you, Woody? I think it was with you, Wings, where we asked that kid, "Why are you staying in the room?" And he was like, "'Cause I have to."
Yeah. Motherfucker sitting in my motherfucking room and shooting this air support down because his friend wants to watch me play. He wasn't even on my team. He just wanted to watch me play on the enemy team.
But he sounds so innocent, like it was really the truth. Like he said, "'Cause I have to." and he just didn't leave. He stood in there for like 6 games.
Huh. I usually get along with the Rain. I've been getting recognized a lot in lobbies. Like 80% of my games now, there's someone in there who knows me, and I don't know. It's hard on me because I have this like self-induced pressure to like put on my try-hard pants and leave the lobby and such, and don't always get it done. I played against this guy at a 4.5 KD. It's like I know I have a YouTube channel and everything, but you're better than me.
Do you get it? Like if somebody beats you down, like in the lobby, they'll be like, just be bloody.
Man, I get that motherfucker gets a kill on me, and he's 1-31.
No, internally, like I have this internal like thing that he's thinking, he was nothing all along. But what they actually do is they're just really cool about it, Like, look, I never said I was the best Call of Duty player. Yeah.
Well, you get noticed out online. What if?
Can you guys hear him? Wings,
Hello?
are you there?
Yeah, what?
Hello?
Oh,
Yeah,
NASA,
put my mic in and out to see if it fixed the robot shit.
NASA, you went quiet for a second there. Can you start again?
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh no, I was asking Kyle if he gets recognized in real life much, since most of his videos are like of himself,
Yeah, about 5 times now.
Whatever you mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Do you put on the Russian accent when you do it?
Depends what they call me. It depends.
My coolest story was this one. So, when Huppet Gaming first went online, so here's the deal: we bought an inexpensive server plan for Huppet before we even had subs on it and stuff like that. This is during our development phase, so we paid like $10 a month for the website, and then we told people about it, and it said that it was like unlimited bandwidth and such, but within 10 minutes the website was crashing because it couldn't handle the traffic, and we needed to upgrade it. The guy at GoDaddy had heard of my channel. He was a fan, and instead of 24 hours he got it done in like 1, and he gave us a 15% discount because he liked my channel, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, but we ended up leaving GoDaddy because we needed dedicated hosting and stuff.
You ever tried to name drop in real life for something that you needed?
Don't you know who I am?
No.
Like, you think that would even work? Like, hey, by the way, I'm Woody's Gamer Tag from YouTube.
What I
Hey, I
was
name drop
almost
a
trying to
GameStop.
do, like I wanted so here's the deal: we had 2 GoPro cameras for that surfing trip I went on recently, and I wanted to get footage every day. I wanted to hog a camera, but there's 2 for 10 guys, so that's not cool. And I'm like, get me a third one, right? You guys were gonna have 2, make it 2 for 9 guys, and get me one. And I promise I'll make it work for them. I'll let people know that this video was taken with a GoPro. That it'll be worth it to you in advertising. You don't have to keep the camera. Just let me have one that I can use on my trip. And I've thought about stuff like that. We didn't actually go through with asking him because my friend sissed out. But yeah. So sometimes I'll think about lines like that, but I haven't really tried to name drop and get a name done.
Because it's funny, because I was like, because I sold my Black Ops game to Wings, and I thought I was going to get one early since I'm in New York, and everybody who said they had it ended up not coming through, so I had to do the like midnight launch like everybody else. And I'm on the line thinking like, if you could just stand there and be like, hey yo, do you know this dude from YouTube? And like see if they let you like just get right in front. Like,
See, NASA, let me tell you this story. Not only did I get to go to the front of the line on Call of Duty Black Ops, but I got paid $50 to be there.
Wow.
Because, well, I got recognized really big at the Halo one. Halo Reach dropped, and I basically had to take a lot of pictures there. So the manager invited me to back for the Call of Duty, and he said he'd give me $50 if I showed up to it. Because I told him basically, like, I usually don't come on Call of Duty because there's like a line around the block. He's like, no, you come in first. Everybody see you. We'll get you first in line. All right. So I went and picked up my PS3 copy for $50
Man, that's nice.
in my pocket, not to them.
Oh, Kyle, you there?
Yes, sir.
Prank calls. So a lot of guys like to, look, the prank calls are really popular, but you don't like them. Do you want to talk about that?
All right. I like them when it's if we can get the right thing going, but like when it's just me and just a straight person, like if I'm calling John and I don't know anything else about John, it's not that much fun for me because I've only got so many angles I can take that with John. And I usually like to go the bestiality angle, just because that's the most off-the-wall funny thing I can think of. But, I mean, if we could ever find somebody that's funny to call, I like calling the 7-Elevens. I will say that. And I like calling the KFCs and the Taco Bells. And I like calling... let me tell you this.
Well, but that one chick at the GameStop.
That chick was a bitch and a liar. Fuck her. My dad gets a call the other night. The phone rings, and it's a wrong number. And the woman's like asking about her aunt or whatever. And my dad is like, oh, didn't you know? She's in jail. And we're talking about a 70-year-old woman that she's asking my dad about, thinking my dad is like her brother or something. He's like, she's in jail. A policeman stopped her for jaywalking, and she maced him. Yeah, honey, she maced him. Yeah, sprayed him right in the eyes. Got him. They told her she could do 90 days. She could do They told her she could do 30 days or pay $90. She said 30 days. So we got to get $90 together to get her out. She's like, don't you have $90? My dad's like, no. He's like, well, what about her? What about her kids? My dad's like, well, John, he's gambled all her money away. He's at a poker game right now, gambling the money away. He talks to this lady for like 10 minutes, going at it with her, and at the end, she hangs up, and he started feeling bad about it. He hands the phone to my mom. He's like, can you fix that for me? And she has to call the woman back and straighten it all out. Like, no, you were talking to my husband. He was just messing with you. It's a joke. He's like, well, that's one hell of a joke. I was getting money together and heading to the jail.
That's awesome.
You know what I don't understand? When people call the wrong number from like a cell phone, and then they call you right back, because it's not like it's not like an old school phone where you could have hit the wrong number, like because you're hitting redial. So how are you expecting to get different results?
But maybe the phone made the mistake. Let's try this again.
Yeah, like they'll be like, "Is this whoever?" And I'll be like, "No, you just call me." And they'll be like, and then they'll be like, "Oh." Like, if they really did have different, like, they thought they were going to get different results.
You know what I hate?
Go ahead.
I hate when you try to call somebody that used to have their phone number and the companies gave it to somebody else.
See, I'm on the other end of that. I hate that my phone used to belong to somebody else, and that somebody else was a fucking deadbeat. Didn't pay his phone bill, didn't pay his credit cards, his mortgage, his car. Everything. So I've got creditors calling me 8 a.m. Now, I sleep late. Keep in mind, all I do is make YouTube videos now. I sleep I like to wake up about 10 p.m., something like that. I'm up all night. So somebody calls me 8 a.m., I'm fucking mad already. I'm like, hello? Who is this? We're looking for Ricardo. I'm like, well, you got the wrong fucking number. I hang up, like 2 or 3 hours later, it rings again. Hello, is Ricardo there? I'm like, I don't know.
We got Ricardo... a video idea for FPS Russia.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know who Ricardo is, but you guys need to leave me alone. Well, we're calling from credit, man, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, I can't give you Ricardo's money. I'm like, I'm sorry. Apparently, Ricardo never paid a bill in his life because all of you guys want him. If I had him here, I'd give him to you. You got to stop calling me. I still get calls. He must have had like 15 credit cards.
I have a friend, like one of my good friends at work, and there is another person that lives in Raleigh. He lives in Raleigh that has the same name that he does, and that guy is a total deadbeat. So they look him up. They're like, all right, there's this guy. He's Anthony. He's in Raleigh, and they're like, is this Anthony? He says yes, and then they start railing on him about debt. And he's like, oh no, you got the wrong Anthony. No, I don't. You're Anthony Austin in Raleigh, right? Yeah, but anyway, it's a nonstop problem for him.
I can just imagine being like, we've seized your assets, sir. I just wanted you to know. And he's like, you better not have seized my freaking.
Here, let me lay this idea for a video for FPS Russia. All right, you're laying in bed. You have your friend call your phone, and then you do the whole telemarketer thing. They'd be like, "Who is it? This is a big dick Russian."
Oh.
Shit like that. You'd be like, "You better hope you're not in 2D. I will shoot the shit out of you."
Oh, you're talking about messing with a telemarketer?
Yeah, but you ain't got to be a telemarketer on it. It could just your friend call the phone, and you got the camera at the foot of your bed, looking up while you sit there trying to talk on the phone, half asleep.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun next month with my traveling. I'm gonna try to get a lot of videos out from the paintball stuff.
You know what's
Last
funny?
Crusader, guess what? You failed too, son.
What happened with Last Crusader?
He said I failed.
Oh, now he's gone.
Yeah.
Good enough for me.
I'm going to make him a new Justin TV account.
You ever had somebody persistent like that you had to block them like 10 straight times in a row?
Oh yeah. On
Oh,
YouTube.
yeah.
The one guy's like, "You've blocked me 6 times a day." I'm like, I'm like, make it 7, asshole. I don't give a fuck.
Kyle likes playing with me when I get mad at people.
Because I had one guy before I blocked. This is the only one I remember. His name was like Black Dragon, and I blocked him. He made his next account Return of Black Dragon.
That's awesome.
And came back and was like, "Yeah, you thought you could get rid of me?" And I'm like, "What?" So I just reblocked him. Like if, since he was the return, he wasn't going to be able to get blocked, you know. I just blocked him again. Like, how are you going to come back with the same account and call yourself the return of?
Have you ever tried to
say,
talk to a
like, I
guy?
don't know how many I've double blocked.
Oh man, that was one of the most funniest guys I had to block though.
No, I had a guy whose name was like Jacoby 1, and I blocked Jacoby 1, and he comes back and he's Jacoby 2, and I'm like, dude, why are you fucking with me? And he comes back again, Jacoby.
Kyle went silent?
Yep.
Block
He
every
did.
one of those
Oh, there
motherfuckers.
you go.
I'm one step ahead of you now, asshole. I just imagine him signing into that account and being like, "What the fuck? You already got me? I didn't even say anything yet."
Holy.
Oh, all right. I'll go ahead and say this and just for any of you people who are in, because apparently you guys are asking, if you're in the Chicago area or Illinois, here's what you got to do to play paintball next week at CPX. It's at CPX Sports in Joliet. You send an email to fpsrussia@cpxsports.com and you leave your name, how many people are with you, and let us know what day you're coming. I'll be there on the 5th and the 6th if you want to play.
You advance to $500 at dside82@hotmail.com. Play with
Yeah, exactly. No, it's $50, and that includes your paintball gun, your mask.
Oh man.
So, for some reason, that's been extremely confusing for a lot of
Bedward, dude, you're a fucking dumbass. Seriously, you said the shit 5 times. I've ignored it 5 fucking times. It's not like I don't see your fucking stupid ass comment.
What does it say?
It's like, Wings, you said the Egypt's internet is cut off, and there's a guy on the earth down there. Well, look here. He's not in Egypt. There's a country to the right of Egypt, and that's where he's at.
Isn't their internet back?
Huh?
Isn't it restored? I thought they restored it.
No, they cut it off today, didn't they?
Oh, I don't know. I know they cut it off like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I'm not sure what the status is right now.
I'm not either. But the fact, let's look at Africa. Hey, so you can't even click on the little where it is, but Egypt's right there toward that little fucking sea area, that metro right there. I think that's the what is that?
So the Mighty Hutch is in here?
I don't know.
I don't know. Hey Hutch, if that's you, shoot me on a message on Skype, and I'll mod you up. So you're not in slow mode and stuff. He tweeted. Let me look.
Any of you guys watch Epic Mealtime?
I've seen a few of them.
I'm really enjoying those. I didn't like the Valentine's Day one, but the rest of them are really good.
All right. I see that Hutch tweeted. He says, "Whose D do I have to S?" that would be me, cutie.
What does that stand for?
Are you serious?
Nah. I was gonna think if one of you guys would have got creative with it.
Oh man, there's a handful of Mighty Hutches in here. I'm struggling to find the right one.
Someone send you how it's spelled.
I never understood those guys that want to mimic your username and then send you a friend request.
I remember somebody sent me a friends request who said NasaOne is gay, and he sent me a friends request.
Dude, on PS3, I get so many friend requests from FPS Kyle and Woody. I feel so loved.
You're like, you're not FPS Kyle.
I already got them both on my friends list. Double the pleasure, double the fun.
The funny thing is, and if you guys ever want to fuck with this guy on Xbox Live, the guy whose gamertag is actually FPS space Kyle, that motherfucker's got to get spammed constantly. I'm so glad that's not my gamertag. That guy gets so much shit.
Oh, FPS Kyle?
So who has Wings of Redemption on Xbox Live?
Too big.
Oh, it's too big? Oh, okay.
I mean, the thing with me is a lot of people started their channel the same time they started their Xbox Live gamer tag, or at least tried to make a match. Not me. I did the Hutch route. I used whatever the hell I put in when I started my YouTube thing to sub to people.
Yeah, I did. I
can't hear him at all.
Yeah, he's breaking up. Someone just wrote, Hutch is a faggot. Dude, I just modded him. How'd you think that was going to go? That's one of the reasons that all the YouTubers get modded, because they become targets for people in the chat, and it's only kind of fair to let them defend themselves.
Hutch, Israel is north of Egypt, buddy.
Really?
Oh, man.
I need to look this up.
Please,
Kyle, are you uploading or downloading or something?
I mean, Egypt almost touches Israel. Like, it's got connected through the Gaza Strip, but it's not to the right to them. I want to say it's like, fucking, it starts with an L. It's kind
so, Israel's actually to the right of Egypt? And so is... well, no. The top
northeast.
of Israel is about parallel, if I'm reading this map correctly, with the top of Egypt. So I guess you'd call it to the right. But the big country to the right of Egypt is Saudi Arabia, across the Red Sea.
Let's see this.
You put north right.
What's down now?
North right? Oh, man. See, Hutch was coming off as so educated. If he had put northeast, we'd have been good to go. But he's like, yeah.
It just sounded funny reading north right.
Hey, compass froze, son. He had to... Man, why is my internet...
We're getting that you're right. We're just kind of objecting to the term north right.
You know, it's funny. I did a video today.
See, I had him confused. I thought Egypt was Libya was at, and Libya was where Egypt was at.
I don't really care. It doesn't matter.
So we got one guy in Egypt.
Dude, you want to see something cool? Go on YouTube and go to your Insight and shit, and you can click on the countries, and you can see how many viewers and subscribers you have in like the obscure countries. Now,
here's the thing, Kyle. You said those guys got hit on the Horn of Africa. Somalia's up here on the fucking top near Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates.
I didn't say they got hit on the Horn. I said they were sailing around the Horn. That's like me saying they're going to Disney World and they got hijacked and killed. I didn't say they were at Disney World.
I don't know where they got hit.
It's the Republic of Congo now.
Oh God knows they renamed those fucking countries. That's just like Myanmar.
Like when I was in school, it was just Congo. Now it's the Dominican Republic of Congo.
Dominican Republic of
Congo.
This is DEM
sure
period
that's right?
rep. Well, I don't know what the hell DEM would stand for.
Demilitarized.
Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yeah, Democratic Republic of Congo. Whatever the hell it is.
Dominican Republican of Congo.
Now I kind of like to go to the Dominican Republic of Congo.
That sounds like a place I might enjoy. How's the surf?
Yeah, there'd be some good-looking, some.
You know,
nice
I've always wanted to fish on the Congo River, but I was just scared of all the damn guns and shit there. The Congo's got the second biggest river in the world in it.
All right, I'm trying to invite Hutch to the call to please the stream. We'll see
I
if
think
he's
I'm
interested in
hosting the
answering. Oh, yeah. Call him. I put him in the call.
Let's see.
You just need to click on
A lot of
his
people
role.
leave it. The upside down comment where they always put, "I'm not buying another keyboard from eBay."
Yep.
That
Hutch
shit
doesn't
is
want
so
to be in the call.
Oh, I
Come
see
on,
what it
it's
is,
ringing,
Hutch.
Hutch.
Be in the call.
What is... Hutch?
Hello.
Oh, it sound like you in an old school phone booth.
No, I have the Justin TV playing in the background. I'm just gonna answer the call to say hi. I'm about to play some COD right now, but
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and snub us. It's cool. No big deal.
Yeah.
whatever.
It's
I
not
don't
as
know
if my feelings are badly hurt.
Call of
Yeah.
Duty is more important than the #1 podcast in gaming.
It's no big deal. Just go ahead and snub us.
I know, you're
What
bigger
happened,
than...
what happened to your porn star?
She
yeah.
called out. She called out like 2 hours beforehand too, which pissed me off. I'd be cool if she did it like at 1 o'clock when I was asking her if she was down for the night. She goes yes. I asked her again at 6 o'clock. You down? Yes. 7 o'clock. I can't do it.
I'll read your letter. I'll read her letter. I'm really looking forward to being on your podcast, and please don't take it another way, but I'm not ready tonight. I thought I was, unfortunately I'm not. As you can see, I haven't been on Twitter as much. I got some personal things going on. I hope you can understand and would still like to interview me in the next few weeks. I'll be online this evening. If you like, we can Skype. My apologies for any inconvenience. Much love. Yeah, it's pretty inconvenient. You canceled 3 hours before the show? Like, that's not cool.
She probably
You
got called to work
confirmed-
though.
She
You guys-
confirmed like 4 hours before the show.
You guys are burning. You're gonna burn bridges if she somehow listens to this.
Or not.
She's gonna burn bridges, man.
Yeah, but she missed an opportunity. We're going to have
There are
Sasha
other-
Trail next week.
There are other porn stars that would be happy to come on and talk to Woody's gamer tag. Okay.
Yeah, maybe you didn't see me surfing. I'm quite the hunk.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a number of porn stars to choose from. We'll pick our.
You obviously never followed Biggie Small's rap career. See, I'm the white version of him.
Hey, I have a question, and it's to Wings.
Yes.
Did you, by any chance, see NASA's video where he talked about using Scout Pro with regular guns?
Yes.
Well, I was actually. Well, it's not just for Wings. I don't know. Did you guys already talk about this?
Yes.
Yeah,
Nope.
I did a dual com a week before he put the video out about it. Should have seen it.
I wanted to hear other people's opinion on that because I had thought about that before, but never took the time to actually put a class like that together on an automatic.
I just never been good enough with the snipers to get Scout Pro.
Yeah, it's not fucking fun.
Well, you only need the 50 kills straight up. Everything else you can do with regular guns.
I think you need 100. I think you need 100 one-shot ones.
No, it's 50. It's 50 sniper kills, and then 30 headshots and 50 secondary kills.
And the secondary kills what I don't like getting.
Yeah, but you can run around with a ballistic knife, just get 50 kills.
And maybe you can. I got a 3.10.
Well, they say use a Python with an ACOG to get your 50 kills.
I guess Hutch got shut down.
All right.
No,
Appreciate.
no. I'm
Oh,
good.
oh, oh.
Whoa. Some quality just picked up.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Well, I plugged in my headphones.
They got like 100,000
Now
times better.
now it's like Hutch HD.
I want to say somebody in this call is kind of punky and was scared to go to Africa with me this year.
All right, let me just say this, guys. Wings of Redemption suggested that he and I go on safari and shoot a fucking lion. And here's what I said about that. One, I don't want to shoot a lion. They're beautiful creatures. They're intelligent. They don't deserve me to go out there and shoot them with a high-powered rifle. And two, I'm not going to fucking Africa where somebody's going to kidnap my ass, and I'm either going to end up on A, Al Jazeera getting my head sawed off, or B, ransomed for whatever they think I'm worth.
Or C, we stay in a nice 5-star hotel, go on a nice safari and look at rhinos because I can't afford to shoot a lion at this point in my life, but I can afford to go to a safari trip.
There are safe places in Africa where you don't need to worry about Muslim extremists. It's not like you're heading to Rwanda in the middle of a
No, we be going
Civil
to
War.
South Africa near
Are those-
Johannestown.
Are those the places where you shoot lions?
I think you just mixed two cities together, but okay.
But South Africa is a down here, and it's got Cape Town, Johannes, and all these other things. Johannesburg, I'm sorry. It's at the very horn of Africa.
Geography Lessons with Wings of Redemption, Episode 1.
I'm doing this off the top of my head.
I'm just fucking with you, Wings. No, I wouldn't want to go kill the lion. And, dude, if you want to see them, why don't the three of us go to the North Carolina Zoo? They've got a really nice place up there.
I don't want to pay the $32,000 to kill the lion either. But if I got $1 million, I'd be down.
Dude, we went to the North Carolina Zoo
with all your...
and we pretended to shoot baby buffalo and said it was Onslaught.
Dude, if we go to the North Carolina Zoo and one of you guys promises to bail me out, I'll jump in the fence and chase a buffalo.
Yeah, and he'd kick your head over.
Oh, they'll run like that.
You think with all your...
Yeah, Hutch, you blanked out there. Audio issues at the end, huh?
More like San Francisco and hire a homeless guy to try and stay alive for 24 hours.
I only caught the end of that. But that's the
He's
plot
trying to
to
do the
the
game
movie.
stuff.
Too. You cut out, and then I heard hire a homeless guy from San Francisco and pay him to stay alive.
Yeah, that's all.
I was like,
I'm trying to fill in the beginning of that. It's crazy.
I said, you think with all the machinima PayPal disbursement, you could just hire a homeless guy and do like a surviving the game and actually hunt a person?
I don't want to.
I don't know what PayPal
People are easy targets.
talks about. I've been watching my PayPal for the last 3 days now.
Well, I meant future tense or whatever.
Okay, well, maybe then we'll hire a homeless guy.
I was sort of saying to Kyle today, the one time I might have enough money and no bills to do it with, I've always wanted to go to Egypt and see the pyramids, and the bitches are in revolution. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, it would be nice to go there and see it. It really depends on who ends up taking power there, whether the people can get together and put a leader forward and actually have a democracy, or whether you've got some group like the Muslim Brotherhood that's going to come in and just put a theocracy in place. And
The Muslim Brotherhood doesn't have popular support in that country. It's fear mongering.
I mean,
They don't have majority support. It's media spinning it to be a source of fear. The people. It was a popular revolution. If we encourage democracy, we should be in favor of that.
well, I hope you're right.
Well, I mean, if you look at the polls over there, they don't have a majority popular. I mean, I'm sure some people support them, but
Yeah, I mean, if you could believe the polls over there, they would.
yeah.
Well, here's
I don't know. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. It's a really unstable region in the world, and with Iran there in the Suez Canal, and it's a multifaceted ball of shit. So we'll see how it turns out. Hopefully for the better for everybody.
Well, I was asking Wings, wouldn't you guys want to just visit like local places like New York
no.
and stuff like that?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm doing this year.
I want to go see one in a lifetime's things. Like, I want to go to Machu Picchu. That's where I want to go.
Because I was telling Wings, if I wasn't from New York, I'd be like, if I lived somewhere else, I would like to visit New York.
Machu Picchu's no joke, man. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
You're talking about, or
Peru.
is that the Mayan thing? And
Peru, yeah. It's up on a mountain.
See, the trouble with that is the altitude, man. Like, it's a big deal. They give you cocaine-based tea to help you deal with the altitude sickness and all that nonsense.
There's a 5-star hotel beside it now, Woody, and they got a cable car that goes up to it.
Yeah, I guess. My friends hike it.
See, my fad is to be on the cable car. I'll pay the $25 to go up the mountain.
Yeah, we were gonna hike it. We after we did John Muir Trail, we didn't do the whole thing, but that was like we were like, we should go to Machu Picchu. That'd be fun. But one of my buddies, he got altitude sickness. It was awesome.
I'd like to do a whole thing there. See Machu Picchu, then go to like Easter Island, and then like Nakasta. I can't say the damn shit. See all this fucking shit in the sand from the sky. like get in a helicopter.
oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. That's in like South America, Mexico, or something, isn't it?
All of us are right there in Peru.
I can't think. It's not Mata. It's where there's those drawings. The Nazca lines. Thank you.
Yeah, they're in Peru.
Yeah, that guy's smart.
And Easter Island is right off of Peru.
I mean, those are really different things that like to see. Like, I'm happy,
Kyle, what's up with your audio?
I don't got robot Kyle.
Is it Wings?
It's probably my shitty connection, dude.
Yeah,
it sounds fine.
Did you say it sounded fine to you, Hutch?
Wing post. Everyone
Whoa.
it's just Kyle's
Yeah,
internet
yeah,
probably had a
everybody.
spot.
No, everybody's doing it.
Didn't you fix your internet, Wings?
There you
No,
go.
I bought a
Yeah.
second line so I could upload and play Xbox at the same time.
Now he
Uh-huh.
has 2 bad lines.
Yeah.
I can
Now I got 2 bad lines I get to pay $100 a piece for.
I can still pull host when I'm uploading a video.
Oh, I hate
I've
that.
never had
I think I
hosts
can
the
host more
entire
when
time
I'm
playing
uploading
Black Ops.
That
Well, at
was
least
2
in New
people
York,
at
I-
once.
Well, see, Woody's all about hiking shit. I ain't about hiking nothing. I had a fucking 10-minute warm up off walk the weight off at home today that fucked my shit up. I had to go lay down.
Hey, have you ever seen those Ninja Warrior or the American Warriors, whatever they called?
No. Oh, is that
Marines
the
right here.
like
Not
Spec
the
TV?
blooper one, not the like comedy one. I'm talking about like the real one. It's called American Warrior, Ninja Warrior, something like that. It's like an obstacle course.
I don't think I've seen that. Is
How
that
did
the
you
one
guys
that's kind
never
of like?
seen that before?
is
It's
it
like on
one
Spike TV.
Yeah, the one that where they like fall off of shit and like always busting their heads and stuff.
Yeah, they gotta do all these like extreme
Yeah.
like I was just wondering if you guys well, you guys never seen it, so it wouldn't matter now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny.
Think
But
about
somebody was asking in the comments about PAX East. Who's going to PAX East in this call? Like Woody, are you going?
It all depends when Machinima pays me.
I was expecting to go. I bought the ticket and everything, but my wife's going to visit her family in March. I just need to see if the times overlap.
Gotcha. And Wings.
I am Wolfing, who's in the. Oh, you guys don't encourage not to pay too much attention to that chat, don't you?
Oh, this is the after thing. You can talk about it all you want.
Yeah, that's during the recording.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm just gonna drop.
I wonder what the Mediterranean Sea would be like for fishing.
How did we get off PAX and end up fishing in the Mediterranean?
So I'm trying to plan a trip out. I've always wanted to do something, and I've only been to North Carolina one time, and that was looking for the fucking Myrtle Beach DMV.
I'll tell you what, Wings. If you want to go on a trip, this is what we'll do. Later this summer, after we get paid, we can go out west. I know you like long-range target shooting. You shoot prairie dogs. What you do, you pull up in a truck, you set up a bench rest, and you blow fucking prairie dogs up all day long.
Ooh, yeah.
It's awesome.
You ready to disintegrate a prairie dog, but you ain't down to shoot a lion.
They break the horse's feet, man, in the fields. and
Horse
I know,
PAX is awesome. If we're gonna go back and talk about that, but
that'd be great.
I didn't go to PAX East. I'm not going this year. Tabe's in for a month and a half, and so they're gonna send him. They want to cut back on travel expenses so that they can send us to Japan later on in the year. So I'll give up Boston to go to Japan. But Tabe and him are going to East, but we went to West last year, and it was super super cool.
You might want to drop the Hutch before you go to Japan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about
I don't have a girlfriend.
what happened to her.
Nothing. I'm still hanging out with her. I don't have a girlfriend.
Oh, I'm about to say because a guy your height at Japan, girls gonna be all over you.
So you still don't call her your
Woody,
girlfriend?
yeah. We never talked about that. Yeah. No,
Man.
she's not my girlfriend.
So what if she started talking to some other guy? And by talking, I mean doing the same things with them that she does with you.
It wouldn't bother me.
You think you have
Really?
to get that verbal agreement of boyfriend and girlfriend, no matter how long it's been?
Yeah, I do. I'm a
So, like, if you've been talking to a lady, let's say a year, and if you guys didn't say we're boyfriend and girlfriend, you still wouldn't consider her your girl then?
Well, a
You must be
year is
talking
a
to
little
Hutch.
different.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when this time you think overtake, like, the verbal agreement?
I don't know. Everybody's different. Like you can't. I don't think you can put like I'd say after like maybe 2 or 3 months, if you're still hanging out and you haven't put in any titles on anything, at that point it's like the make it or break it. It's like either you're boyfriend girlfriend or you're not.
Or you just stop talking?
Yeah, or you just can go about your merry ways and do that whole thing. But I really like being single, Woody, so I'm not I'm not many.
You want to stay single till after Japan. Yes.
I'm not the sharing sort, man. Like, as soon as I would start dating a girl, I would
She
make
can't
it
talk
known.
to anybody else, right?
Oh yeah, and if by she can talk like literally, but she is not to be,
Talking, trying
Look,
to get with them. She can't.
yeah, it's like, look, you and I are a thing. We're going to try this and see if it works. And if it doesn't, we'll break up like stand-up people and move on. It's not going to be a, looking around thing.
We were talking
would-
about this today.
I would never ever ask someone to be my girlfriend after one date. No way. You don't know anything about them at that point.
Well, it's
At
not that.
point-
All right. She doesn't
At
have
that
your
point,
girlfriend.
you just want to have sex with them, and you're distracted the whole time, and you're trying to make it look like you're super interested, when really you're just thinking about the fact that you want to have sex with them. So, like, you've got your blinders on. You can't really know someone until after you've had sex.
See, I don't feel like
If you have sex and you still want to talk to someone, then you got a good thing going there, or at least a good start.
See, for me, Hutch, man, it's maybe a jealousy thing, right? Like, her being my girlfriend doesn't mean that I'm going to marry her. It just means that no one else is until we're finished.
If she were to see other people right now, it wouldn't bother me, because I honestly don't think she would be as interested in anybody else as she is with me.
See,
That's
Hutch got the alpha
that's not
male
okay
thing going.
with me, man. Yeah, that not at all.
Yeah, it's not going to be one of those things where I'm like, yeah, you went and fucked Bill, didn't you? Went as good as me,
No,
was
it's
it?
not,
Yeah, I
it's
think
not
so.
about. No, I'm not talking about like. I'm not talking
Like,
about.
what you do yesterday? Like, I
Hutch
hung
Daddy
out with
Tate.
Bill.
I'm
Like,
pussy.
oh, that's
I'm
cool.
not talking
What you
about
guys
your
gonna do?
bedroom skills. I'm not talking about anything. I'm just saying just general interests. And
know
I
what?
think like me and her, like, we really click. We have good chemistry, and I wouldn't say that about just any. If it was a different girl, I wouldn't necessarily say the same thing. But me
Yeah,
and her,
see-
it's not a me thing. It's an us thing. There's like
Hutch
a really
has an
cool.
11-inch
But when you
penis,
met-
right?
when you
So
met
he's
her-
got
when you
this
met-
whole thing going on. He's like, you can try someone else, but come on, let's get real.
when you met her, she knew who you was from YouTube already,
No,
or did
right?
you tell her afterwards? Like, oh, by the way, I got
Oh.
a million subs on YouTube.
No, she didn't know who I was.
How'd she take it? Was she like, wow? Or was it to her? It was like, whatever.
Well, one of the first things she watched was the video where I was talking about my reluctance to be in a monogamous relationship, and that was sort of. I told her after that, I'm like, you know what? I really prefer it if you like just didn't watch my videos, because it's just too hard to explain this weird little online world of transparency about
but
that sort of stuff.
Hutch, without getting graphic, if she were to do something physical with another guy, wouldn't that like eat at you to some extent?
No, because like I still want to do physical stuff with other girls.
See, I'm not built like that at all. Like,
Yeah, I mean, neither.
Hutch is a swinger. That's what he's going to be. He's going to be like 10 years
I'm
before marriage.
no, I'm
He's
not a
got, like,
swinger.
Who
She's
wants
just
to throw the keys in the pot?
I'm not a swinger. She's just not my girlfriend. So like if she was my girlfriend, then I probably like. Here's the thing though, like if your girlfriend came to you and said, let's say you and your girlfriend had a threesome, you and your wife had a threesome, right? And she maybe didn't necessarily want to do it, but she did it for you because she wanted to make you happy. Now what happens? Maybe a couple weeks later, month later, she comes to you and says, well, now it's my turn. Like, what would you say in that case? If she wanted an MMF threesome.
Oh no, not that.
So
I mean, like, I'm not saying that it's the most awesome idea in my head. I'm just saying that there is sort of a double standard.
I got
when it comes to.
And
I got a
Hutch,
question for Woody on that respect too.
So to answer Hutch's question, right? Like that second half of the equation is why the first half of the equation is not a fantasy I would want to live out. And and there's even more than that. Like and it's not an anti-gay thing. It's a bond breaking thing. Like that's the big thing. And I was even thinking somehow it came up today, like the notion of adultery. Oh, because of the porn star. And it was like, no, like I don't. Even if I cheated and got away with it, then there would be this like bond broken, this thing that I know that I did, that I wasn't the man that I want to be. That's why this doesn't happen. It's not because I couldn't get away with it. It's because even internally that would would damage the relationship that I have, even if she didn't know.
It doesn't need to, though. Like, if you're not built for it, then you're not built for it. But it doesn't. I think that there's a mistake going on right now where I think the perception is the standard is if you're with someone, you don't have sex with anybody else, and any deviation from that standard is considered breaking a bond, like you would say, or cheating, or not faithful, or not respectful, and that's not the standard. I mean, it's a rarity, but I would say maybe 5-10% of the population maybe are open to the idea of being in a relationship and being with other people.
I actually agree with you, right? Like, there are some guys who separate that physical and emotional bond, right? It like literally all the way to their core. It's just not the way that they define that bond. And for them, that's cool. There are some guys who get really turned on by seeing their girl with another guy. Like, that's part of their thing.
It's called cuckolding.
Yeah, I know. So, and if that's not your, but the figurative your thing, then do your thing. It doesn't sound like you're hurting anyone. That's fine with me. But it's not my thing. It's not the way I'm put together.
Here's my question. I know this is straight to kindergarten, but if you're in an MMF situation and it's your wife with another guy, do you try extra hard to please her? Do you try to outperform the other guy?
It's not about that. It's not about that.
I'm talking about physics. I'm not talking about what it's about. I'm talking about mentally. You
So
know
here's
this
what I
guy's
think.
to be hitting that shit.
I think that other guy is just a sort of a big fleshy sex toy. And, that's how this is done. He's just a big fleshy sex toy. And he's there to, enhance what you and her have going on, but he's only there as a...
Well, she's sitting over there moaning the shit out of his name. She doesn't normally moan the shit out your name in bed. And it's your turn to get on top of it. That ain't going to influence your performance?
No, it's not about competition in an MMF situation if you have a couple and another man. I should say that I've never done MMF before I talk about this, but that's not what it's about. It's about basically at that point it's typically going to be more for the girl in that situation. And like, let's say hypothetically you're doing it so that she receives pleasure. Well, you want her to receive pleasure in that regard. Like, you don't look at it like a competition. Like, if she's getting off by this other dude fucking her, well, I thought that was the point of it. I don't know if I'd ever do it. Like, my ex-girlfriend used to try and... I mean, she would always sort of, like, throw that out there. Like, okay, when are we going to get around to my turn of this scenario? And I always would put it off. Like, maybe one day. Maybe I never...
Maybe I
would never be able to do that.
If me and Hutch had to piss at the same time, that would be a contest in my world.
Good luck with that. 11 inches, man. It's documented.
There's a reason.
I do not have an 11-inch penis, nor do I want an 11-inch penis.
You're ruining it.
You know, it's funny. I asked my friend that.
To go with your 11-inch penis?
I know you guys always sometimes talk about stuff like that. I was telling him, like, if you just had the crazy, that was like 15 inches, would you want to just like cut it down, like?
Or would you get 15 inches hard? Could you?
NASA, you're the black guy. You tell us.
He's not black.
Oh, he's not? I thought he was. I don't know.
I'm Hutch's black sister.
Oh, okay. Hutch, would you clear that up? Do you have a black sister?
I have a black sister, yeah. It's a long story, yeah. I didn't make that up.
I never said
anybody who thought that I made that up to avoid like bad press out of it. I'd have to be absolutely desperate to make something like that up.
Her name is some people have comments like, "Where's the pic? Where's the pic?"
Her name is Brianna. I have 2 nieces, Salem and Nicole. Like, yes. The answer is
don't
yes.
even try. You could post a picture of you standing next to her, and they go photoshopped. It's shopped.
Yeah.
No.
Someone wrote, "Wow, Woody, really, dude? It's not about me. It's about you. You being someone in the stream wrote probably 45 minutes ago. If you guys still believe Hutch has a black sister, then laugh out loud." And
that's
so
fine.
it's just about Hutch is here. I have a platform. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So
no, but
my dad was married before my mom. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but what you was asking me about before, you wouldn't want to downsize? Wouldn't you like?
I don't think you
can't really maneuver. You can't really maneuver. No, I'm saying, like, would you want to try to get that done? Like, find a way to get that done?
I don't think there is.
How much fun could you really have like that?
So I'll take this one. At 15 inches, I'd absolutely want to downsize. I'm significantly less than 15 inches, and it's already a problem. Like, there are positions where I really have to... there are positions where...
Woody the cervix pounder.
That's exactly what the problem is. The frick... Like... There are, alone, bro. Yeah, like you have to freaking really be careful because apparently it's like a kick in the nuts, and yeah, so yeah, 15 inches isn't even the goal, man. I don't know what the goal is, but it's probably somewhat just slightly under me.
Most vaginas can't even take more than they can't even fit more than 6 inches, anyways.
So
it's
yeah,
a true story.
I don't know if you've ever seen Belladonna now.
I'm not happy about this conversation, the direction it's going in, or where it has been taken so far.
You know,
poor Kyle's never hit a cervix.
Sex freak here, but you always scared of the sex conversation.
I'm not scared of a sex conversation. I think it's ridiculous because we're having a sex conversation with 13 and 17-year-old boys. If we had an audience of ladies out there, it would be a different situation because I could interact.
I'll bet you there's a lady in the listening to this.
You could ask right now on the stream how many chicks are out there, and you probably get a lot of yeses.
Two of them. One of them has a live-in home with her parents' boyfriend, and the other one is not very interested in men. So.
Did you guys see the tweet that I put out today, the Caswell music video?
Oh yes. My god, that was terrible, man.
I actually thought someone jumped on your Twitter account. Like you walked away from your desk and it was one of those like, hey, I never realized how great Nickelback was kind of tweets.
No. Oh god, no. I would be so livid if someone did that.
And it's funny, the comments of people like, I can't believe I watched this whole thing.
Yeah, I looked at Wood. I was like, I'm gonna tweet this link out, and you just watch the response that I get. And I've never had more at replies for anything that I've ever written than that one.
Yeah, those are funny.
I didn't tweet it. I was gonna write, I can't believe I watched that twice. Like, yeah.
But, it's funny. I remember the first time I got rickrolled with a browser moves like from corner to corner, and I couldn't get rid of it. I was like, that's the first time it would have happened to me. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I'm trying to close it, and it's like moving from corner to corner. I'm like, what? I had to unplug the back of my computer.
You know, Caswell is actually a pretty inspirational story. He's from Detroit, I believe, and he's an openly gay hip-hop artist. And he was trying super hard to get the respect of the hip hop community in Detroit, and it just was not getting anywhere for obvious reasons. And I'm not gonna say that black people are homophobic, but I will say that hip hop culture is extremely homophobic.
Yep.
And he could not get any respect so finally he just said fuck this and went grassroots, and now became like really successful on an underground level. And he's this openly flamboyant gay rap artist.
If you met somebody,
yeah, he's super successful. Like
if you met like a, let's say you married a girl, or whatever, and her brother-in-law or your brother-in-law, I mean, like her brother. If he was like, "Oh, you need a ride," and you hopped in his car and he had that album playing, would you be like, "Whoa"?
Not at all. I'm from San Francisco, dude. Like gayness doesn't affect me one way or the other. I'm not.
But it wouldn't catch you off guard. I mean, like in a funny kind of humorous kind of way. You know what I mean?
No, I'd be like, yeah, I know this song.
Because I'd probably just be like, it probably hit me, and I probably laugh to myself, like, you know, because see, the thing is with the whole like, because people even got on me with Wings, because he asked me if I was gay, would God would I want to take care of me, and I was like, hell no, I'll kill myself, and everybody's like, oh my god, fuck NASA. And I'm like, no, it's just that I never grew up like my family and everything. I never grew up around anybody who was like openly gay or anything. So I'm just not, you know.
Hey,
like,
what'd you say that one time? Like, what's up, NASA? Thanks for keeping it real gay.
Yeah, some people are just funny, but it's like, you know, some like I tell some people like, oh, I don't have no gay family members, and they be like, bullshit, and I be like, nah, for real, or not that I know of. So to me, it's like I'm not used to it. Like I don't see it, I'm not around it, so it's just different, you know.
They've done a lot of studies on this, and the best estimate is that at any given time, all throughout human history, 10% of the population is gay. It's not nearly as rare as people think it is.
Yeah, Alexander the Great was a faggot.
I don't See, Wings, you are the most uncouth motherfucker on the planet. Like, we're having this adult conversation, and I'm thinking about what Hutch just said, and I'm absorbing it, and I'm thinking that's really interesting. I wonder if that's accurate, because there's no way of knowing how many gay people there were.
And you know how that works in my mind,
years
Kyle?
ago. And Wings immediately spits out, well, Alexander the Great was a faggot, and I'm like, what?
Well, if you look at ancient
I
Greek
know he-
culture, it was perfectly acceptable for an esteemed, educated man to have basically a 14-year-old male child perform sexual favors for him. That wasn't taboo. It was taboo if you performed sexual favors on the boy. At that point, it was like, you fucking weirdo. But it was totally fine for them to for those boys to like give you a bead or a hand job or something like that.
But you could not penetrate the young boy. That was good.
I wonder how those conversations started.
Like, all right, little man, here's the rules. Listen up. I'm only going to say this once.
It'll be like what's that movie with the Indian kid and the Chinese kid, part 2 in Guantanamo Bay?
Oh God. No, but that's how the you're talking about the Greek. That's how the Spartans were. Everybody watched the movie 300. And everybody was like kind of joking because they got the loincloths and they're all muscled up and oiled up and shit. And they're like, yeah, that guy's gay. No, they really were gay. Like all those guys were gay. Like the 300 Spartans that held Thermopylae. Those dudes were gay. So
that wasn't that I heard they said that wasn't no CGI. Like them dudes were just really all cut up like that.
Oh, they were. Those
That's crazy.
You should see the workout program that those guys were on, man.
Yeah, I heard they go to a gym with like no windows and no seats and no chairs and.
Yeah, they're doing. I remember seeing him with like this giant rubber band hooked to his back, and he's running and grabbing a big ass weight, and then they keep moving the weight farther and farther away, and they're running with the parachutes on their back, and they're doing all kinds of weird training with tractor tires, and those guys were in incredible shape for that movie.
I swear, I thought it was all fake when I first seen it.
Butler doesn't look like that.
I like how that movie portrays Spartans as these badasses, and Alexander the Great burnt fucking Sparta to the ground. This goes back to it. It all comes full circle. Alexander the Great was a homosexual.
So real quick, the 10% figure, the Kinsey was from the Kinsey report, which has been basically debunked because it was very skewed. There was 55% of the people were prisoners, sex offenders. But then there was another one done by the said that 7.7% of men and 7.5% of women reported homosexual desire. So that it doesn't mean that they're gay; it means that they're curious.
Yeah, the Kinsey report's kind of a weird thing. That guy, I've heard a lot of negative and I've heard a lot of positive, and I even watched the movie about him. But yeah, he was kind of weird.
Do you believe that you're just born like that, or you think it's up to you?
Yes,
go either way.
I don't think it's an issue of belief or not. People are born like that.
Yeah, because that's what I hear some people say. Like, no, they can't help it. They're just like, if you have a child, no matter how you raise them, they say like, if they're born like that, you can't do nothing about it.
Well, when you say they can't help it, that implies that there's something wrong with them. But
you know what I mean. Like, as far as in that context of like, if they're just born like that, like if it's genetic or not.
I don't know. A good backhand goes a good way of stopping something like that.
Oh my God, Wings.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it, and I think I'd like it.
A good backhand goes a long way towards
yeah, there you go, Wings. You're the man.
Well, actually,
has that been proven though that they're born you're born like that?
Oh, all you got to do is walk up to, get to know someone who's gay, and then ask them, "Were you born like this?" Every single one of them will say, "Yes, I was born like this." I've never heard someone say, "Oh, by the time I was 18, I started being attracted to wiener." Like, it doesn't work like that.
I remember, I kind of lied earlier because I have a cousin named Kyle. He turned out to be a homosexual.
All right, wait a minute, goddammit.
I have a friend named
Wings
Kyle.
Redemption.
I'm not kin to Kyle Myers at all. Just let me clarify this.
Oh, you gotta be using my fucking name.
I know. I instantly thought that. I was like, oh boy.
It will be all right, Kyle. My name's on my Twitter and my front page.
That's your fucking name. You always go back to that. Well, I do this for me. It's my fucking name.
I'm not talking about Kyle last name of 123 Awesome Drive outside Atlanta, Georgia. What? It's okay. People know where I am.
People don't need my name.
So Captain Cool Whip very emphatically said, "You are not born gay. It is a choice to be gay." And I would ask.
I don't agree with that.
I would ask Captain Cool Whip how many gay people he's actually talked to in his entire life. I would wager that the answer is none. So
back to my story.
It's insane to me that people would take that line of thought without actually bothering to even talk to anyone who's gay.
Going back to my story, this Kyle guy, he was my cousin through marriage, and I'd forgotten all about this guy, but he turned out to be full blown banana split. I mean,
oh my god!
And his mother embraced it. His mother embraced it really bad. Like, she'd let him wear a dress and stuff when he got home from school, but she made him go to school in like boys' clothes. And I didn't see him again until my grandfather's funeral, when he came in making a scene at that point. And at that point, he was a straight up CD. Let's go and use, I don't know what politically correct is here. He was a cross dresser.
It's called a transvestite.
Yeah. So my brother beat the shit out of him in the funeral home.
Oh my god. Good old Conway.
How many people out there would be willing to pay $100 to live with wings for a week? If you could see some of the shit who would pay to go to a funeral with wings and see his brother beat up the poor transvestite cousin in the funeral home? Like,
you know, not gay, transvestite. It was J. Edgar Hoover.
It's true.
Yeah,
that is true.
Just dressed up like wore women's clothes. And most transvestites are straight.
Hey, they're comfy. What can I say?
This guy was not straight. This guy was like a boomerang.
I don't like that his name.
He was curved. He kept coming back to you. I mean,
I don't.
That's also not.
Somebody left a comment a little while ago. They said, "Damn, man, my friend was born gay, and they wish they could like girls."
You know, that's not something that's hard to change.
Oh
yes,
my god!
It is.
If you're born gay and wish you could like girls,
it's impossible to change. You can't
the
go.
thing.
So you would never have that desire then.
See, Wings, you obviously have never watched Brokeback Mountain.
But I haven't. I have not seen that.
It's a good movie. You should watch it.
But I just don't see how a guy that can want to like girls not be able to like girls. It's not like the girls are against you liking them.
Because you can't, bro. Do you like what food don't you like?
No, it's easier than food. Wings.
I'm looking at it like this way. I'm looking at it this way. If my pants rub me the wrong way, I can get a high hard one. So him thinking about, Justin Timberlake or like Leonardo DiCaprio bent over a toilet or some shit while he's trying to get it on with his girlfriend or his supposed mate.
Hey, Wings, would you make Paintball Kitty? Would you ring her up there?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. But you would never have that desire then.
I think we need a gay person.
A guy?
Like, for example, like I don't like salad, but I wish I did.
Man, I love salad. How can you not? You ever put oil and vinegar on it?
No, but I'm saying, like, I'll look at the salad and be like, damn, I wish I liked that. It looks so good. But I just can't eat it.
Well, I have a feeling that the guy who said his friend wishes he was straight is probably, like, in an area that's not too friendly to gays.
So he's probably in Conway, South Carolina.
I mean, if he grew up in a city that was totally, completely open and fine with gays, then why would he even want to?
So they're trying to disguise it, like cover it up.
Kitty, what's your take on this? Born gay?
I don't know. Like, I mean, the whole thing. I mean, for people who don't know my situation, yes, I am married, but until my husband, I was always with women. Like, and I didn't choose to be. I had a very wealthy, traditional British upbringing. But it's not like I, woke up one day and was like, you know what? I want to go get me some boobs. Like, it wasn't like that. It was just, I found myself attracted to girls and not guys. And that's just how it was.
Well, why is it that gay women never seem to be as dedicated to their gayness, for lack of a better term, right? Like, gay guys, they're with only guys. Gay women always seem to stray back.
Well,
that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Oh my, that's a very chasing Amy approach to it.
Yeah, exactly. I am married, but my husband.
So when did that change?
What differences are, and he's fine with it. He doesn't, there's nothing sordid. He doesn't want to be involved or anything. He knows I still chase tail. He's fine with it because I love him as a person, and yes, I am, sexually attracted to him or whatever. But if someone, some cute redhead struts in front of me, I ain't turning that down.
Well, you're gonna grab you a handful, get you a pinch.
But when did that change? Like when did that change come? When did that change come to? Like in the whole how you felt towards men and women.
Yeah, I mean, it was really weird for me because I'd never been attracted to a guy ever.
That's what I'm saying, and it just out of just him for some reason you just.
It just happened, I guess at the start I was never really sexually attracted to him. That did come, but I'm still, my husband knows this. Thank God he's not here listening because it's cringe. If my husband was in front of me and just some drop-dead gorgeous brunette, I would probably still choose the woman for sex. But my husband is the one I want to come home to.
I think the more progressive take on sexuality is you like what you like in the moment. So if you wake up one day and for whatever reason, if you weren't attracted to one particular gender and then you just don't question it. You're attracted to them. And that's that.
Just happens. There's nothing, you can't stop it. You can't control it or whatever. It's just.
But are you completely disagreeing with the notion that girls seem to be gay women tend to be pretty much bi, and gay men tend to be pretty much gay?
It depends. This is going to sound.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, exactly. There's groups of girls that are just there to try it out. There's groups of girls who maybe like me have a husband. Did I ever think I'd have a husband? Hell no. I was a bouncer in a gay club for years. I was very much in, I guess you would say, the lesbian scene or whatever. Because there were so few places that we could do that in England. I mean, bear in mind, when I was, going through college in England, you could still be fired for being gay, and I was. It's a fairly new thing in England that if you're openly gay or whatever, you can continue your job. I was fired from, I was basically given a week to hand in my resignation or I would be let go. So I think it's probably a bit different in England to some states in America. For instance, Hutch, I know where you are. It's a lot more open there. But wings,
oh my God, LA.
Maybe not.
No. See, homosexuals don't last long down here. Here in Texas, no.
Oh no.
That's no. That unfortunately gives the South a bad reputation when it comes to general IQ.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you're clearly a smart individual. Kyle's clearly a smart individual, but that unfortunately the South in general is typecasted a lot, or not typecast, but stereotyped a lot as just being a few decades behind.
Yeah, it's because
I'm curious, Hutch.
When real religious down here.
When you look at the South, do you lump in North Carolina just like you would South and Alabama?
Right up to Virginia, Woody.
I'm not asking you.
Yeah.
I think South when I think North Carolina.
All right. Yeah, because you're actually off target there, right? We've had tons of migration. Virginia, North Carolina, they're both blue states at this point.
Yeah. Well, it's all those... The other thing too, Woody, is that there's a classification of gay women called a 5-star lesbian. Have you ever heard of this, Kitty?
No, I haven't.
You can also call it a gold member lesbian. It means that you've never been with a guy. It's like a badge of honor. If you're a 5-star lesbian.
That's pretty funny. But then we used to, before I met Devin and everything, we did used to laugh at the girls who would go with the guys, and then they'd hook up with the girl who had the shaved head and used to, use the strap on or whatever. We're like, can't you get a guy? Are you just And we did used to laugh at the girls who would come in and go with a guy and then come back and stuff.
I never understood that. Why do some people, they'll be gay and they'll go, with lesbians, for example, they'll go after a chick that tries to act just like a guy.
I mean, I think it's all personal preference. I think people delve into it a little deep sometimes. Like sometimes you're just attracted to somebody and you don't really understand why. You just are. You know, I mean, for me, I guess I've never gone for a butch girl. I've never gone for a girl who looked like a guy. But that's me. Someone else might kind of like that. You know, that kind of almost like gender bending type appearance.
I just thought that always like went against the whole purpose of why you would be attracted to the same sex, you know?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, like, again, some women will go for the butch. They'll try and be a man. They'll look like a man. And they're almost bordering on trans. And some chicks like that. Other chicks, like, you know, I mean, let's take my ex-girlfriend, Rachel. She was very feminine. She had, you know, long brunette hair. She had nice knockers and, you know, really nice slender figure and stuff like that. She was very, very much a girl. But then I have seen other girls who were in a couple both that, you know, could be from the side or whatever, look like guys.
It could be pheromones that does it.
I don't. Oh.
What?
Pheromones, like when a guy sweats, it naturally attracts females. It's just the way animals do each other. Like it's the way animals mate in the wild. They're pheromones. Like you could be attracted to like the female pheromone, and that's why they go after a female that dresses like a guy.
It's all pretty simple. You like what you like.
Yeah,
I got a question for you, Hutch.
There's no reason for it. You just like it.
I just stopped questioning. Like, you know, if I was attracted to someone, I was attracted to them. I never really questioned it. You know, I just always went for women. Now, the confusion came when I felt, you know, I was in a relationship with Devon. That's when the confusion came. And that's when my parents...
Did that feel weird to you then? Were you like, whoa?
Very, very, very weird. In fact, like, you know, the stereotypical speech you expect from your parents coming out, right? Okay, well, I never got that. My parents knew. They were just like, yeah, we've known for years. You know, we've known you've been, you know, with Lucy Fraser or whatever, you know. And, but when I approached the situation of, you know, I've actually been with a guy for about 6 months now and I'd like you to meet him. My mum was like, is this like, a girl who's like really butch? Is it, you know, what do you call them, like a cross-dresser or something? I'm like, no, Mum, it's a guy. She burst into tears, like completely. Like the speech you'd expect for coming out, I got that when I was dating a guy.
Wow.
I got sex talk at 22. You know, the pregnancy thing. It was just, it's mad.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
I got a question for Hutch. I asked this on yet last week. If you had a choice, Hutch, and you had to get a blowjob, would you rather a transsexual guy that dressed as a girl, or would you rather a girl with a full beard?
I mean, I'm not attracted to men, so I would take a girl with a full beard.
That's what I said. I was like, no fucking question, dude. What are you talking to me? Why?
Yeah, I didn't see what was out there. I thought you was gonna add more twist to it.
No, there's no twist to it. I mean, you ever see some of these transsexuals? They look gorgeous.
Have you seen Horror Alley on Machinima Respawn? No. It's a street that it's like a 5-block radius where it's all transsexuals. Everywhere. Anybody walking on the street just assume that there's a transsexual.
Seen-hitters?
Yep.
Is that why you guys film there or near there so often?
Well, we go there because it's right outside your studio. It's usually when we don't have time to set something up.
You know, it's funny, Hutch. I was asking Kyle earlier if he gets noticed a lot in public. He said like 5 times. Well, you said 5 times ever, right? Or 5 times like on a daily basis?
I usually get, when I get noticed, it's usually at gun stores and stuff. So yeah, I've been noticed probably about, I'm thinking like in the last 2 months, maybe 5 times.
Do you get that a lot, Hutch? Being like, because you come out right out the building.
Not in LA. When I go up north, a lot, like in San Francisco and like my hometown. But in LA, it's like there's fucking actors that walk around, and no, I don't really get noticed down here.
You ever had like a childhood friend like that you haven't seen for years find you on YouTube and be like, oh shit?
Not a childhood friend, but a buddy that I used to work with way back in the day. Me and him were really cool with, and then he texted me he like messaged my YouTube. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe. Like I saw people talking about Hutch on a forum. I couldn't believe that it was actually you.
Yeah, it's funny because like sometimes I mess with my boys. Like I'll be hanging out with them, and they got PS3 and they'll be on the Xbox, and they'll throw in the like Black Ops, and I'll be playing, and I'll be like, "Yo, don't you know you playing with NasaOne right now?" And they be like, they just be joking on me with that, because you know you always got fans that be like, "Man, I wish I could just hang out with you one day." You know what I mean?
I got recognized off my voice alone once. I was walking around work, and the guy knew that I had worked at like a Fortune 500 company, and he knew I worked with computers, so he was wondering if he worked with me. And the way my campus is, like if you work on a different floor, then you don't even know anybody on that floor. So me and my friend Dan, who will someday be on the podcast, went to another floor to like get some privacy and just walk and talk. And he heard my voice, and he's like, "This is going to sound crazy, but are you Woody's gamertag?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I watch your videos." And he was like, "I thought maybe you worked here because of the state and the technology." And yes, that's how it went down.
You ever feel embarrassed telling people that? Because sometimes I feel weird, like with people like in my real regular life to be like, "Yeah, I do YouTube." Like, you know, "Oh yeah, I make Call of Duty videos on YouTube." Or you just completely content with like with everybody, you're just like, "Oh yeah, I make videos on YouTube. I'm Woody's gamertag."
Embarrassed? No, not so much. I'm mostly just trying to come off like here's my objective in the whole thing. One,
because you know what I mean. Like, because some people might be like, "Oh wow, you do that," you know.
No, I'm not embarrassed. I'm usually just trying to get back to what I was doing and leave a positive impression. Like that's all I want.
I fucking love that shit. I was on a date like 4 months ago, something like that, and this guy, we went to the movie theater, and like a month before, the guy at the concession stand immediately recognized me and went, "What's up, Hutch? What can I get for you today?" And I was like, "Oh, what's going on, dude?" And blah blah. We made conversation, and then I went to the movies like with this girl like a month later, and I was like, "Oh man, I hope that guy, is working so that I can get recognized in front of this girl that I'm like trying to impress." And like I got into the line, and I saw him, and I specifically got in his line, even though it was longer. So that as I walked up to the front counter, he would be like, "What's up, Hutch?" And like right in front of her, and it would work out in my favor.
Did it?
Yeah, she was like, she was like sincerely impressed. I was like, sweet. Tipping the odds in my
I
favor.
can picture Hutch walking down the street just slapping hands with random people now.
Yeah.
It's like that at trade shows, but it would be like that for all of you guys. For like Woody and Kyle and Wings.
I got recognized at the Halo thing.
I went to an MLG event for Halo, and I got recognized a lot. Like there was one guy. He had a World of Warcraft box, but the box was like oversized. It was like 2.5 feet tall, and I just struck up a conversation with him. Like, "What do you got there?" And he's like, "Oh, it's a box." I'm like, "It's a big box." He's like, "Yeah, I was getting autographs on it from all the major players." I'm like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." And then I walked away, and he like chased me down. He's like, "Wait! Are you Woody's gamertag?" And he had me sign the box and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I got recognized a dozen times.
It's usually a little weird for me because I'm usually in a crowd of people who like don't know anything about what's going on. So like I was at the gun store maybe a month ago buying a gun, and I'm sitting there filling out the paperwork, and this guy just comes up and like nudges right next to me. And I noticed he was getting a little close, and I was kind of like, "What's this guy want?" And like we all have guns on, you know. It's like the old West. I'm like, "What the fuck's he doing?" He goes, "Hey man." I'm like, "Yo, what's up? I love your gold AK." And I'm like, "Thanks, man." Just like he just kind of smiles and nods and walks away. It's just weird. I don't know.
I'm just waiting to. I wonder which one of us is going to be the first one to get a stalker.
It'll be me. I've already got death threats.
Yeah, what's a stalker?
Well, a stalker is somebody that like sits out your house.
Oh, well, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's tough.
Not happen.
I've had people write me letters, like they've hunted down my address and they've written me letters. I've had guys call me on the phone, like ask, is Woody's gamer tag there? I've had people locate my address and post like Google Maps images of my house on websites and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Those are some of the downsides.
Not only do I not consider it a downside, I encourage you motherfuckers to stalk me. I've always wondered if I could throw a rock through a windshield from my porch. Please.
We actually had to get rid of our landline. Like, we no longer have one now. Me and my husband just run things just with paintball. And, technically, paintball's a really small community. Like, everyone knows everyone. And we had, like, some kid would send me letters all the time. And he'd obviously got hold of our phone number. And he'd obviously given it out to loads of his friends. And we kept getting all these calls. It'd be something stupid. Like, we'd come home to the answer machine and be like, yo, I've got $200. Which gun shall I get? And it would just be like hundreds of these messages every day. Like, we ended up just getting it like disconnected.
I made the mistake of getting my MSN out when I was really, really early, and then people came back and seen it on the long tail. I had to shut my MSN account down.
Yeah, that's why I try to protect things like
my Skype. I protect my Skype like it's like a virgin on prom night.
Yeah, dude, I don't want anybody fucking with my Skype. I have to block maybe 3 or 4 people a week to guess it, but usually nobody.
Oh, God.
Really.
It'd be so easy to guess my Skype, too.
Mine's guessable, too. I have 204 contact requests I haven't even looked at yet. I just... It's spam. It says 204 up in the corner. I just ignore it. Pretty much, like, you have to find another way to tell me that you sent me a contact request so that we can, work it out.
I don't know. I try not to be a big head about the whole thing, though. I never want to be at that point where I'm like walking around like, "Hey, don't you know who I am?" and like being serious about it. I don't want to be that douchebag.
Me and Nanners were talking about this today, and actually, our talk was about money, and I made the point that it doesn't matter. Well, I mean, you could lump like notoriety, or if you want to call this fame, then you can call it that. We'll call it that for the sake of this conversation. But I made the point that no matter what, doesn't matter what kind of person you are, how strong your ideals are or principles are, you're going to reach a certain point where it will influence you as a person. Like, either for the better, for the worse, or for something different, but it will influence you. There's no way... I mean, I can say until I'm blue in the face, like, I'm still going to be the same person, man. And, like, I think I largely am, but you can't not be fundamentally changed by a situation like this. None of us are the same as when we were before we started any of this.
Yeah, because, I mean, even rich people always thinking about getting more money. They're all money. A lot of them are money driven too.
I'm about the same too. Like, I
don't
know what you're talking about.
There's people who got like billions of dollars who just still want to keep making more money than they'll ever spend in their whole lifetime.
Like, so hold on, like there are little things about me that are different. Like, for example, I'm a little more guarded in certain situations. When I meet somebody in the community. I worry that they use me, but that doesn't mean I'm different. It just means that I'm kind of a little wiser.
It's just more stuff you got to be alert about.
Yeah. A lot of people are trying to use me. Like it. I don't know. That's how it goes.
I don't think that I'm not trying to imply that you're going to be corrupted, because I think that's the place where people immediately go when I say something like that. I am saying
how much does corrupt pay?
My skin's a little thicker.
Some of you might be corrupted, but I will say that you can't be in a position where you have an audience of hundreds of thousands of people and not be at least a little bit fundamentally changed.
I think we talked about this tonight. I'm like, I don't think I could ever walk away from this, even if I couldn't make money off it anymore, because it feel like I'd losing a part of myself. I wouldn't have 10,000 people on Twitter who I could talk to at any given time of the day if I was bored.
Yeah, it's not going away. Like, you'd really have to you'd have to fuck a 12-year-old girl and hang a black man to lose the audience that you have right now. Like,
I was asking.
Really have to put effort into fucking this.
All right, wait a minute. Can I fuck the 12-year-old girl and not hang the black man and keep everything?
Oh, God.
Kyle likes his girls with the nose running.
Well, wait. No, Hutch would know. Hutch, what's the answer?
Say that.
He had a pedophile question, and we figured since you're here...
Yeah, can I fuck the 12-year-old girl? Can I fuck the 12-year-old girl, and instead of hanging a black man, actually donate to the United Negro College Fund and still keep my audience?
Oh, my God.
I think FPS Russia could do that, but not Kyle.
Does young girls.
Oh, man.
No.
Hutch,
like them young.
Hutch, I was asking Woody earlier. You think when it's time you ever decide to stop YouTube, you think you'll be able to just stop, or you'll be like at your house like the next week or two, like missing it?
I think, I mean, like, this is like a really cool starting point in my life. I want to work in the games industry. If that means eventually on the development side, that'd be cool. I don't know if that means something different. I'm not sure. You know, like, I'm definitely firmly planted where I am right now, but I'd say that, like, I don't know about you guys. I'd like to ask you guys the same question, but I am a lot more reluctant to be as transparent as I was before. Like, there was like fucking no holds barred whatsoever whenever I would talk about anything, and now I'm like, I don't need as much attention as I used to. Like, I used to watch like all my videos after I posted them, and like really read the comments like a lot, you know. And now I don't know. I never really watch Respawn episodes after they've already been posted. Like, if I participate in something, it's really easy for me to just like walk away and let it run its course without me like checking up on it or anything.
And now,
I find that as far as the comments go, I find that detaching myself from them is a much healthier thing to do.
Yeah, you kind of have to at this point, because you drive yourself batshit crazy after a while.
Like I get good ratings. Like we've talked about ratings before. Like I'm in my last video's got 40,000 up and 150 down. So I mean, it's obvious that not that many people dislike me, but 150 people were still there that didn't like what they saw. They were like, "Fuck this cocksucker." And if you read the comments, it's there. You know, and I'll literally, you know, the video before last, it's got like 12,000 comments on it. I read all of them. And that's not healthy. I can't do that.
Man,
you know it's a really good way it's a really good way to interact with people that watch your videos without necessarily, because if you make it public, like I'm not really paying as much attention to comments anymore, then people might say that, like, people might spin that and be like, well, you're turning your back on us. Well, like, a really good way to like interact with people and have fun and like truly have fun with all this again is like playing with subscribers. Because I've been doing that like every night for the last 2 weeks, and I'm like happy as a, well, I mean, really not for me. Like
I've been doing that shit for like 12 months.
Yeah, you're kind of mean to your subs though.
Yeah, you're kind of, let's face it, Wings, you're kind of an asshole. All right, let's just be honest.
I'm a big asshole. And if you think I'm an asshole online, you should meet me in real life.
Yeah. If that thing happens tomorrow, I'm gonna come up there this weekend and shoot that 50 cal.
All right.
As far as the people disliking your videos, I stopped taking it personally, and it's not even a reaction to my video. Like, I have a nice example. I recently put one up, gaming for sick kids, right? And this guy wants to do two things. One's a direct donation. He's already raised nearly $1,000 for it in one day, you know, based on me helping him. And he'd also like to get a machinima partnership and take all the proceeds and donate it towards gaming for sick kids. And like I said in the video, I'll try and go through this quickly. I was kind of going to let it slide. I get these opportunities all the time, people telling me to promote this or that, even if they're good causes. You know, I don't want to do one every day. But this is the particular one that saved Iron My Respect's life when he was first born. And it kind of hit home, so I backed it and we did whatever. That video has, like, I'll go look, has 200 dislikes. There's nothing wrong with that video, right? That video is purely good, but it has 200 dislikes. Some guys just hard scope my channel and click on dislike, and it's hard to take that personally.
Those are the same guys that didn't like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic because all the girls liked him.
Didn't you say that last week?
He said that a couple weeks ago, and it was kind of a really good point. You know, and it was him. Wings was saying, you know, he had a thing against Leonardo DiCaprio when Titanic came out, and now he looks at Leonardo DiCaprio and says, you know what, he's a pretty darn good actor. And
dude,
it was just
Leonardo is the shit, man.
Yeah, I like.
He's him and Will Smith are my two favorites.
Yeah, but when I was in ninth grade, I was envious.
Yeah, he was envious in ninth grade. So, you know, the guy's clicking downvote on, you know, helping sick kids and gathering money for this charitable organization. It's like, all right, it's hard to take downvotes seriously anymore when it's going to be like that.
I just counted that a lot of people have colds and they're sneezing when they're going for the like button.
I'd like to think that.
I mean, what's changed about me? Let's use the podcast for example. On Painkiller episode 1, I was winging it. In this episode, I'm thinking about how can I get better guests? How can I keep it flowing? Can I get more than one guest? Can we integrate calling system into it? Can we add a fourth member to traffic calls? I'm trying to make
audio quality.
Improve audio quality.
We went robot a couple times tonight.
Yeah, we got to do that. I think we got to just change our platform altogether. We can't be using Skype.
I want this thing to sound like the Howard Stern show, right? I want people to think that it sounds outstanding, and it's not file size issue. I mean,
buy a dedicated phone line.
Maybe that's what we need to do.
We have when we do the radio shows on TechPB, we have a dedicated conference line. But you have to get a good provider for it, like if you're going to have over like more than 3 people in the call.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if my phones aren't as good as I want them to be, I have an IP phone and a cell phone. I mean, which one of those sounds like Howard Stern?
We got to kind of find a happy medium because Painkiller Already is great. I don't want all my eggs in this basket. Like, I don't want to have to like sell my house, move up there near Woody, so we can like sit around a table and have like a little office here to do one show a week.
Oh, come on, that'd be fun.
But I want it to get better and better and hopefully catch attention to somebody else. Like, eventually somebody will notice this because it even caught us by surprise when we're the number 2 podcast on Podbean now. Like, we didn't even realize that. I had no clue.
Yeah, this thing, it's gotten somewhere.
It's gotten pretty big. It's nice.
Yeah, so anyway, like Wings, we're all thinking about how we can make this thing better than it used to be. I want to take it to the next level. When I take this thing and put it on iTunes, I know the quality is not going to be where I want it to be. It's not going to be as good as Adam Carolla's podcast. I want it to be.
Fuck Adam Carolla.
Because we're better than Adam Carolla.
Adam Carolla's really... I like his stuff. But, I don't...
I saw him blow up some dog shit one time. That was great.
what's the best podcast on iTunes?
What's that?
Anybody want to guess?
Painkiller Already?
What's my favorite podcast on iTunes?
Dan, the Savage Lovecast.
No, I know what you're talking about. That's like a alternative sexuality podcast, right?
I love that thing. Yeah.
No, mine is This American Life is so good.
I like it. It's long and there's reruns. But it's good.
I paid for the app. Like, I'll pay for the episodes to download them on my phone. It's like that podcast and this podcast like got me through a 6 or 7 hour drive up north and a 6 or 7 hour drive back. Like, it made it just fly because I was interested.
You've never heard of The Moth, have you?
No, I've never.
Oh my gosh, you're missing out. So I like This American Life also.
You're promoting competition.
Dude, no. So the Moth,
the Moth is the target.
Hold on. They're about 10 minutes long.
Whatever.
They're about 10 minutes long, and it's people who are storytellers. And most of them are amateurs, but every now and again there'll be like someone you've heard of before, like Colin Quinn or something. And they sit there and they tell these stories in 10 or 15 minutes, and they're amazingly good. I like This American Life, but I sit there and save the moths like they were desserts.
Yeah, I'm the same way about This American Life. I don't get bored ever listening to them. I never feel like they drag on. I'm bummed when they end.
Yeah. Try it. The Moth.
And I think we could actually capture some of this Moth flavor if we could get to the point where we had somebody where we could bring guests in. Like, for example, like people could call into the show and we had somebody there to screen them so we wouldn't get, guys going like, oh my God, Woody's gamer tag! People that had genuine stories.
I think we've got a good thing going on right now because I love when like me and Woody are having a really serious discussion and we're like, well, yeah, I mean, it's not really a life choice. It's just the way you're born. And all of a sudden Wings comes in with, Alexander Great was a fag.
That don't sound that hick now.
He loves the cock.
What was I going to say?
I love Wings' accent. When he gets mad, it just makes me chuckle.
Which mad do you like? Do you like the death metal mad, or do you like just the?
I'm gonna.
I don't know, your accent, it just makes me chuckle. I'm sorry,
Wings, would
Wings.
you call me
It's
back
awesome.
That you never seen their face right off the back, and when you finally did, like you were like, whoa! Like it just surprised the hell out of you.
X-Cal.
Pyro
Yeah.
puncher.
I don't think any of us expected. I thought X-Cal would.
I didn't expect
Yeah.
Pyro Puncher to be like a 5'4" guy with a lazy eye. I expected him to be like a 6-foot red-haired guy.
I had seen Pyro Puncher on Facebook before I saw him on this video. So
He doesn't. Why does he have to have a lazy eye, man? I didn't know.
Because he does.
It's just not.
That's like, why do I have to be fat? Because I am.
Paul doesn't have a lazy eye. What are you talking
He
about?
does. His left eye's lazy.
No, it's
I
not.
think everybody has almost a lazy
Look at
eye.
it again, Hutch.
We'll look
I
at it
think
right now.
the guy who has the voice that doesn't match the face, he's a smaller commentator, gassy Mexican. Like, he has this really deep, chocolatey voice, and he's this, 6'1", twiggy, pasty Mexican guy. Like, he's really pale for a Mexican, and he's just got this, he's I hope he's not listening. He's going to kill me. But, yeah, his voice just doesn't match.
See, I get that a lot. A lot of people say my voice, they think I'm like some little small skinny kid, and then when they see me, I'm like a bigger bald dude with a heavy beard. You know what I mean? They're like,
Yeah.
"What?"
Oh, man.
there are a lot of guys who think I'm black, and I'm like, really? I
That's
talk
you know
like
who that is. That's white kids who have literally never hung out with a black guy before.
I just
all
never
that
understood
could
the concept of somebody saying you sound black.
You know,
I never
Really? Come
understood that.
on.
When I
You
run
don't
into a
see,
black guy, they-
a bassier
Like
kind
people,
of.
some people say fist. Some people say fist sounds black.
he doesn't.
Not to me.
no.
No.
he
This
just
does
only
not
used me
sound
Blade.
black.
I
Mark of
never
J.
thought only used me Blade.
The Game 360.
I thought, see, that's
Like, guys
someone I
that
could say.
actually are
Honestly, I
black?
thought Excuse Me Blade was black.
Mark J's black?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't he?
yeah. He.
Yeah, he sounds black.
Yeah.
People always say, "Oh, NASA, I thought you were black," and I'm like, "Why?" Because I talk like I'm from
Mark
New
J ain't
York.
no
or-
black. Come on now.
Mark of J is black.
Yes, he is.
See, I always thought he
You
was a
never
white.
seen Mark J?
Never seen Mark J.
Yeah,
It's
you
on
can
his
look at
Skype.
video.
His Skype's got Ryu. No, I don't have him on Skype. I got him on Twitter.
I'm looking at Pyro's face, and he does not have a lazy left eye.
I love the Hutch has been examining Pyro's eye. Oh man.
But
I
hey,
think the
Woody,
biggest-
remember that black guy that had the perfect storm voice, like the quiet storm voice before the game came out?
No.
It was like right when we got Black Ops, we ran into this guy.
Oh, yeah!
I
Yeah!
wanted to add him as a friend. He declined me.
That was the guy that I told him, I'm rarely made to feel like a 10-year-old girl based on the high pitch of my voice. Like that guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That guy, he sounded like the guy from the Green Mile.
Oh man, he'd be like some slow jams with your boy Teddy Pendergrass.
Yeah.
Tried to take it back, but it was too late.
I have a deeper than average voice, and this guy just made me look like I hadn't hit puberty. He was funny.
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know if a guy has a voice like that, I want to be his friend instinctly. It's like I need to be your friend.
So I have this theory that everyone... Wait. Let me go next. I have this theory that everyone is some % gay, right? Like, if you were 100% straight, you probably wouldn't like guys.
You say you wouldn't watch porno, right?
Yeah, you would only watch girl-only porn because you're 100% straight. But, you prefer a little guy in your porn, you might be 2% gay. Not so much that you're attracted to men, but just partially gay.
I can feel that because I can't watch lesbian porn, but I can watch heterosexual porn.
Yeah. So
wait,
when you say
is
this
that
deep
true,
voice
though?
makes you totally want to be his friend, I'm like, yeah, he might be 10% gay.
Well, wait, is that really true though? Because isn't the reason why porno turns you on is because you imagine it happening to you? So
No.
in that context, I don't think that it's a homosexual thing to like watching a guy just fucking absolutely wreck the shit out of a girl. I think that's
You just had a Wings of Redemption
I
moment.
fucking
there.
love it.
I like that.
No,
like
I'm telling you, if you're watching his unit go in and out, and that's like part of the turn on.
Yeah, it's because you're thinking to yourself, man, I wish that was my unit going in and out.
Well, I'm just going to go with
That's why
this.
it's awesome.
If I ever marry somebody, it's not going to be an American girl for probably a real good chance about that. Because I just don't like American girls' voices in general. That makes sense. I'd probably go for a Canadian girl.
The novelty of an accent wears off, though. I dated a girl one time, and I was super turned on for a few reasons. One, she was black. Two, she was older than me. She was 31, and I was 23. And three, she had a UK accent. She was from England. And all these novelties, like, made it just for this huge turn on because it was a bunch of firsts for me. And then after like 2 or 3 months, it's like, nope, I assure you that people from England have the same idiosyncrasies that every other human beings do.
I'm not saying they're better people. I'm saying I'm more attracted to that to a person with a unique voice. I'm not saying American girls can't have unique voice, but
Canadian accents and Irish accents.
like a Canadian girl, I'd see myself marrying a Canadian girl.
I want to find a girl
To be
that's got
realistic.
the same accent as Shaggy does.
Like,
Oh my god! Really? Are you kidding me?
Like,
That kind
I'm not
of
sure
That's
sounds-
awesome.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where Shaggy's from, but
It'll be like-
if I can
it'll-
find a
it'll be
female
like,
it's
version,
going to
you wanna
sound
go out to eat tonight?
extremely bad, but
It'll be
Kyle's
like-
going to have a
Be
girl.
like, hey, you want to go out to
the
eat
belt
tonight? And
made
she'll
out
be
of
like, yeah.
all caps.
I want a full-on Japanese girl that doesn't speak a word of English.
You can find Hutch, the reason I'm telling you don't take a girl to Japan is I used to work for a guy named Francis Snook, and everybody called him Frank. He was 45. He's about 300
Who is this
pounds.
Kenzie baby in the fucking?
I know, I saw that. Kenzie Baby is hilarious.
That's like the
she's
fourth time.
Kenzie's
she's
awesome.
on Huppet all the time. She's really funny. She's beautiful, and she comes to almost every podcast.
And basically, he goes to Japan and he gets laid. He's a 45-year-old foreman that's big as I am, and he gets laid because he's about 6'3". Because he says you go over there, you intimidate them so much, and the females just flock to it.
You know what it is? Short women like tall men, and tall men like short women.
You
Like,
know that's right.
well, there's
I'd like
always
to have a
there's
girl
always
about 5'4".
exceptions. There's always exceptions to the rule, but every girl that I've ever dated has been about 5'2", 5'3", and I'm 6'3", almost 6'4". That's just how it's always gone.
Would you date a girl that's taller than you?
Totally.
Like way taller than you?
Depends on her teeth.
Okay.
Oh,
I mean,
that's taller
it'd be kind of extreme for you. 'Cause way taller than you, she would have to be like,
Wings.
she'd have to be probably like 6'10" or something like that.
Hold on.
If Wings would date a girl who was taller than him, and his response is, it depends on her teeth. Now, does
Wow.
anyone else see the psychotic nature to that response?
Well, there's a reason behind that. I used to know a girl named Shelby, and she was almost as tall as I am. She was probably taller than me. She was probably about, pushing 6'5", and she had a smoking body. She had legs, that went all the way out. But she opened her mouth. She had the most rotten teeth you'd ever see in your fucking life.
Oh god!
And the first time I see a girl about as tall as me, I'd be wanting to see her teeth because they would
All right,
remind me of her.
And Kitty, I don't want to hear you complain about anybody's teeth. I know where you hail
No,
from.
I didn't know about this whole
Yeah,
British thing
dude.
until I came over here. I was like, what the hell are people calling me a snaggletooth for all the time? I don't get it. And it wasn't until I came over here I knew. I can understand why. The dentistry in England is horrible.
Did you see that video I sent out about the gorilla standing upright today?
That was really cool. The
And-
gorilla.
Yeah, but that made me think about it. The host was a British lady, and she had snaggle teeth all on the bottom.
She had some rough teeth, man.
There are people in England that just look like a horse's mouth has been kind of just put there.
Look, teeth are pretty important. I take care of my teeth. I'd like someone who takes care of theirs.
I mean, you ain't got to have movie star teeth now. Like, I could deal with a little snaggle tooth, but your teeth's got to be there.
Oh my god.
That's a requirement.
Excuse me
now-
whilst I mute my mic to laugh.
Now, down here in the South, that ain't exactly guaranteed. All right, just saying.
A couple more years, I might be a little bit more open to like false teeth or maybe bridges and dentures.
Exactly. Now, first thing I like to do when I meet a young lady is grab hold of her front choppers and give them a good shake. If it come loose, I ain't down. All right?
Oh my god.
That's something you need to, you need that shit straightened out right away, because I ain't, ain't fucking Denabond going in there or nothing. That shit get on your cock, it'd give you a burn. No. Wings, you're driving me crazy, man. I love your fucking stories and the way it ends up. Like, when we talk about something fucking completely innocent, like tall women, and it ends up, I quit.
It's part of my lovable personality. I mean,
Oh, man.
Like when you tune into PKA, I don't know if anyone else has this, but you're thinking in the back of your mind, what's Wings gonna say today? Like, that's half the beauty of it.
Yeah, I love it. Like the best thing you can do that for entertainment purposes, dual commentaries with Wings, but you don't really need a dual commentary. You just need a setup, man, for Wings. You just be like, Wings, so what do you think about Bangladesh these days? And Wings will be like,
oh my
fuck
god!
Wings will be
You
like,
don't want to know what I just
fuck
thought
people on the
about.
North Pole.
What I think about Bangladesh. I think about a picture I was shown before, and it showed a bunch of guys at the club with like white, wife beaters on, holding gold chains up with like gold teeth in their mouth. And then it showed a picture of Bangladesh on the left side of them. There was some math in between there.
There you go. Perfect example.
Wings.
Yeah.
I think that for your diet program, you should set a goal weight for yourself. And if you reach that goal, like people from YouTube all set up a fundraiser. And if you reach that goal, then everybody pitches in, X amount of money who chooses to participate to fly you to Las Vegas and have sex with the most beautiful hooker at the Bunny Ranch. And I think we could line that up too.
I think we need one of those funds for me as well.
I think there should be a wingman there to take pictures, not of the actual act, but just like, thumbs up afterwards with like a sweaty brow with like a girl around her arm.
Oh, man,
No. Nay. Hold on. Fucking 3 girls. The 3 most beautiful women at the Bunny Ranch.
You're going to really like my next video then, Hutch.
Hutch.
Do you have sex with a hooker?
Because I've given this some thought here. I see 2 as being 4 times as good as 1, but 3 being not as good as 2.
3's too many. 2's okay. 3's.
Hold on, let me get this. Let me get this out right here. I want to get her
name
out
right. Of your mind.
Yeah, I don't see what the third one's for.
All right.
Yeah, it's just somebody
to
who's
put your
neglected.
P in their V. I don't understand.
That's what 1 is for.
All right.
2
right
is
now,
to put her T on your B's, and then where's the third one come in?
Wait, what's your T and what's
the TO on the AU?
I've totally lost track of what these letters stand for.
Can we get a translator in the Skype chat, please?
Right now.
Do I even have a T?
Yes,
the record,
it's in your mouth.
I know exactly what to do with the third one. Just throwing that out there.
Me too. But I've been throwing this over my head. I was doing Tai Bo as my cardio, but I figured, Tai Bo was beating my ass.
Oh my god, you got to make YouTube videos of you doing Tai Bo.
I went down to some pussy shit right here. I went down to Leslie Simone's Walk It Home, Walk Away Your Waistline. I swear to God, this shit almost put me in the hospital.
He's not joking either. He messaged us. And he's like, "Damn, that Leslie Simone is kicking my ass." And I was like, "Who the fuck is Leslie Simone?"
Oh my god!
I was thinking about setting the camera up and showing me do a session of walking home.
Oh my god!
Dude, let me come up there.
With
I've
the
got
passing out on the floor.
I think that was Woody laughing, actually.
Yeah, that was Woody. Like, let me come up there with my camera and like FPS Rush will watch you do that for a while, and then he'll be like,
Get back in. It's starting up. Hold up.
you're like, this is bullshit. You need to be outside carrying logs. You're gonna have to get outside and do some running.
Not in the next week or two.
Do you want to tell everybody how much weight you've lost already? Because I was really impressed.
Around 50 pounds.
Oh my god, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. That's like Christian Bale status.
Yeah.
The doctor
You just
said
added like 5
pounds,
more years to your life.
The doctor said the first 100 pounds are going to come off probably the first 2 or 3 months because I was so big. And he said after you hit about 300 pounds, then it's going to be a slow progression. Because he put me on these speed pills, basically. He said, we're going to keep you on these for the first 2 months, so we got to get you down to a healthy weight. And then we can work with you better. But we can't do nothing outside with the albatrosses this week, Kyle. All this working out is giving me hemorrhoids.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't push so hard when you're going number 2, man. You're gonna burst some vessels down there.
It's either that or an anal fissure. I haven't decided yet.
Well, I'm not going to be helping you figure it out. I promise you that.
Oh my god.
You
I went
guys
to
want to
get a
hear?
drink. I came back at the wrong time.
You guys want to hear a funny story?
Yeah.
As
I'm a
long as
little
it doesn't
nervous.
avoid hemorrhoids or anal fissures.
I can't promise you. That
Look, people have to click that they're 18 or over to get in this
Yeah.
room. We're good. We're covered.
I didn't have to click that. I was just thrown in here.
I don't know if y'all know, I'm a very open person with my life.
Go ahead, Hutch. Let's hear your story.
I had a hemorrhoid one time, and I was in the shower with my ex-girlfriend, and I was washing my butt, and I felt it, and I was like so terrified that it was a wart. And so I like froze up, and I told my girlfriend at the time, I was like, get on your knees and tell me, is that a wart? Is that a wart? And it was like, if you can just imagine, I don't even think you should imagine, but this girl like down on her knees, like carefully inspecting this. I don't even want to finish the story. No, I don't even know why I brought that up in the first place, but when I look back on that, it's just the funniest shit in the world. And
That is a very loyal girlfriend.
And I went to a doctor, and he was
That's
just like,
something you go. That's something you go
try
to your
not to
mother
push
to
so
look
hard
for.
when you go number 2.
How long does that take the heal? Like have you ever had an anal fissure?
First of all, hemorrhoids is not an anal wart. Whoever put that in Justin TV. God.
No, I don't think I got hemorrhoids because when I wipe, there's very little blood.
Oh,
no!
But
Wait.
I was reading up on it. Like it only hurts when I go to stool, and it hurts for like 3 or 4 hours afterwards. Like I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up, I'll be perfectly fine until I stool again.
Oh my god!
Why was this not the podcast? When did you even start recording again? Like, what the fuck?
Oh my god!
I love how he plays it off. You know, it only bleeds when I touch it.
No, it's very little. Like I was looking up stuff. They said if you have hemorrhoids, the stool will be slick with blood. No stool, no blood on the stool, but little on the napkin. Well, the toilet paper.
You need to switch to the wet toilet paper, like the flushable wipes like babies use, and you can go way easier on your cleaning process, and it'll help your anal fissures cure without getting re-injured.
Optic Hex swears by baby wipes as toilet paper.
Mm-hmm. Man knows.
I had never even thought to use baby
Get
wipes.
your brown eye nice and squeaky, huh?
Yeah,
they make them. They make like Kleenex make them in England. Do they not make them over here? I haven't.
No,
really
they
looked.
make them here. They market them towards adults, but they're effectively the same thing. I think sometimes the baby little wipe things are not flushable, so you want to make sure they say flushable on the package.
I mean, see, I asked you guys because the only person I have to ask that lives near is my grandmother, and she didn't make it through 6th grade. So she probably tell me to put witch hazel or something on it, and the shit get inflamed.
So here's
my
the
God.
deal. My 2 pieces of advice to you are 1 that I gave you, right? Go with the flushable wipes, and 2, make sure you're not sitting on the toilet for an awful long time. It's begging for trouble.
Yeah, because you got your ass cheeks spread apart and it's stretching it
All right,
more.
I think we know what it. Yeah,
Kyle, do you do this at your doctor?
I haven't been to it.
Yeah, do you go to your doctor and like, no, don't get graphic. No, I don't want to hear this.
I haven't been to a doctor in 3 years. Okay, I'm as fit as a horse.
I've learned one thing, Kyle. If there's something wrong with your body, ask, because it could go catastrophically wrong. My anal fissure could all of a sudden turn into colon cancer, as far as I know, if I don't ever ask.
You really think Woody's gamertag is going to help you with that?
Well, if he knows the symptoms I'm telling you about, and he goes, "Oh, that's not anal fissure," maybe I should go to a physician then.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell which it is.
I really wish that. I know. Wings, send us a picture. That's what we need. That's what would really help.
You know how fat my stomach is? I couldn't get that physician to send a picture of my ass cheeks spread apart.
You need a really faithful girlfriend. Tell him, Hutch.
Oh, she was a trooper, man. She was down there like, I'm looking at it, but I don't know.
See,
it's a bump.
See, somebody like Kyle like that, he would freak out. Like if like say I had a roommate that was a guy and he asked me to see if he had a wart on his ass, I'd go do it. Like what?
I would feel really uncomfortable with that, but I would do it just for health reasons because I'd be worried about it. Like I would look. I'd keep my distance, get a flashlight, but I'd look. But
it's human flesh. It's an ass.
If it were
you
me,
got one yourself.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying if it were me in that situation, I wouldn't put that on my roommate or my buddy because I wouldn't want the next day we're at the bar, we're drinking, we're like, so you remember when you looked at my asshole? He's like, yeah, sure do. That's never coming out of my mind. I'm like, no, I'll just go to the doctor.
Have you guys ever had? No, go ahead, Wings.
Oh, see, you go ahead. I was trying to formulate a joke and say it at the same time.
I was gonna say, have you guys ever had poop dick?
No, not personally.
What is poop dick?
It sounds like an after effect of anal sex, right?
Just a little bit.
It sounds like a girl that doesn't do the enema before the anal intercourse, if I'm correct.
People don't usually give themselves enemas before you have anal sex. You can, but it's not like that's the standard protocol.
Indeed.
Hang on, let me go give myself an enema real quick.
In my world, it would be the standard protocol.
It kind of breaks the mood.
No, you got to plan ahead for that shit. Be like, hey, baby, remember me picking those groceries up for you? Well, you owe me. Get the fuck out.
It breaks the mood, though. I mean, if you have poop dick, then it's already done.
Yeah,
I don't think it's breaking the mood.
No. You just got to have her prepare it beforehand, before you get there.
No,
what do you do? Drop her a text? Can you clean out your ass?
I just told you that. I just told you how you want that. So remember what I did for you this time. You owe me. Get the.
I had that situation maybe a month and a half ago. Didn't say a word. She didn't say a word. I just went to the shower after. It's okay.
I will point that shit out and laugh.
I will not point that out.
It doesn't need to be weird. It's only weird if you don't talk about it. It's like, you know that I have your poo on my dick. I know that I have your poo on my dick. Let's just not make this weird. Let's just.
I don't think she knew though, and I didn't want to embarrass her.
Well, you can smell it. It is poo. So.
Oh my god.
That's true. I love that guy.
I mean,
somebody
what do you do in that situation? I mean, literally, you go to the bathroom, just grab the head up and start wiping it off like it's a doorknob.
No, you take a shower. You just run. You fucking run for your life, and you go straight to the shower. Have you ever met a girl that liked anal more than she liked vaginal?
Absolutely.
I've never even had anal.
Huh.
Yes, I know. Yes, absolutely. I know a girl who does not like the standard operating procedure at all.
Huh. I don't think it's that much better. Pretty much feels the same.
Kenzie said a girl in her school got her mouth peed in by surprise. How the hell do you get peed in by surprise?
Yeah, you usually don't pee when you're hard. You can't even pull that off in the morning.
It's kind of hard.
No, Kenzie, your friend's lying. There's no way.
Yeah, I didn't think guys could when they were
I could.
somewhat erect.
You can.
You can. It just takes a little bit more
You
relaxing.
probably have to pee like
Willpower.
crazy for that to
He's
happen.
got to wanna pee.
Well, no, when you pee when you have a boner, it like flies in like 5 different directions. So you have to like sit down when you pee, but you can't
You
sit
gotta,
down.
you gotta
Dick
grab
is,
it
like,
behind the
flopping
head
against
and
the
like
bottom of the
push it.
toilet.
Yeah. There's
That's
no way
not
to.
why it
yeah.
flies in 5 different directions. It flies in 5 different directions because you came and it sealed the end shut.
No. No, I'm talking about when I'm saying if you're just hard, it'll put pressure on your urethra and it'll split the stream up.
That's not been my experience. Maybe I'm just have to be much bigger.
Gotta figure
You have
your
a much bigger dick.
That's the theory I'm rocking.
Maybe with your
always has to
tiny
get down.
little penis situation. Over here in Giant Penis Alley.
You know, I could just picture Woody, but like holding a picture up of like a baby's arm holding an apple at this point.
It is not physically impossible to pee while fully erect. Where do
No,
people
it's
get
not.
this science? Where
It's
are you
stupid.
getting this science?
I don't know if you've ever heard of this. I've had pee hards before when I was little.
I don't even know what that means. Or what to make.
I'm sorry, I'm not up on male anatomy.
Well,
I'm kind of
it's funny.
missing out.
When I was little, before I actually went through puberty, and I didn't know what my dick did besides use the bathroom, I would get like an erection, and I thought that instinctively like I got to go pee.
So a guy in the stream wrote this.
Oh my God.
He wrote, "It is impossible. I learned in 7th grade that during and in he's typo here. I learned in 7th grade that during and in I'm having struggling. It is impossible. He learned in 7th grade that during intercourse there's a mechanism in your body that does not allow you to pee. And what's funny is
not while you're having sex.
I
But if
learned
you
that
just
too.
have a
Yeah.
boner. If you
Right,
straight
so-
have a boner, then
But
you can
of course, there's degrees of boner, right? So I think maybe what's happening is the guy's not like rocking the blue steel during sex boner. He has that, on
I'm
the way
saying
up or
this
down
for-
boner.
for-
I'm going the other way, Woody. I'm thinking
I
her
can
friend
get full mass.
a bad head.
No, that's all bullshit because I know at full erection I can still pee. I've done it before. Like you just gotta like, I mean, I don't know how to describe it, but squeeze harder.
You know what this is?
Like,
It's almost test
you
time.
have to push it out like you're pushing a baby. You have to like
yeah, exactly.
like
You're
push
like,
that.
it's like,
It
and
kind
then
of
you get it going, and it's going. Yeah.
Wow, I feel like I've just learned so much more about male anatomy.
Okay, I
gotta-
googled
You
it.
gotta pee in like 15 different streams.
While I don't dispute that you can do it, it's extremely rare to be able to do so. During the process of becoming erect, your bladder is restricted from passing urine to the urethra, thereby preventing you from peeing. This can lead to the infuriating situation of being desperate to piss but being unable to because your heart is a rock. This is especially bad in the morning. The combination of EMH and full bladder is not a pleasant one. EMH?
Now, what if you
That's
get
morning
erect-
wood. That's morning wood.
Oh.
Well, so maybe I should record this thing in the morning, and this would be an interesting docudrama that I could have.
Now, here's a question: what if you got to pee before you get erect, and you get erect during?
What?
Like,
Why would
say
you?
you got to go to the bathroom, and all of a sudden
have to
you get
pee like
erect.
crazy, but you can't.
You go to the bathroom
Have you
and then
ever
you're
gotten
attacked
an
by
erection?
college girls, unknowingly, and
Yeah, let's say a panty rape
I just
happens
imagine
out of the blue
situation.
before you cross the hall.
Like you're walking to the bathroom to pee, and suddenly you're swarmed by nude women. Oh God, what am I gonna
hate
do
that.
now?
There's a simple solution. Don't read porn on your way to the bathroom.
nah, I'm not willing to give that up. What else you got?
Yeah.
Jimmy J is still here.
Fat boy, you get
Number
arrested
one.
so small.
Number one commentator Vietnam, okay?
He made
Yeah,
me
I was-
out to be some crazy cat lady.
Yeah, I was pretty proud. I was the number one asshole today. That was awesome.
I'm disappointed that I have not made the number one asshole list.
I was on video number 1. I don't know if I was the number 1 asshole, but I was certainly an asshole, that's for sure.
Because you will come soon.
Woody, we all know your success comes from Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be nothing without him.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Mobster. I don't know.
You know, why can't we record Painkiller Already on the pro session?
I've been recording for a little while now.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't want this on your podcast.
Yeah, really. If you could edit, I don't know if you recorded that poop dick thing, but I wasn't that wasn't a sharing kind of story. Despite the 2,000 people listening right now.
I don't have the poop dick. I think I started at the very end of the hemorrhoid conversation. Did that include poop dick?
I think it
Yeah,
did.
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Nice.
You could edit out poop.
We
No,
should-
not
Oh.
nice.
Nice.
Auction
Oh,
it off.
Kyle, it's okay. You can trust me.
Oh my god, I forgot.
Yeah, but that hemorrhoid, that anal hurting is what made me stop doing Tae-Bo. That shit was messing me up, dude.
Oh my god.
I had to pick my knee up to like my boobies, and it was like, woo!
Have you guys ever heard of docking?
Like
Yes.
an iPod?
No,
Oh,
not like
docking,
an iPod.
docking. Yes, I know what that is.
Yeah,
That's when
I do
it involves an uncircumcised man, like
And a
using his-
circumcised man.
Yeah, and then he sort of goes over, and there's a docking situation.
Yeah.
I've also heard
You
that
dock,
referred to-
you dock penises. I think that's the most appropriate sexual like analogy that I've ever heard in my entire. I can't think of a better one for what that act is.
Yeah, I remember
Houdini.
I've heard that referred to as troodling before, because I remember we were somewhere one time and this guy, it was just a bunch of rednecks there, and this one guy was from Connecticut or something, and he had just come down for this shooting event we had, and this one guy's over there fucking with me. He's like, "Hey man, what's up?" Not much. How's it going? He's like, "You from up Connecticut, right?" Yeah. I drove down for the shoot. You know, it's a big shoot here. It's nice. Yeah, it's a nice country out here. Now, I got a question for you. You ever troodled before? He's like, what? Troodle. You know what I'm talking about. Like, winks at him. He's like, no, I got no fucking clue. That's when I stick my dick on your dick. We jerk them back and forth and get it going. And he starts making all these hand motions and, like, jerking around. And the guy's, like, wide-eyed and backing away. He's like, whoa, wait just a goddamn minute now. It was the fucking funniest thing I've ever seen. That guy got so uncomfortable and weirded out, he left.
So when I was 10 years old, I used to sleep in a tent in the backyard all summer long. We had this big, I don't know if it was an 8-man tent or a 12-man tent, but it was larger
Is this
than
going to be a
normal.
band camp story?
Yeah, we're headed there. So, anyway, I had this buddy, Scott, who slept in this tent with me almost every night. And it got to be where, like, he didn't even have to ask permission to sleep over. You know, his parents just kind of knew that, like, and we slept out there pretty much every day all summer long. Sometimes toward the end of the summer, he asked if I would touch penises with him. And I told him no, like, you know, because I felt like I had this notion it would, like, go on my permanent record. And like, I just didn't want to have penis touching, like, in my history. And it's not too long after that I moved to Ocean City, New Jersey, and we, you know, didn't hang out much anymore. But, you know, we stayed friends. Like, that wasn't like a deal breaker. It just wasn't wasn't anything we did. And now I know that he's single and he lives in San Francisco. So I just have a theory.
Oh. Is his name Hutch?
No, name's
I live in Hollywood, which is equally gay.
Yes.
So you're trying to say
We
you
were
can touch
discussing
things
this.
before, huh?
We were discussing this last week with Tabe, because Tabe is from Sweden, where you don't get circumcised. I want my fucking foreskin back, and I'm pissed that it was robbed from me.
Not me.
No.
I'm happy.
No
all
one
that.
asked me if they could take it.
Well, what
They
would
didn't
you
have to
said?
ask.
I would have said fuck no. Why
you would
do
have
you want
said
my
wah, wah, wah.
No, in England they don't. I didn't know that when I came over here, but I didn't realize how common it was over here for you guys to just get it lopped off at birth or whatever.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I have a beautiful penis, and I'm happy about it.
Good
You
for
guys realize that there's more nerve endings in the foreskin, right? You guys realize that
I don't
sex,
give a shit.
Don't care.
You guys realize that sex feels
I was about
better
to say, I don't care
when
neither.
you're uncircumcised.
You last
I
longer
wait.
when you're circumcised, though.
So Hutch, yeah, no, I haven't had both, but while you might last longer being while you might feel more being uncircumcised, I'm guessing the peak, right? The orgasm is the same thing regardless.
No, your orgasm. It's
not
your
based on
nerve
nerve
endings.
endings.
It's your
It's
nerve
like a-
endings is becoming inflamed.
Yep.
Really?
That's
'Cause
what
I
an
always thought it
orgasm
was like a
is. It's based
chemical
off of
reaction.
No, you can't have an orgasm if you don't have nerve endings. That's what they're there for.
You
to
can't
feel.
be a porn star with a Tootsie Pop.
You've never seen an uncircumcised penis in porn? No. You have.
Even I have, and I don't watch that much.
There's nothing dirty about it. That whoever said that it's dirty is totally full of shit. You wash your penis.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's wash.
It's clean. and it feels better. Those are like, just the fact that it feels better is more than enough reason for me to want to. I want my fucking foreskin back.
No, fuck that.
Not me.
Honestly, it's
but this is a very Americanized thing. You guys realize that, right? The fact, this idea that foreskin is ugly
brushing your teeth
is very well. That's actually not an Americanized thing.
I'm going to slap you, Kyle.
The whole.
I got to say, I've seen penises with their foreskin, and I've seen my penis. And if I had to side by side choose which penis I wanted, I'd pick mine every time.
I'm going with wings on this one, 100%.
Don't be ignorant though. Like you're programmed that way.
But guess what? I don't know.
It's a cultural thing.
I've never had sex with my foreskin, so I don't know what I'm missing. So I don't care. So
the fact that I'm missing out, I don't need to know what it feels like. The fact that I'm missing out pisses me off.
No, man, you're not missing out.
And I'm not gonna. If I have a son, I'm not gonna make him get a. If he wants to get circumcised when he's older, fine.
No, you can't do it that way.
Foreskin.
Hutch, you're wrong about the orgasm thing. I finished
really?
Yeah. So
what is it then?
Give me 10 seconds here.
All I know is it's really gross looking to me, and I think that a lot of women, maybe not. I think
it would turn women off.
I think here's what I would say.
Oh my god! Maybe American women.
That's the kind of women I usually frequent.
Here's the thing, dude. Like, no matter what, no girl, if you ever pull out your uncircumcised dick, is going to be like, yeah, you know what? No, I'm good. Like that's not going to happen.
I guarantee that's happened.
Let's see. An orgasm is a distinct change. There's a autonomic physiological response to sexual stimulation. Brain patterns show distinct changes during orgasm, which show the importance of the limbic system in the orgasmic response. I looked up the limbic system. It's a part of your brain. They find metabolic activity and a release of neurohormones, oxytocin and prolactin in the brain. It's what I thought it was, which is like a chemical reaction that happens in your body. It's not at the nerve ending. So,
your brain, but it's all based on your nerve endings, though. Your brain interprets them. Everything happens in your brain.
But the orgasm itself, I should say the pleasure aspect of the orgasm itself is, your brain releasing endorphins or whatever into your limbic system and doing its thing. So the nerve endings, of course, are the things that's, promote that happening, right? That stimulate the brain to make that go. But the fact that 15 nerve endings get that process kicked off, or 15,000 nerve endings process get that kicked off, I doubt makes a difference in how much it gets kicked off. Right? The nerves are the trigger, but the
I'm going to do a Google search of my own right now.
I think
Google search wars.
Does an orgasm feel better with foreskin?
I'm going to go with Kenzie.
Who is answering that question? The guy who is... I guess you could have a guy who had gotten circumcised in the middle of his life, yeah. There are a few people who are out there who could actually answer that.
I could not imagine getting circumcised in the middle of my life. You know how bad that would hurt?
So I go on Reddit.com sometimes, and some guy said I had a circumcision as an adult. Ask me anything. And he can. So what happened? I guess there's sometimes the foreskin is a little small and doesn't allow the head to pop through comfortably. So because of that, he was a candidate to have a circumcision, even as an adult. And he said that he did lose sensation, but that the orgasm itself was the same. And he overall, I think he said that he felt like sex would have been better with the foreskin overall. To be honest with you. Although it wasn't for him because he had this problem of an undersized foreskin for some reason. So No, but the orgasm itself, the blow at the end, is the same with or without the foreskin, I think.
You know what's sad, Woody? We have more people in the stream now than we did during the. Never mind. It updated.
Yeah.
You know, you know that typical female orgasm lasts anywhere between 15 and 20 seconds, and a typical male orgasm lasts anywhere between 3 and 5. Like, we got shafted on that bullshit.
And we get one of them as well, which kind of busts. It sucks. Well, I mean, typically we get one of them.
You can have multiple orgasms as a guy.
In my experience, there's a little delay, though.
Yeah, you would need like at least.
You can have instantaneous. You can have instantaneous multiple orgasms as a male. Not every guy can.
Can
but
you?
Can.
This guy in the
You know, if you beat your dick by 3 times a day, you're shooting water by the 3rd time.
I don't
not
no
actually true.
conversations.
I mean, it's really, really clear.
I don't want to talk about the penis anymore.
This guy in the stream says women can't orgasm. Well then, son, you're doing it wrong.
The female orgasm is a myth.
Now, can all women squirt? I hear this thing that women can, like, some guys maintain that all women can squirt, and if they don't, then you're doing it wrong.
No, that's not true.
No, I've had a couple that did, but I've had more that don't, and I'm thankful for the ones that don't.
I've always wondered how do you make your shit do like the porn stars and like shoot across the room?
That's squirting.
Yeah, but sometimes mine will do that, and sometimes it won't.
Oh, you're talking
it's not
about
squirting when it's you.
You know, I just have this vision that Wings has set up like a target the other side of his head.
Exactly. And it looks like Tay.
And he's just trying.
And it looks like Tabe, you said?
Not that attractive, Dave.
Wings goes, go banana crazy on this motherfucker.
And then he's like, damn it, I was off by a foot.
Have you ever been in the presence of a squirt or been party to a squirt?
No.
I have had a girlfriend that did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woody,
So
have you ever been squirted upon?
No.
Mm.
The sheets were never the same again.
I was with a girl, and it was one of those times where I got mine and she didn't get hers, and that wasn't necessarily intentional. And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," blah blah blah. And she goes, "Oh, don't worry about me. I'm gonna come." And I was like, "Really?" And then she started doing her thing by herself, and then she actually. Just like all over I had never seen. She didn't warn me. She didn't say, be prepared for what you're about to see. It just like.
I can picture like your wife beater or something just getting soaked out of nowhere.
I can picture. I picture him like with like fucking sea goggles on, watching.
I'm picturing the walls being painted in this, like,
It covered me. It like my lower half was absolutely covered. Like I could not.
That teaches you, huh?
No, I was into it. I was all about it. I did not mind whatsoever.
You're like, fuck yeah, do it again. Let me see.
I wish I had done it, but
let me go get the damn tape measure. I'll be right back. Work that shit.
Like you see wet footprints going across all the way to the bathroom.
That's so awful. Oh God.
So did you meet her again, Hutch?
Meet her again? I mean, I know her. We're friends.
Well, I mean, did you get with her again? Here, where I'm really headed with this is, did you ever provoke this response from her?
No, there weren't enough encounters to explore that thoroughly.
Okay.
Woody, I thought we talked about this, man. I don't get attached.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just playing. I'm teasing you.
Yeah, I know. You don't get attached, fine. I can kind of see where, you're coming from. It's not me, but it could be you. But when you've got a squirter on the hook, you explore.
I'm not sure if that's positive.
Actually, well, that situation was a little different because I made my intentions clear that I didn't want anything serious, and she made the same intentions clear, and then 3 days later, she made it abundantly clear that she wanted something more serious. And at that point, I was like, okay, this isn't the best. I'm not willing to put any more into this end because your feelings are just going to end up getting hurt.
Yeah, women can be very sensitive about things.
You didn't have feelings back for her?
Not like that, no. I thought she was cool. I thought she was rad. Totally wanted to hang out with her. It wasn't just about that part of it, but I don't want.
You was just down to
I like
the root.
I like being single, Woody. I really do. I sharing your life with someone is so exhausting for me.
But you one of them people who feel like that, you want to be like that forever, or you just know eventually at one point you're going to want that just to settle down?
I don't know.
Like, for example, like my older brother, he used to always be like, man, I love being single. I'm going to be single forever, man, and I love this and blah, 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 and all this BS. And then, well, I mean, not say BS, but that's how he felt at the time. And then finally when he found, like, the girl he ended up having a baby with, then he became like, oh, I love being with somebody now and all. Like, the whole story flip-flopped.
I don't know. Like, I'll probably like settle down eventually. I'm not opposed to it.
How do you feel about polygamy? Like maybe just getting you like 5 or 6 wives.
Are you talking about polyamory? Are you talking about polyamory or polygamy?
Polyamory.
Like having 5 wives or having 5 lovers?
Wives.
Oh, well, that's polygamy.
Polygamy.
I'm not the biggest fan of polygamy because it doesn't go both ways. Usually, it's usually the men are the only recipients of that. A woman can't have 5 husbands, but a man can have 5 wives. I think that's like totally misogynistic and lame. Polyamory, I'm like into the idea of it, but I don't know how well I could pull it off.
Wait, Kinsey, are you a Mormon?
Yeah, Mormon. The fucking Mormon?
Kinsey, you're not Mormon, are you?
Come on.
Well, Mormonism largely doesn't condone polygamy anymore. That's not. Not all Mormons.
That's not what I'm talking about. Mormons usually don't fucking contain rational thought. If there was one religion I automatically base off of what I've read about it as bullshit, it would be Mormon.
What about Jehovah's Witness?
Don't know nothing about them motherfuckers, but I know about me some Mormons.
It's sort of like Scientology. And
Scientology's crazy. That actually scares
let's put a little piece of
crap out of me.
dandelion in this shit.
If you guys are interested in polyamory at all, even on an intellectual level, there's a book that you can download on iTunes or you can read it. But if you're on like a road trip or something like that, there's a book called Sex at Dawn, History of Human Sexuality dating back to prehistory. And they talk about how human beings, by and large, were polyamorous before agriculture. So when we were hunter-gatherers, we were polyamorous. 2 people might have a baby, but usually the whole community raised the baby, and everybody had sex with each other.
So polyandry what happened is when a woman has 2 husbands.
Polyamory.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Polyamory is something different.
It's by I think it's by, is it Christopher Ryan and
I think that's the correct way to go. Like, look at all the divorce rate here. Because like a guy gets a girl, gets her pregnant, baby gets about 3 or 4. He's able to walk, and then nature tells you it's time to move on and go to the next one. You don't need to protect the cub no more.
So in polyamory is when instead of pairings, you just have like this community.
Time to go hunt together.
Not necessarily, because you can still have. They call it primary. Like you can have a primary, which is to say that that's your sort of boyfriend or girlfriend, but you still have an open sexual relationship, which requires communication too. Like jealousy still comes up in a polyamorous relationship. It's just that it turns out that jealousy is actually one of the easiest things to work through. You just have to talk about it. You have to talk through it and get because really jealousy is all about a fear of not getting your needs met. Or a fear of abandonment, and if that's not present, then why wouldn't polyamory be an option? But anyways, I never even thought to make the correlation between economies and monogamy. But after human beings adopted agriculture and economies sprung up, then monogamy became economically important. It became economically prudent to be married because then all of a sudden you have a male providing financial security for a female who's raising children That's like just the system that came out of that economy.
But see,
or that
there's more to it than just that, though, right? Like, one of the things that my wife gives me is faith in me when I don't have it in myself. There are times when I question my own, say, performance at work, and she never does. She's that base. She's that person that doesn't go away, the one that's on my side. That's a big part of why I like my relationship so much. There's a support system, a love, a pairing, faithfulness that, the relationships that you talk about don't have that.
That's not true, though.
So
Wait, why don't they have it? I don't understand why you would make that assumption.
Because you don't, like your current girlfriend, you're like, I like being single. I like there not being that, deep commitment, one-on-one, like the things that you get with a long-term marriage.
That's not my situation right now. It's not an example of polyamory. Like,
no, I'm not talking about polyamory. I'm talking about Hutch, right? Like the Hutch that likes to be single. The
he
Hutch
is still concerned about
that
you.
really likes to look. Wings, I know what I'm thinking. You don't. But the Hutch that likes to move so slowly, that doesn't see the benefit in those other things that you get from a committed relationship.
I do see the benefit in them, but I'm not open to it at this point in my life. If you talk to a polyamorous couple who were primaries, they could tell you that they could provide all those things for each other. In fact, some would even argue that they can do it in a more profound way. You're open to anything. You're open to anything. You want your partner to experience pleasure and to be happy. That's one part of your relationship that's totally cut off if you're in a sexually monogamous relationship. If you're in a relationship that's on some level of openness sexually, then you've really crossed a bridge that a lot of people don't even bother to look at. What could you have to be jealous about if your relationship could thrive in that sort of setting? What could you possibly be jealous about?
You have to have open communication and trust to do it. I mean, obviously, me and Deb.
That's my cookie jar. Nobody else eats those fucking cookies. It's my cookie jar. You don't put your hand in my cookie jar. You don't touch my cookie jar. I don't even like you looking at my cookie jar. You can think about my cookie jar, but you better look at your own fucking cookie jar.
But that's a very diminutive, very masculine. I would argue.
Cookie jar. It belongs to me.
And that's fine. If that's
my
where you're
cookie
at,
jar belongs to only you. That's a bond that we share. That's a secret that we keep. That's a union that it just belongs to you and me, Hutch, sweetie. And that counts for something to me. I get that if you share this with the world and you do it your way, then that's fine, right? You're not hurting anybody. You're doing what works for you. But, there's a what works for me, too, and it's just as right.
Yeah, I don't think that what you're doing is wrong, but I don't like when people say, "Oh, you're just not there yet," because now you're implying that I think the way that you do, or that I'm at a lower stage in development than you are. When really it's not a vertical plane. It's a very three-dimensional, all over the place. There's the spectrum of people.
I felt like you were saying, I'm just not there yet. There's this higher plane there's a bridge that most people don't even look at. And it's like, no. I've thought this all through. I've given it, a respectful, thought, and decided that while it might be good for others, it's not for me. It's not who I am.
I think the point is, Woody likes the relationship where he knows there's going to be sitting outside the bathroom door when he's sick, and there's going to be somebody to take care of him when he can't do his best. And he's confused why you wouldn't want that as well because he enjoys it so much.
No, I don't think that's it. Because Hutch is saying,
you can have that without being super committed.
Yeah, well, or you can have all that without being, physically committed. Without being physically monogamous.
They're called mothers.
Hutch is saying you can have an open relationship and still have that bond with your partner that's every bit as strong as you would in a closed relationship. But for me, opening that relationship, suddenly it's not our thing anymore. It's a thing that lots of people have, and it devalues it to me.
But your devotion, your love for that person has no involvement with that. I don't understand why sex automatically draws a parallel with love and affection and romance and deep, deep feelings.
But I think there's a difference. Like, I think, for example, I think there's things that Woody would do for his wife, or like levels he would go to for her that you wouldn't. That I don't think you would necessarily go through for a girl who you just,
Kyle,
have
I think
an
we should
open
do a gun
relationship
talk
with.
next week.
Well, I mean, like, you'd have to give an example of that, because I don't.
Yeah, I
don't
can't
know
think.
if-
I don't want to think of something and just be way extreme, and I'm trying to think of one that would.
Look,
that would fit.
here's the thing. I think a lot of us have a much more traditional view at what it is between a man and women, and a lot of women want to be possessed. Like, they
Definitely.
want to be yours. They want you
Definitely.
to literally possess them and
They're
have them.
ready to get married. They're ready to get the dress right away.
I'm not even talking about marriage. I'm talking about in just the makeup of the relationship. But I mean,
I don't want a possession. I don't want to be your owner. I don't want a possession. My life is already like that's more than enough for me to handle on my own.
I feel like
don't want
evolution.
someone else's.
I feel like evolutionally, on an evolutional level, it is there's something programmed, hardwired in my brain that makes me want to say, yes, I am Ugg. I am protector of you. I bring you food. I drive you to movies.
See, I'm the complete opposite, Kyle. I want to be the male lion, and I want her to be the lioness.
Yeah. I just
All right,
feel
she
like
takes care of everything until the boogeyman comes around, and then I step up and bust some ass. I want her to pick the kids up from school. I want her to wash the laundry. I want her to do the clothes.
I don't know about all that. I'm just saying I'm just saying in the relationship, like I'm reading what you're talking.
Hell, boy, did you not hear the Muslim singles conversation we had earlier?
God, that was facepalm.
Oh God.
Oh, remember I said they got just a category for searching people by eye color?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This one guy in the chat's like, "You want a slave, Wings?" No. I want a girl that used to be a slave, but when she comes to serve me, it feels like she's in heaven.
So you want to fix a broken woman, basically.
So what's
I want
the
a
ideal
girl with a
right?
short skirt and a long jacket.
So she should be what, like Nancy Reagan in public, Sasha Grey in private.
Yeah, the sex ain't got to be that good as long as she can cook.
Yeah, all right. So who is she in the kitchen? Rachel Ray in the kitchen, Sasha Grey in the bedroom, Nancy Reagan in public.
Fuck
That
Rachel
should do.
Ray. Who's
No,
that?
look here. No. Here's the way it works. She's Rachel Ray in the kitchen, and she's Betty from behind the fucking 7-Eleven in the bed. Because I don't care.
Really? From behind the 7-Eleven? The fuck, man?
How the fuck do you even know what you like and what you don't like, though? That's one thing that kind of bothers me too. Like, I don't have a type. Like, I can say that there are things that I don't like. That's a lot easier for me to say than things that I like. Like, what are you looking for a girl? Well, I can tell you what I'm not looking for in a girl. You never know. Like, you never know who you're going to be attracted to. Like what we were talking about before. So I feel like when you put all these like really rigid standards upon who you're looking for, you're totally like shutting yourself off from meeting someone that you might think is awesome if you didn't have those standards. If you didn't have those,
is, like, what you want in a girl can evolve, right? You know, like, you might just want
Totally.
a piece of tail when you're 19. You might want, some, I don't know, earner partner type person when you're 20, and you might want something different when you're 30 or 40.
Every girl that I've ever liked and that I've ever pursued had a really light complexion, long dark hair, and blue eyes. Every single one of them.
See, I want a girl that would disagree with me but never argue with me.
But you wanted a Russian?
No.
Good luck with that.
No, I wanted a Muslim. A Muslim or Canadian.
A Canadian Muslim he wanted.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I thought at one point he wanted a Russian. It's like, if you want a Russian, you
think
better like to fight.
Wait, isn't that kind of misogynistic though? Like, why wouldn't a girl argue with you if you were totally up your own ass one day?
No. I said I want a girl that would disagree with me but never argue with me.
That would
What if
never
we were
happen.
arguing? What if you were arguing with her?
No. That won't happen. Here's the way that works. You're like,
of course it's gonna.
We're gonna get bread. I want wheat. I want white bread. Well, I don't eat wheat. We're getting wheat.
You do now.
You're gonna argue with whoever you're with.
Yeah, I'm not going to live in a fantasy world like it's never going to happen. But we're talking about dream girls here. We're not talking about what we're going to get.
I didn't know
you
we were
don't want
talking
that.
about
Would you want a relationship where you guys never ever fight at all? Period.
Never want to fight. I'd like her to disagree
Everyone
with me
needs-
so we could bounce opinions off each other. But I'd never like it get to the point where it's raised voice getting mad at each other.
That's what I'm
Wait,
saying.
but if
You
you
think you would
don't
want
argue-
that? I think you need to argue.
No, there's a difference between arguing and screaming.
Kitty's been trying to get a word in edgewise.
Like, if you don't argue, you don't get makeup sex. And that's some of the best shit ever.
No.
Like, seriously,
the
you have
perfect
to
woman
argue
did it
to
every
develop
night
as a couple.
anyway.
Oh, God, that really is a dream girl, isn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't get sore. It's always ready.
Oh my god.
What would you guys think if there was a new character in my videos and it was a blow-up doll that I never mentioned? She was just in the background in one way or another in every video.
Ever leaned up against the camera?
Yeah.
I think that's actually a brilliant idea.
Like, I
After
don't
a while,
mention her, she's just there.
You should do it
You
like
always
when
comments you get about that.
Dude, I should do a tour of the man cave and just have one in the closet. And quickly shut the door.
And move
should
it out
have
the way,
a
you're not even moving it. This is this under here. Right?
You should have a
she could
huge
be-
Sibian machine just right on the floor.
Can I just correct something? There's a load of guys in the chat thinking I'm the porn star. No, I'm not.
She's actually Alicia Rhodes. How do you spread the word?
Oh my god. Can you get a hold of CPX Sports or ANS and see if somebody could hook me up with a blow-up doll in Chicago?
Dude, we'll just find a sex shop and go get one. They can't be that
All right.
expensive.
Now we're talking.
Do those things come in the bags?
Yeah. They come in like a floaty toy, from a swimming pool. You've never bought a sex doll?
No, I haven't.
You're not
Have you
walking
really
out of
never
a sex
bought
shop
one?
with a giant fucking blow-up doll.
Dude, my buddies and I, we brought... my buddy didn't have a date to the lifeguard ball, so he brought a sex doll and danced with it all night long.
That's badass. That is badass. Did he put it in a dress or anything, or just have it naked?
Did he put lipstick on it?
She wore a lifeguard uniform and a whistle, and she didn't need
Is it a
lipstick.
rape
She
whistle?
had these. Not that night. She was willing. You could tell. So it was funny. Tons of pictures. Everyone got a kick out of it.
That's crazy. But no, you
so
should have it Where's Waldo? So sometimes just hanging upside down in the background, or sometimes in a tree in a ghillie suit or something.
Yeah, exactly. Because somebody was telling me about some video the other day they saw on YouTube, and randomly there was just a guy in a bear costume in the video, and they never mention it, they never talk about it. There's just a guy in a bear costume. I was like, I should do that, but I just have a blow up doll. I should just have her there. She just chilling, hanging out.
We'll get you a blow up doll.
This is completely off the topic, but fat guys out there, working out sucks. When you lose weight, you get a lot more sex drive. Just letting you know.
You just gave us all a real big
really-
old dose of TMI.
He really has got that target at the other end of his bedroom, isn't he?
No.
Buy a flashlight.
I don't need no fucking flashlight.
A flashlight.
I know what he's talking about.
Dude, we saw one. We were on Painkiller, Hutch. This is I'll say 3 months ago, and Wings had never heard of a fleshlight. So I gave him a link to all these different fleshlights, and he was distracted for the next 40 minutes. There were Avatar fleshlights, the blue ones. There were vampire fleshlights. There were asterisk fleshlights. If you get my drift there, he was just going one after another. We were 4 topics later, and he's like, "Dude, there's a vampire fleshlight." Yeah.
You know
My
what
friend-
shocks me about? He's never been to a titty bar though.
Yeah, I have.
This horrifies me. Absolutely, the fact that you haven't been. To a titty bar.
when you get my size, I did a lot of schooling, and then as soon as I got out of school, I went straight to fucking work. And as soon as I went to work, I started working 12-hour days, 5 days a week, night shift for 5 years. And it just never, basically, when you work the night shift, you don't have time for social life. You don't. It's just, you probably could make time for it, but you can't, you'd have to lose sleep. And being fat, you don't want to lose sleep because you need all the energy you can get. So I've just played video games. I came home, played 3-4 hours of video games, went to sleep. And it kind of conspired that way. As soon as I got laid off of my job, I started doing the YouTube thing.
Yeah.
My friend back in the day bought me a fake vagina as a joke. And then I was with my ex at the time, and she was in Chicago, and I was like joking around, like, ha ha ha, he bought me a fake vagina. And then there was like a little bit of laugh, and then there was like a 10-second pause, and she goes, "Well, you're not going to use it, are you?" I was like, "Are you kidding me? Of course I am." And like we got into a 3-day fight where she was absolutely livid that I was hell bent on fucking this fake vagina. And because she considered it cheating, I was like, "Well, you have a vibrator," and she said, "That's not the same." I was like, "How is that not the same?" She insisted that it was cheating if I fucked a fake vagina.
What? Have you ever seen that Jim Jeffries skit where he talks about, I don't know if you know, he's an Australian comedian, not for any children to watch, but he does a video about where he goes to a sex shop and he buys a fake vagina and stuff, and he tears it.
You know who Kitty sounds like?
She was in the middle of a story, and I didn't hear what she said.
Yeah, exactly, about fake vaginas being torn. He does this whole skit about it. So, yeah, like, he gets this fake vagina, he goes to Holland, he goes to this, like, in Holland they have these, they call them, like, hypermarkets, huge, like, Walmart-sized sex shops. Like, you get a card and you go in. Like, and he got this fake vagina, and he said he like, rode it for, like, 10 minutes, and it just tore it off, and he didn't know what to do, because you can't exactly take it back and be like, dude, this broke after 10 minutes. But you should look it up. It was on YouTube. Jim Jeffries. It's pretty funny.
You ever seen Man, Woman, Wild?
No.
It's a TV show starring Michael Hawke. He's like a survival expert in Green Beret. He has a wife named Ruth. You sound just like Ruth England.
Okay, well, I don't know if that should be like a compliment or an insult. So
why, we talked about this on the podcast once before, like if a woman uses a vibrator, she's just hot and sort of open-minded. If a guy uses a fleshlight, suddenly that's not cool?
I'm just too cheap. I got a hand.
A hand and a towel. That's what Wings needs.
I refuse to buckle on that. I fucked that fake vagina on principle alone. After the arguing went on, it lost appeal. I'm like, no, I'm doing this on principle, and it ended up not.
Done? You're on the phone with her, and you're like, guess what I'm doing right now?
I'm fucking a fake vagina.
I'm fucking the shit out of it.
It turned out to be not awesome at all, and I never did.
I could just imagine you like lay it on your belly.
No, it was not. It was stupid.
I guess you don't get that like perfect sensory feedback mechanism that you get with your own hand.
Yeah, it just felt cold and jello-y and not awesome.
Like a dead girl.
Yeah.
No, it was a little different than the dead girl.
If I would have said that, it would have made Kyle like red in the face.
I think Wings is onto something there.
It's okay when I say it. Necrophilia is only okay when I bring it up. Same with bestiality.
Yeah, now here comes the rumors now that Hutch fucked a dead girl.
Yeah, I was gonna say you watch it tomorrow all over Twitter.
It all depends, Hutch. Is it recently dead, or
That's what I'm saying. Is it still warm? I don't know.
I'm looking forward to
you might accidentally fuck a dead girl if it's still warm. She could have an aneurysm busting her head. You be in the shower getting ready for her. Come back. You might think she's sleeping, so you're just gonna get started.
What? What? Wait a minute. No, there's no. She's sleeping, so I'll just get started. Like what? It's like, yo, wake up. What's going on here?
Woody, have you ever had sex with your wife while she was sleeping?
No, but I did just tweet that you had sex with a dead girl.
The funny thing is going to be the response. it's going to be the response. No, stop making up these rumors. I didn't sleep with a dead girl. I slept with a fake vagina.
Let me ask this, Woody. Have you ever tried to get your wife hot while she was sleeping to wake her up?
It's really hard. It's really hard. That's like a 1 in 50 proposition right there. And, I use lines like, hey, baby, sometimes you're just not in the mood to have sex until you're having it. And then afterwards, you realize what a good idea it was. But, mostly it's better off if she's not sleeping when you're on the seduction path.
Yeah, you know what? They did there was a poll just recently done on women that had children, and guess what the number one thing that they would rather do than have sex with their husbands?
Sleep?
Yep.
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 Hey, fellas. I got to wake up in 3 hours for work. It was fun. I really appreciate you guys letting me hop on with you guys.
You did a great job as a guest, man. Good to have you
thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I wish the first half was like the second half, but it's all good. I still had a real good time. I really do appreciate it. I just want to let all y'all know that, and yeah, man, thanks a lot. Really do appreciate it. And,
yeah, I think we're a little too uptight during the podcast because we don't want to offend anybody.
I don't like to. You usually get really weird, and it creeps me out.
I don't get weird. I just don't censor myself.
So
no, you don't at all.
Here's what I have going through my head right now. I watched. So sometimes I look towards Howard Stern as an example of sort of the best in the business. And in his movie, he once realized that he needed to start saying whatever was on his mind, that he needed to step it up a notch and not hold secrets and go wild. And this is not the first time where people have said that the post-podcast was better than the podcast. So maybe we do need to, step it up a notch, get a little looser with the dialogue.
So just bullshit and just not worry about topics?
Well,
it's sort of hard. It's sort of hard to pull that off sometimes.
It's good to have topics to kill dead spots, but
I mean, poop dick's a perfect when we bring that up anytime.
I thought the fake vaginas thing was pretty cool as well. That was a good.
That was really funny.
I'm on the fence about it a lot of the times because we're now in a position where literally game developers are following us on Twitter and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so like that's the only thing where I'm like, I don't know if I want to talk about that.
Yeah, see, if Nick Jr. contacts me tomorrow, I don't want him to be like, well, you were talking about fucking a dead girl last night.
Yeah, that's actually really true because I'm thinking of like 3 people in particular that listen to stuff I do that I would not want to be hearing about.
Recording the last half hour or so. Are you guys suggesting that you don't want this posted as Painkiller 43.5? Because I was going to do that.
I'm down for it. I don't care.
Dude,
I don't know.
I'm literally one of the most open people you'll ever meet.
It was awesome.
I think we should bring more British girls in here because it feels classy.
Oh my god! No, dude, remember that thing I posted on my Twitter today that said I'm not an asshole, a sex maniac, or a serial killer?
Yeah,
that was directed at a girl. Yeah, that was directed at a girl, and I thought she would think it was funny. Fucking exploded on me and fucking screamed at me.
So she was a squirter?
No, asshole. Jesus Christ. No.
I don't know. I really think that the kitty here is classing the joint up. It makes me feel like I'm a part of something special.
So even when I'm talking about people fucking fake vaginas and the variety of sex dolls, I'm still classing up PKA.
She does it with class.
Yep.
I feel like we're sitting like at a ball, and there's like a nice chandelier above us. They're all in like tuxedos, talking about poop dicks.
And tweeting that Hutch is fucking fake, a dead woman.
Yeah,
I mean, it just depends on your classification of what dead is. I mean, we're all
Hutch
dying.
replied to the tweet. He was awesome. He's like, "She's still warm, man. We talked about this." Nice.
Classy response.
All right, you guys want to wrap this up?
That's cool.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep.
It's Painkiller Already, 43.5. Peace.
Get you guys later.
All right. So hold on. Let me kill the stream. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for sticking around.